Good morning and welcome to our summer season BRO of the standard format. And today we have a special one, as of course we are your three casters for BRO in the AO region. My background might look a little different or nostalgic depending on how you look at it, but my name is Different Fight. Together with me, of course, are Kai in his lovely, very Australian summer authentic attire.
Yeah. Very cold summer, considering we're from the southern hemisphere. But luckily, we have the heat of card games to warm us up today. Maybe not for you, because you guys might be too hot up there.
yeah. Get us sweating, dude.
Yep.
And then, of course, on my other side, we have the birthday boy himself, Professor Amar. How are you doing, dude?
It's always summer here, yeah, Chris. Kai, my goodness, yeah. This is actually my everyday attire.
Yeah, he just pulled up. He just woke up, and he's here.
Woke up, put in my goggles, and yeah, that's it. Work day.
It's a
That's
birthday
right.
for Amar every day, but he's so dedicated. He's here.
That's right. Please, chat. Be kind.
Sing
wish
a
Professor
song in
Amar-
chat, right?
That's
Sing
right.
a song in chat.
chat. Give us a happy birthday to Professor Amar, of course. But getting into things, of course, it's the usual process that you're used to. This is going to be the BRO for standard this time. So this is our second of or third technically, I guess, including Weiss Schwarz, or the second for Vanguard of the three formats. And so we, of course, have our usual format to take a look at, just for those of you tuning in for the first time that might not be aware of how things work here as well. So, as you can see here today, is going to be day one, in which we're going to be playing through, I believe, 7 rounds of Swiss in best of 1 format. And the Swiss rounds will be used to determine who goes to the top 8, which will be played out tomorrow for more luxurious and lovely prizes, which we'll take a look at a little bit later. But Kai, I mean, this is our kind of plan for the day for this weekend. But how are things looking for the upcoming events?
Well, we have one more BRO event happening near the end of the year in November, and that is for our good old friend Premium. All right, so Premium.
That's right.
Big changes in Premium, and I'm sure everyone cannot wait to see what kind of incredibly milli decks that are coming out of the format soon.
Oh.
But that will wait until November. So we got day 1 on the 17th, and then day 2 on the 18th, plus a day depending on where you live, and that will wrap up the entire BRU season for the whole year. Yeah, and as always, there is always some good things to fight for though for BRU, right? Yeah,
Definitely.
yeah. It's if you're not sure what's coming up, Amar will tell you, but it all starts with C.
All right, so let's see now. Now you gotta be aiming for the top 4 here, people. First place, that Chrono Jet is as sweet as it gets. 4 winner PR card for first place prize, a booster display and certificate. Doesn't get any better than that. Yeah. So, but don't worry about it. Second place will definitely get 2 winner PR card, still a booster display and a certificate, while third place gets only 1 winner card, 1 booster display, a certificate, and fourth place will definitely get a certificate and a congratulations from the 3 of us. Yeah.
See, it's all C's, right?
It's all, yeah.
All start with C.
That's a disparity there somewhere, but you know what? We're not gonna talk about it.
That's right. If you're third and fourth, you better be fighting for third.
You
really wanna.
You better be fighting for your lives.
Yeah, virtual
Yep.
pat on the back from us.
Yeah, definitely.
It's still a good thing to get, right?
Definitely.
Yep. But yes, you want to be making it through the Swiss rounds today. Get yourself into day 2, and then, of course, all you gotta do is win 1 game to get in contention for these top 4 prizes. And of course, this Chrono Jet, is of course meant for standard, but it has quite a bit of value, as it's not only the standard jet, but it's also the premium jet as well. I think at the time the BRO started, I don't think we knew about the history collection buff of the old Striders getting to be the main grade 3s. So gonna be interesting to see. this is a big value card, and I guess for premium, it's gonna be the same story as well.
Definitely.
Pretty
Which is what
exciting.
you like more, right? Do you like the old art or the new art? And I think
Yeah,
both of them are pretty good.
yeah. Honestly, it's pretty beautiful. Amar, which one of the three jets that we've had so far, from between VD and premium, have you been the biggest fan of from price card?
Definitely premium.
Yeah,
I mean
the OG.
the OG one. Come on, with the anime opening, Chrono just standing there taking the card. Come on, that's gotta be it.
The nostalgia.
The
What about the-
nostalgia.
Nostalgia.
What about the quintuplets Chronojet though? That seems really strong as well.
Oh, I don't know about the quintuples chronojet, man. That's another one we didn't know about. That's another one we didn't know about at the time. We didn't know
At
that
the
quintuplets
time,
would actually beat Vanguard.
All right, it's just gonna be bragging rights by then.
Yeah. Honestly, but for those of you tuning in that may not have, might have watched the previous Bureau streams, but maybe you're a bit new to watching the standard format tournament, so maybe this is your first time watching a Vanguard stream as well. We do have a short video for you to explain how things go down here and how the standard format works. So we're going to take a look at that, and then after the format video, we're going to be jumping in immediately to our Swiss round 1 to kick off the action.
Cardfight Vanguard is a two-player card game where you take on the role of a vanguard and lead your ally units in a battle to victory. This video will explain the rules of Cardfight Vanguard. First, we have the types of cards. Vanguard can be divided into two different types of cards. Unit cards have power and shield values and can be called to the field. Order cards are a variety of commands that use strategies, items, or magic. Each type of card has different information written on them. First, let's take a look at unit cards. There are two types of unit cards. First, we have normal units. Normal units are the basic units that are called to the field to battle. Let's learn more about the four numbers written on the card. Grade, the level of strength of a card. Power, the attack power of a card. This value is used when it battles. Shield, the defense power a card has when it guards its allies. Critical, the amount of damage a card can deal to your opponent. Some unit cards have an icon at the top right corner and are known as trigger units. Trigger units can not only be called to the field to battle, but also activate unique effects when revealed for trigger checks. Next, we have order cards. Order cards do not have any power or shield values, but have various powerful abilities instead. Different cards have different abilities and activation timings. Some are used during your turn, while others are used in your opponent's turn. Preparing your deck. Let's prepare a deck to be used for the card fight. A deck can be constructed with a total of 50 cards, including 16 trigger units. Up to 4 copies of each card can be used. Choose 4 unit cards from your deck consisting of one of each, grade 0, 1, 2, and 3 to be used as your ride deck. Win condition. Attack and guard repeatedly, and the first to deal 6 damage to their opponent wins. Card fight setup. Let's take a look at the playmat where the card fight takes place. There are 3 types of circles where you can place your unit cards on the field. Vanguard Circle. The unit placed here is called the Vanguard. Stack units on top when you ride. Rearguard Circle. The unit placed here is called the Rearguard. Place units here when you call. Guardian Circle. Place units here when calling them to guard. The areas around your field include your deck, ride deck, drop zone where you put used cards, order zone, and damage zone where you put your damage. Place the grade 0 card from the ride deck you had prepared face down on the Vanguard Circle. Place the remaining 3 cards face down in the ride deck area. Shuffle each other's main deck and place it in the deck area. Decide who goes first with a game of rock, paper, scissors. The winner will go first. Each player draws 5 cards from the deck. You may swap cards once at this point. The player going first returns the cards they want to change to the bottom of their deck and draws the same number. Shuffle the deck if you swap cards. The player going second then does the same. Now that we're done preparing, with Stand Up Vanguard, turn the card on the Vanguard Circle face up to begin. In Vanguard, there are 6 phases each turn. Let's learn more about each of the phases. Stand phase. Stand phase happens at the beginning of your turn. Vertical cards are in stand. Horizontal cards are in rest. Stand all of the resting cards on your side of the field. There are no resting cards on your first turn, so you can proceed to draw phase straight away. Draw phase. Draw a card from the top of the deck during your draw phase. Ride phase. To ride is to stack cards on your Vanguard to increase its grade. You can only ride once per turn. You can ride a unit from your hand, or discard a card to ride a unit from the ride deck that you had prepared that is one grade greater than the Vanguard currently on your field. The cards placed underneath your Vanguard after riding are known as the Soul and can be used to pay for costs of abilities. Main phase. During your main phase, you can call or move rear guards, use a card's ability, and use an order card. Calling or moving a rear guard. You can call a unit from your hand with a grade less than or equal to your Vanguard to any rear guard circle. Rear guards can move between the front and back of a column. Positions can be swapped within the same column too. Moving or swapping positions horizontally is not allowed. Battle phase. You can attack your opponent's front row units with your front row units during your battle phase. Rest the unit when it attacks. If the power of the attacking unit is greater than or equal to the power of the unit being attacked, the attack hits. If the attack hit a Vanguard, your opponent takes damage. If the attack hit a rear guard, put that rear guard into the drop zone. Let's attack your opponent's Vanguard with your Vanguard. When you attack with a Vanguard, you perform a drive check. To drive check is to put the top card of your deck into the trigger check zone face up. If a trigger unit was revealed, various effects are activated. Cards revealed for drive checks are added to your hand. Drive check, and get a critical trigger. It has the effect of +1 critical, and the effect of +10,000 power. You may choose to give each of these effects to a different unit. Let's give the critical to your Vanguard and the 10,000 power to your rear guard. As the attack was successful, your opponent takes 2 damage. When an attack hits, the other player performs a damage check. Put the top card of your deck into the trigger check zone face up, then put it into your damage zone. If a trigger unit was revealed, various effects are activated as well. Damage check. First check, no trigger. Put the card that was revealed into your damage zone. Second check, got a draw trigger. A draw trigger has the effect of draw a card and the effect of +10,000 power. Draw a card and add 10,000 power to your Vanguard. Next, let's attack your opponent's Vanguard with your rear guard. By resting a unit with the boost icon behind the attacking unit, the power of the unit behind gets added to the attacking unit. Attack the Vanguard with 26,000 power. Guard. When you're attacked, you can defend your units by guarding. To guard, choose any number of cards from your hand and call them to the Guardian Circle as rest. The power of the unit being attacked is increased by the shield of the units you called. If your Vanguard's power is greater than your opponent's attacking unit, the guard is successful. The power increased from guarding only lasts until the end of that battle. Once that attack ends, the power of the defended unit returns to its original value, and the units on the Guardian Circle are put into the drop zone. Let's aim to win by attacking and guarding repeatedly, and dealing 6 damage to your opponent. End phase. This marks the end of your turn, and it is now your opponent's turn. This also concludes the description of each phase. Various abilities. Cards have various abilities in Vanguard. First, there's Persona Ride. It activates when you ride a unit with the Persona Ride icon from your hand on a card with the same card name. Draw a card when you Persona Ride. And for this turn, units in your front row get +10,000 power. Next, there's Intercept. When you are guarding, you can move rear guards in your front row with the Intercept icon to the Guardian Circle to guard. You can both intercept and guard with cards from your hand. It's a successful guard of 23,000 power. Put the units on the Guardian Circle into your drop zone when the attack ends. Twin Drive. Units with the Twin Drive ability can perform drive checks twice. When you attack with this Vanguard, perform 2 drive checks, as it has Twin Drive. First check. Second check. Got it! Over Trigger! An Over Trigger is a powerful trigger, and your deck can only have one such trigger. Give 100 million power to any unit, and draw a card. If it's revealed during drive check, more effects can be triggered. Sometimes, costs must be paid to activate the card's abilities. First, there's Counterblast. Activate an ability by turning a specified number of cards in your damage zone face down. Next, Soul Blast. Activate an ability by putting a specified number of cards from your soul into the drop zone. Make full use of various abilities to be victorious in a card fight. This concludes the explanation of rules in Vanguard. Enjoy the world of Vanguard with a deck of your own.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. So I hope you enjoyed that little video there. And if you're watching this for the first time, I hope you're now ready to rumble after we've taken a look at that lovely rule explanation. But while we still wait for round 1 to get started, I think we have our traditional little BRO podcast segment where we make our predictions, we make our expectations. So I think, you know, this event is pretty unique, I would say, simply because of the fact that we've been playing in the standard meta for, you know, obviously the entire Spring Fest format and, you know, event circuit. But now we had a restriction list that was announced at the beginning of this month, I want to say, and came into effect yesterday. And
Yep.
I feel like that's going to be some pretty big effects from that. So what do you guys think is going to be the biggest change? What do you think the biggest impact from the ban list is going into this for this weekend?
I actually think there is going to be hardly any change. There's only 2 decks out there, right?
Mhm.
That are you know, if you want to win, if you want to win the best decks, right? Bring the best decks. It's only 2, and it wasn't Chronojet, wasn't Ava. It's
wasn't?
Willista, Gandiva.
Gandiva.
That's right.
Just spoiling it out there. Finals probably is either Gandiva versus Willista, Willista versus Willista, or Gandiva versus Gandiva.
We're giving the prediction already.
Yeah, I'm just jumping right in. All right, you know.
Damn. All right, guy. What are you gonna? You gotta choose one though. You gotta choose one and give it the crown. Who are you giving the crown to in this event?
I'm not giving it to Gandiva because every time I check top 5, I miss every single time.
Wow, so weak, bro.
Yeah, it's very sad, but whenever you play Willista, it just works, right? It just feels like, you know,
Until it doesn't.
until it doesn't, but then that's the skill difference, right? That's the skill
Oh,
difference. Okay,
damn.
It has to always work. Okay, so
Yeah.
I feel like
What happened to your Gandiva then? Bro? Why does it always work?
I'm pretty sure that's not
It's,
a skill difference, right?
Gandiva's skill difference. Yeah, it's a rough one, but you know, I've had my share
Damn.
of red clans. Right, I'm moving on to the lyrical side. So my prediction, it's probably gonna be Willista, but
Damn. All right.
maybe not. Maybe not even any of them. It could just be Zorga, right? Like
Swords all over everyone.
Zorga.
I feel like
What do you think? What do you think, Amar?
Oh, I'm betting on the underdog here. I'm gonna go with Minerva. The
Minerva.
Damn,
Minervians.
the Minervians.
We're
they're
gonna
with you.
rise, you know. All right, so if
So-
Gandiva is gonna burn my board, I don't give a hoot. You know, I'm not gonna give a hoot. You know what? I'm gonna restand my Vanguard. I'm gonna throw my hand. I hope to God you do not double crit me, and then I make it to the finals. You know what? That's Minerva. A little bit
So
of
there's
prayer.
actually Minerva raises a good point here because this format doesn't have the set 11 cards, but it does
Yeah.
have the PR, right?
Yeah, we do have Thesis.
So what? Since you've been playing a lot in the Japanese format, different fights, what's the impacts of that? Do you think if you were a Minerva player, are you bringing Minerva?
a
or are you jumping
Minervian.
to Willista?
Yeah.
I feel like not having Rerelim is pretty huge because that's the double rare grade 1 from set 11 that, in my opinion, carries the deck because it's Karubre and also like parts recycling in one, and it's a plus, which like Minerva doesn't plus from her ride line technically. Like, it doesn't actually generate hand advantage. It kind of struggles to generate advantage in general outside of, you know, like Karubre basically.
I mean, you don't need
So-
advantage if they're dead, right? So just win
Yeah,
the game.
that's true.
Yeah,
Just throw a whole van at them and
Yeah.
Just
a truck
Throw a
to
van
boot.
twice,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, throw a van twice. See if they survive that. But I think Minerva with the promo will be interesting to see if it can go anywhere. I think of the decks that just got the promo and don't have any other of the set 11 support, Maelstrom's promo is pretty interesting. And I've also been playing around with the Lukier one quite a bit too because it technically is relatively flexible. It's like whenever it's put to soul from anywhere, you get to bind it to search your deck for any grade 3, put it to soul. And so then the ride line lets you like take a card from soul back to hand, right? So you can search Persona Ride, add it to hand for turn 4. You can search technically the Regulus Blitz, and that's also grade 3. You can also add that to hand if you need like extra defense. And I think that overall, those decks might see a little bit of play if players have managed to arrange their promos. You know, if they've been active in their shop tournaments this month. And otherwise, I think there's still a few decks that got some recent support. You know, whether it's through set 10 or especially Festival Booster. Like we talk about Willista, you know, idols are very in this season. I don't know what the pose is, but idols have been very in this season. You know, you go to Summer Festival in Japan and you hear a certain idol song playing all the time.
I wonder
But
which one, like...
yeah, but you know, so we think of Willista. She's definitely the star. You know, she definitely has the spotlight on her. But you know, you always have when you have the Mizuki Nana in the spotlight, you also have like the Ura idols, right? You have like the idols that are supported by the diehard fans, the underdog idols. And I think that Celestial is a pretty powerful underdog idol. I'm not sure whose real life comparison I can make that to, but I feel like Celestial is pretty potent, I would say.
But is it
What about-
Gandiva potent? That's the real question.
Definitely not.
I've heard you've been a recent convert to the Gandiva side.
I have been a recent convert of the Gandiva side, dude. They came at me with pitchforks. They told me that is blasphemy. How dare you not be playing waifu decks? I thought you were one of us. I loved you like my son, and you betrayed me. But you know, I think Gandiva is in this format. I feel like if you don't have any diversity cut shenanigans to worry about, I feel like usually taking the best deck in this format is the best play. And so either Gandiva or Willista is kind of it. And I think especially after set 12, Gandiva is it. But we've been seeing some other interesting tops. You know, there was a recent event with 2 prisons in top 4.
What?
That was pretty exciting.
yeah.
Like me and Kai actually playtested prison a bit, and we were just like, wow, this goes second, it just gets cooked. Whereas if you go first, it's like, okay, this is pretty strong.
But we don't
So I
we don't
wonder-
have the promo in English. The 2 promo.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But we
yeah,
tested
yeah.
Japanese, so that's why it was interesting.
But you know what else is in the Japanese format? Token
Mika-
Rumble 2.
Token
Oh,
Rumble.
Token Rumble 2. No, I thought it was Mushi King.
Quintessential
I
quintuplet.
thought you were gonna say Mushi King.
I recently converted. Okay, I tried
He
out.
built- Dude, Kai came to Japan and just built Token Rumble.
Okay.
It was pretty impressive. Like second day.
But how do the boys fare against the Gandiva side?
pretty well.
It's so easy. It's so easy.
The Sword Boys
Like
are
we-
actually very good right now.
Yeah, hopefully it comes out in English, right? And I think just the power level actually for Token Rumble 2, even if it comes out later, is actually really strong. It's just the entire core of the deck is very strong.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like so with BRO though, right? Coming back to BRO a bit, what are the we've already discussed the 2 best decks, right?
No,
What are
you
the-
say
what are the-
you say the two best decks is gonna be Gandiva or Ballista.
I think yeah.
You know.
I've said the best. But what are some underdog decks that you feel like will do well? If we're looking at a top 8 landscape, right? Casters predictions, right? What are we expecting in that other portion of top 8, right?
You know what? We can make top 8 predictions later today. The thing that we can predict now is representation. What do you think will be, let's say, top 6? Because the top 2 we can kind of figure out already. Top 6 most broad decks. I think Gandiva and Wallista definitely are the top 2. But what are you putting as the other 4? Is what I'm curious.
Zorga.
Why are you so confident in Zorga?
I played Zorga.
You
did
played
play
Zorga.
It's like the best.
Yeah.
It's like so good.
Damn. What about Eva, bro? She's like
Ava
no,
was
no,
last
no.
year.
Yeah, that was
So-
last year
Whoa.
meta. With the
Last
ban
year
coming
meta.
in, you know what? With no combat rush here, goodbye. Goodbye, ever. Goodbye. Forever.
Yeah,
Forever
not yet.
and ever.
Yeah, forever.
Forever.
that's right.
Forever and ever. Goodbye.
Even Chris gave up on Ava.
in it's set 11. We're not there yet.
11.
We're not there yet. I was still playing Eva.
I mean, we're not even at set 11, so we might as well just give it up now.
Just give it up now.
Oh my
yeah.
god. You guys are horrible.
I mean, we're just we're casters. We're not the players, right? So the players
That's
can
true.
prove us wrong.
Yeah,
You know?
definitely.
So
feel like
that's what they're
Jet-
there for. They're there to win
feel like-
and prove us wrong.
But
Right.
they're probably
true.
gonna tell us something that we already know. I mean, it's not gonna
Oh
be.
yeah, they
Eva.
could just all play Gandiva and Wallista.
Yeah.
More
I
power
don't
to
know,
us, right? We're correct.
You're correct. Yeah. The power of prediction. Yeah.
All right, 4th deck, Hexa-Orb. Hexa-Orb 100%.
What happened to Jet, bro? Just because they lost Swirler doesn't mean anything. It's like
I mean, we have 6 slots, right? I went by
yeah,
4.
yeah.
I've said 4 decks. There's 2
True.
more decks that I could say, and you can guess if I say Jet or not, right?
All right.
I feel like you're gonna purposefully not say shit.
Yeah, you're gonna purposely.
I mean, if
just
you guys
avoid.
keep on saying Jet, I think I just might not say Jet.
Yeah.
You know?
Wow. What a rebellious child.
I know, right? That's just how I roll, you know.
Crazy. I feel like we need an Overlord clone in there somewhere. Whether it's
Somewhere in
Overlord himself or like
A
I feel
variant
like Overlord
of it.
itself.
Yeah, and a variant.
It
of
doesn't lack anything. It has all of its support in English too. I feel like especially in English, I feel like we talked about this before, Kai, but I feel like especially in English, Overlord seems to find quite a bit of success. So
Yeah. I think Overlord's a great pick. It's just it just does its own thing, right? If it goes off, it goes off. Even in Japan, right? I think in Daibangasai, there was tops of Overlord. I played against it. Unfortunately, did its thing, and then I died. So it's just how it is, right? It is what it is, and it isn't what it isn't, right?
yeah.
It's
How about
traumatic.
what do you guys think of Masai? Masai was rated very heavily, highly, and heavily in Japan. In the West, it feels like not so much.
I mean, rated, used, not so much. You know, rather than Messiah, why are we not looking at MLB, gentlemen?
Oh, MLB, bro.
MLB.
The Malaysian dream. Lamar's bringing it to the
Yeah.
table.
I mean-
I believe in MLB. I believe in it.
I
think-
believe
Wait,
in
wait,
MLB.
wait,
I believe
We're
in
talking
MLB.
about representation here, right? So
That's
MLB.
true. That's true.
We can talk about MLB, but is it top 6? Not top
Definitely not. Definitely not. Definitely gonna
There
be
might
a
be
niche
one
deck
believer.
right there. Probably gonna be
One
one in 100.
like top 28.
After listing everything else, yeah, including prison.
Yep.
I think there'll be like probably more MLBs than prison. Like there'll be like 2
Yeah.
MLBs and maybe 1 prison.
Maybe 2 or 3. MLB's pretty legit though. I did mess around with the deck for a little bit myself, and I was kind of impressed by the fact that it's got quite a bit going for it, especially thanks to Spiral Cutie. But that's like the small Dear Days tier is that you can't play full power MLB yet. No Spiral Cutie yet. But yeah, I think again coming back to representation. So currently we're at Gandiva, Wallista, then you said Hexorb and Zorga,
Yeah. It's safe picks. Safe
Overlord. What's number 6?
think
Not his
Overlord.
pick. Not his pick. No, Overlord is not there.
Not Overlord in top
Overlord's
6.
No, not Overlord in top 6 representation.
No, I actually don't think so.
Okay. What do you think Hexorb will be?
I think Hexorb will be.
Hexorb will be.
Hexorb is a nice, solid deck. It's effective. It beats things when it goes off. It doesn't beat things when it doesn't, but that's just how a lot of decks are. What do you guys think of Youthberg?
Ooh. I mean,
In this format, I know some people bringing it actually. There are a couple people that asked me like, "Do you think Youthberg is good enough for BRO?" I was like, "Can you beat Gendiva? Can you beat Willista? If so, then sure."
I mean, if
like,
they whiff their top 5, then of course you can, right? Like,
yeah. I mean, it's like the only problem with Youth is that it, unlike some of the other decks in the format that can kind of like put their field away by the end of the turn, like Willista is Yuika. I mean, Minerva soon will have Dedeling to put things away. But even now has Cider. But I think Youthberg has a problem where it like technically increases its board as the battle goes on. You know, Waywards pop out and you just give more for tire targets, which isn't great.
Nope.
But I don't know. It's kind of interesting. I feel like Youthberg always got the rogue tops as of recent, ever since set 10 here in Japan. But I think more so than Youthberg, I feel like some of the other mask decks also potentially could be in there somewhere. So, you know, we do highlight Zorga pretty heavily, and I think Zorga definitely is by far the best mask deck.
the best.
Yeah.
It
But-
is the best.
Definitely, yeah. 100%.
Definitely.
But I think that
100%.
there could be a bit of hopium inside of me for a rogue
really?
Leonorn to show up in there. Definitely not a high representation deck, but I can see
Somewhere
it.
there. Somewhere there.
I wouldn't be surprised if they put that's like a round 1 stream kind of deck, you know?
Yeah.
They see a Leonorn, it's like put it on stream like right now.
It was that a subtle request?
I mean, I don't know if we have, dude. I don't know anything about the representation. We
we
might
don't
have
know
one,
anything about
might
it.
not.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna throw this out. The 5th deck, right? It has
Drejeweled.
it's Ava, dude.
Whoa.
Cut-
Suddenly
I finessed
believers.
you. I said everyone dropped Ava, but let's be real, right?
Ava's still best girl.
Theoretically, it has a okay matchup against one of the best decks in the format. Has a terrible matchup against the other one. But everyone will also have the deck, right? Everyone will also have the deck. If you play against every other deck in the format, it's still pretty good, right? The only bad matchups is Willista, Jet, right, which also got nerfed. But then against everything else, you have a good run. And if you have the deck, you could probably still play, right?
Yeah, you can squeeze it in, definitely. Wouldn't be powered up, but I don't know.
I mean, I think in set 10 you weren't playing Combined Rusher anyway, I want to say. I think set 11 is where you wanted Rusher. It's like that's where suddenly you had this like spare Cannon Blast all of a sudden that like you were like, oh, having Combined Rusher here would be really great, but then you don't. So it's like, you know. But I think in set 10 I do agree. I think Eva will still be brought quite a lot. I think despite the restriction, I think set 10 it's not the format where the restriction hits as hard. So I think that overall it'll still be relatively popular, but just pray you dodge the Willistas. Yeah, it's like pray you dodge the Willistas. That's a really tough matchup, and if you don't, then it's gonna be a bit tough.
Cool. Yeah, I agree. And then I think like the 6th deck, in my opinion, starts with a D. What do you think? Has Jet in it?
Drono Jet. Drono Jet. Drono Jet.
I was going to say it has a J in it, so you might say wait, no, Decourage. Like you just like you buy the deck. It's very easy to get into. Still strong. Scales well. Kind of weaker now, but you know the deck is still relatively good even after the nerfs in the bans. You look at the JP lists. You actually have more support from the festival collection stuff. So your power level has like kind of gone up a bit. So yeah, I feel like six decks right there are like a pretty much as meta picks as they are. I think that's pretty much the set 10 festival collection like format.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think I'm pretty sure. I'm in agreement with that. I think overall that Jet is also kind of like if you're a JP format player. I think that you are also in that kind of situation where it's like, okay, I play the Japanese format of the game, but I want to play in BRO. What's a deck I can build relatively easily and just like bring to one of these events that I have a solid chance of winning with? It's Jet. Like, you buy the Stride deck set, you buy the Stride deck set, you get 4 Sargons, you get your effect triggers, done. Like, you're determined ready. So I mean, even the Jet deck outside of the box, like, you can stay ready to compete with that. Like, it's honestly, if you need to just like, if you want to just make day 2, I think that is honestly a pretty solid chance, because essentially, like, what if we have 7 rounds, 5-2 is cutting it close, but it gives you a shot at it. I guess it depends on the final player count after check-in. But realistically, if you're, it depends what your goals are. If your goal is to win the whole thing, then maybe it won't be enough. But just to go X2, like, I personally think that it's great for the game to have product like that, where it's like, hey, you want to play in tournaments? Buy this box. Done. Like, you're just ready to go. And there's actually a lot of different card games that have that kind of offer as well, of like, hey, here's a product, buy it. It won't be super exactly fine-tuned, to like a perfect list, but it's going to be pretty close to it. And it's going to be good enough to like get you started in competitive play, and then you can kind of improve things as you go, just kind of playing through tournaments and stuff, and like as you build up your game knowledge as well. So Jet definitely feels like it'll be represented quite a lot. Honestly, maybe.
Definitely.
I feel like because Willista, I guess there's been a little bit of time since Willista came out, so players have had time to build it up. But I feel like just because of how easy to build Jet is, it might even see more representation than we expect. Like, I think that's one thing we forget is like accessibility for Jet is just insane. Like, it's by far the easiest top tier deck to build.
So my list wasn't in order, so that's
Understandable. Chat, give us your predictions as well, what your expectations are, and what you think will be the top 6 decks brought into this event in terms of presentation. Whether that will be the 6 that make it day 2 or not, that's a different story, different discussion. But I think it'll be interesting to see how things do develop throughout the day. But I'm honestly pretty excited. It's going to be pretty refreshing. It's kind of nice that between Springfest, BRO, and BCS, we have like 3 vast, just completely different formats. Simply because of the fact that it's like Springfest was basically Jet Eva's kind of the longer game domination. Now we have this like in between, it's the summer special where we have a special one of a kind ban list and not a new set yet, so it's kind of still like carrying on from the remnants of set 10's meta /
it's like
booster.
This is in Japan. This was pretty much a premiere set format, right? But for us, this set, although it changes the game. It happened at a time where it's a bit of a downtime. This is basically the only tournament where this is kind of in full play, and then we're kind of heading into the set 11 format after when BCS just starts. I think there's a few tournaments before that's all good. But, after that, we're going into set 11, and that also changes a lot of things too, right?
Yeah, very impactful sets, and people didn't expect set 11 to be that impactful either initially, but then people quickly realized, oh, Minerva's actually really good. And then that immediately started things off, and then some of the glitter decks that people expected to be great, like Eva, ended up kind of falling below expectations, and then stuff like Tamayura was kind of like the big rogue pick that people were like, whoa, wait, this is actually pretty good now, because the whole deck costs less CB now, you plus more, you can aggro, finding your pieces seems easier as well because you search your orders all the time. It's just kind of some of those decks really got some good support. Chaos is probably the biggest glow up in Standards history so far. We went from a tier 73 deck into an actual high tier 2, I would say. Chaos is something you cannot disrespect. I think in BCS format, if you're playtesting for it, if you have an event in BT11 format, test against Chaos. You don't want to get got by just hey, here's 4 attacks with no PGs with 50k plus power. Please explode,
What are you gonna do about it?
Chaos definitely requires a bit of
what are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do?
I'm coming for you.
I guess I'll die. Yeah, it's gonna be wild. So I think it'll be exciting to see how things change. But for today, of course, we have our festival booster remnants of the meta, and I think it'll be pretty cool to look at things as well. But we still have a bit of time before we get started with the first round, simply because we are still waiting. There's also the first major tournament using Bushiroad, if I'm not mistaken. And if you guys haven't already made your accounts, would really recommend to do so, because Bushiroad will be the way that events are run going forward. Your shops, your local shops should also be recommended to use Bushiroad in order to make the most of it, as well as, of course, actually reports,
I think
run the tournament to Bushiroad.
It's a good testing time just before BCS, when it's just going to be real tournaments going boom, 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 right? This is the time when getting everything out of the way, all the little bugs, and putting it out in the widespread meta, right? The meta of programs.
A series of Gandivas are coming, ladies and gentlemen.
They're gonna get that. They're gonna get that Gandiva deck deck data.
Yeah, straight from Bushiroad.
One eyebrow raise. But yes,
top one, Gandiva.
They're just doing some fixing. Well, not fixing, but background stuff at the moment. So I think we will be back very soon. Right? What do you
Hopefully, yeah, definitely. Don't go away, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
Long process, and you need to be resilient, because you can't crumble in your work halfway, and everything will snowball. And once your work is overdue, more works will come in. Work is never finished, so you kind of like you have to do it now, slow and steady, but you just have to keep going through the motion, keep pulling through it. It's kind of everyday challenges. Yeah.
Wow, this reminds me of a quote. I think it was, "If you're going through hell, keep going." Yeah, because I think that makes a lot of sense, and I think it's kind of similar to what you just said. Because if you're going through hell, why would you stay there?
Yeah.
Just, keep going forward. Yeah, then you can get out of there as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point.
True.
Yeah. Since you play so much of Bushiroad card games, do you think that has actually helped you in your current job?
Yeah, that actually helps me a lot in the sales side of my work. Having knowledge in the products itself helps me better sell the product, so I can pitch better. I can pinpoint the unique points, the strength of the products, and I can explain it to my distributors. I can even explain it to my colleagues to make them understand better. Yeah, it's kind of.
Yeah, that's good, because when you're playing the card games, maybe 10 years ago, you never expect yourself to be landing a job in the company that make the games that you play. Yeah. And you did, of course, you never even expect that just by playing card games that would actually help you in your career. Oh, so really, I'm happy for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Besides arranging logistics for shipping to our distributors, you also handle the logistics for our regionals in Singapore.
Yeah.
When we have an event, we actually have to pack everything and then send it to the venue.
Yeah.
How's it like? What's the challenge in that?
Transporting all the stuff that we need, all the event items to the event hall is not really a very difficult task. But sometimes events, they need things last minute, and you have to make a rush for it. And when you're rushing for time, sometimes you forget where it is, or you can't find it. You get very flustered. It's one of the few examples I have.
So yeah, you reminded me, and because I think recently I keep seeing you flying for work, and I believe recently you went to Gen Con, held in USA, for a B2B conference kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I believe that a lot of your work are done through emails and telephone calls, talking to our distributors, and then you finally met them in person. How was that like?
Through emails, you don't really get to know them. It's all formal, it's all business. So when you get to finally meet them and get them to know on a more personal level, so it's very satisfying to know, like, okay, so now I get to know more about this person and get to work together even closer. I think that's very satisfying.
How were they? Were they nice to you?
Yeah, they took great care of me.
Did they bring you around for good food in USA?
Yeah, we went for meetings through dinner. Yeah.
Meetings and dinner.
Yeah.
I would like that.
Yeah.
So you get to travel a lot for work. I imagine that must be very exciting for you, because I think, not a lot of jobs out there actually offer this incentive, this slight perk of being able to travel for work. How's that like for you?
So I enjoy meeting new people and people, our fans, card game fans. So I think that's one perk that I really find refreshing when I travel for work, even though I'm tired, but all the smiles on their face, like when they play the tournament, give me a sense of satisfaction. And just being able to travel for work is a blessing. So I'm very thankful and very grateful for this opportunity. Yeah.
But I imagine at the same time, it must be tiring. Of course, it's enjoyable on one hand, but especially if you fly long hours to from Singapore to US, about a 20 hours flight, give or take. I imagine it must be tiring, and then you have to help out with the events, attend some conference.
It's kind of like giving back to the community. You're helping the game grow, and you're helping yourself grow too. You go through the tiring days of work. After that, you get to recover. It's all the experiences you get. It's very memorable. And flying overseas means I get to work with colleagues that are overseas that don't get the chance to see them. So getting to know them better is very rewarding. Yeah.
So is there any important life skill that you actually have learned in the course of your work?
Yeah, definitely. And as I've emphasized earlier, it's being patient and resilient. Things might not seem worth it right now, and as time goes on, it will add up. So small adjustment matters, I guess. Small feats matters. So maybe you go for an extra sale, maybe it's just very little, but each time you go for the extra sale, it adds up to be a lot. Yeah, so you have to be patient and resilient because you're not always gonna get it. Yeah.
Is there anything that you can share with us, for anyone who might be interested in joining the sales or logistics industry?
So the sales and logistics industry is very big. There's the consumer side, the business side. So if the industry is this big, there's a lot of job opportunities for you to, work there and gain some experience.
What are the skills that you think are important in sales and logistics? I imagine probably driving might be one of them.
I guess sales and logistics, driving is important. Maybe if you have prior experience in maybe forklift, if you have a license in forklift, it's very easy to get a job in warehouse. They need forklift drivers. You have to be very practical in logistics because logistics is a very heavy on numbers, and also sales. There's also very heavy on numbers and figures that you need to work it out.
Wow, thank you so much, Huanta, for sharing with us so much insights into the job that you do. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me too.
No problem. Miss, please. A description of your job in Bushiroad.
Yeah, I do sales and logistics.
Thanks, bro. Hello, Serene. Thanks for joining me in this Coffee of Bushiroad series. Yeah, I understand you have been with Bushiroad for like a couple of months now, at this time of shooting. Yeah, and you do marketing for Vanguard.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So as you can see, we have prepared a little bit of snacks and coffee, tea, and some drinks for us. Yeah. So before we begin the interview, what would you like? Coffee, or tea, or just water for you?
Tea.
Tea?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, all right, Serene. So you are the marketer for Vanguard. So maybe you could market to us, just a bit of the kind of work that you do on a day-to-day routine.
Okay, as a marketer, I mainly do the marketing materials. Then, so there's like you manage the stuff that goes on to social media, and then you do newsletters, and then you also liaise with other departments like the design team, the video team, to make sure that you get accompanying materials to put together. They go together to present to fans.
Okay.
Content. Yeah.
So you actually do have to communicate with a lot of different departments for your job as marketing.
Definitely.
Okay.
Because as marketing is not everything comes out of the marketer alone. So like say for example, the banners, definitely you need the design team, and then if there are video showcases, then there's a specialized team for that. So I think that's also one of the good parts of being a marketer, because you get to work with many people while wearing many hats. At the end, you get something nice to present to the fans and viewers. I think that's a nice end products that you can get out of marketing.
And then as the marketing in charge for Vanguard, which is one of our best selling titles, do you ever feel like the pressure to perform, as compared to, let's say you were to handle something else? Would you feel like, I need to step up my game all the time because you're feeling all this pressure?
I would say half on this. It is natural to feel pressured to deliver more results as compared to other products. But at the same time, from a marketing standpoint, you have a lot of data to work with. So it's good that I'm thankful that I have more data and insights to look at and to see, okay, so from there, how can I improve? Or what kind of new things I can present to everyone. Yeah.
Okay. Now I understand as marketing, you deal with quite a bit of sensitive information, especially information probably from Japan. But is there anything that you can share with us? That how were you able to use the data that you mentioned in order to do something like a marketing campaign?
Actually, for data, it can come in a variety. So say for example, you can use like sales statistics to look at how did each past product perform, and then for other initiatives, you can look at what kind of campaigns have been done before, how did they perform. They are not materials that spoon feed you answers, but it is something good for you to infer from and work something from there. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess as marketing, you actually have to work a lot on data as well.
Okay, at least for this industry, it is not entirely e-commerce based. So I would say the reliance on data is still there, just that I personally, in my opinion, it is not as much as, So like say for example, if you're an e-commerce based company, most likely even your sales, everything, it's all online, and those data you have to rely on more as compared to non-e-commerce platforms. Your data is separated and you need to piece them together and figure out something.
Actually, you raise a very good point, because our industry, they don't deal directly with digital goods or even ordering online on a website. Because if we do that, you can easily track all the data, and then we find out how we can improve our services to our players and customers directly from the data that we can gather. I guess there is a challenge in our industry, like how to get the data from physical goods.
Yeah, it can be said that way.
I understand you held a previous job prior to joining Bushiroad as a marketing position as well. Are there any main differences between that and this one?
My previous company mainly dealt with e-commerce, and unlike in Bushiroad, which is more of a brick and mortar business model. So I mean, as a marketer, definitely it is something that I will adapt to and work out and see what kind of marketing strategies that I can execute to make sure that it is suitable and appropriate.
So what made you think of joining the marketing industry? Because you held your previous job as marketing, now you're marketing as well. And I guess you believe you are on the right track, or at least the right career path. So what made you decide to join the marketing industry?
I would say marketing has been something that interests me for a long time already. And I can safely say that the marketing industry is one of the industries that can handle my wild imagination.
By wild imagination, you mean like you come up with a lot of creative ways to do like different marketing campaigns, hold different, I don't know, promotions or something like this. Could you define like what a few instances where your imaginations actually help you with your career?
In this sense, I would say it is easier when ideas come to you pretty easily. Of course, not all are usable. I mean, they can be just really random ideas, but who knows? I mean, one day they can be useful. And I mean, of course, I try not to limit myself to certain methods of delivery and the kind of content that I can present. But of course, I mean, there are many factors into play here. So, I mean, I can be creative for all I want, but I still have to conform to the rules and standards set by the company as well.
Oh, definitely. So I suppose how one would imagine it is that the company guideline kind of like draws the boundaries, and then as long as you're within that boundaries, you're free to run wild, in that boundary.
Yeah, it can be said that way.
And I do agree that I think the marketing industry is a bit less strict and rigid regarding how far you can take your certain projects to.
Like, it doesn't restrict too much on how you can do a certain thing. Yeah. So I think that is one aspect that I like about the marketing industry.
And then why Bushiroad? Like, what made you think of joining like Bushiroad as a marketing?
I would say Bushiroad, to me, it plays a big part in my life, even before joining the company. Because I've been playing Bushiroad's games way before, just many years before joining the company. So, of course, when I got to know about this opportunity, I was like, ooh, why not?
What were the Bushiroad games that you played before you joined?
Love Life, School Idol Festival, and Bang Dream. So that mobile games.
So those are the two main Bushiroad games that you play before you actually decided to join Bushiroad.
Yeah, at some point I played the Symphogear game as well, but that's only in Japanese. Yeah. Then I realized I have too many games to handle and decided to filter a bit. At some point, I would say I'm quite crazy about it.
Okay.
I can safely say that Bushiroad can be my national anthem.
Wow.
Because when you start the game and then Bushiroad, and so it's something that you hear every day, multiple times a day.
Wow, that's impressive.
Vanguard is it's something that I have seen people play, but I have not tried it myself. But ever since I have started on this role, I developed more interest into the card game, and I actually called up a few friends to pick up the game properly.
Also, you actually had friends who were playing Vanguard.
Yeah, I do.
Wow.
They don't only play Vanguard, they play Weiss as well.
Weiss.
But of course, that's a lot to digest.
Welcome back, everyone. It's going to be just us here as we get into round 1 of the BRO 2023 standard format action. It'll be myself as well as Kai bringing you the coverage. But before we get into the game, of course, we have our usual tradition, Kai, taking a look at the deck lists and seeing what these players are bringing to the table.
That's right. That's right. And first up, we have Lorna Roll from Lex
That's
Tan.
not Wallista.
Yeah, that's not Wallista. What's going on? Lorna Roll. So you sing some songs, you get some guard restrict, you watch your opponent not able to guard. What else do you think? Different fight. What's the plan?
So this deck actually got some pretty good support in this set in general, just because you now have a Song Searcher, which the deck lacked in the past, which is very nice.
Nice.
And the new Lorna Roll is also pretty good too, just for the fact that, you know, she is essentially just like, you kind of give up the crit pressure that you had, but she's a very nice initial ride because you just get to plus from riding her, and then after that you just kind of like, the turn 3 game plan doesn't really change. Like, Lorna Roll wasn't doing too much on turn 3 anyway, she was kind of waiting for that usually turn 4, regardless of when you've set up enough songs. So overall, the deck just feels like it got a few new tools that really help push it. So I think it'll be interesting to see it perform, and it can definitely like steal wins quite easily, because a lot of decks are just like, especially Gandiva, like, is surprisingly piece reliant in the early turns. Like, can't really afford to be dropping your retirer pieces and, you know, your best harvest and stuff, and like can't really, you know, all you have to guard with are like the few triggers you have in hand. So I feel like this could be a surprisingly interesting matchup. But on the opposing side, let's take a look what the player 2 is bringing. Who the player 2 is? It's gonna be Tyler. Oh, there we go.
There it is.
Oh, okay. It's pretty interesting, Gandiva, because we have, of course, the buff Saga Ride line, and this is actually Click who is playing. So for those of you that have tuned into the Vanguard Zero streams, a lot of the Vanguard Zero tournaments, it'll be a name that you recognize. So Click themselves, but it's quite interesting. Kai, what do you think about this Gandiva list? There's definitely quite a few interesting choices here.
So we have, you know, the Bav Saga ride line, normal pick. You know, people alternate between the two. I think the interesting thing is Tanya, right? Tanya is not something you normally see in a Gandiva list, so should be interesting to see how how Click uses this. You know, the rest of the core is like there. I know like people like run Brachio Force and that stuff. That's like the popular pick right now. But yeah, Tanya able to call a card. Grade 0, right? So able to just you know, attack and get some power. Yeah, get a lot of power actually. But I feel like the deck already gets a lot of power, so will be interesting to see how that fits in, right? But hopefully maybe this allows like more rushing, or something similar to that. But yeah, should be interesting.
And the Forbidol is pretty cool too.
Yeah.
Forbidol is also pretty nice. That, like, I think in set 12 we definitely want to run Forbidol, but even now, I guess, you know, you get to call out your Sturgeon as like a 5th copy of Sturgeon in a way. So
fifth copy of Sturgeon, yeah. So yeah,
pretty good for that.
Should be interesting to see how this Gandiva plays out into Lorna Roll, right? And, who do you think will win?
I think,
Prediction.
oddly enough, Lorna Roll might be pretty well matched into this matchup, just because it is overall relatively expected for it to go off, especially kind of, it does come down a little bit to who goes first, I think, in this kind of matchup, but Gandiva can sort of adapt to whatever, whereas for Lorna Roll, I think it'll kind of definitely make a change depending on that. So we're getting into it, and let's take a look at who is going to be going first here between Lex Tan playing Lorna Roll and Tyler.
Lorna Roll going first.
Is first, as you said, yeah.
I guess the
Pretty
plus side here is that, you know, not everyone like tests against Lorna Rolls, so it does have a bit of that surprise factor going into it as well. It is an old deck, but got some new updates. But these updates can sometimes surprise players, right? They forgot what the strong points was Lorna Roll. They just remember, hey, it draws, you know, it gets guard restrict, but it is relatively tanky. It does draw a lot of cards as well. So, yeah, the good old Lorna Roll, their old Lorna Roll. Right now, you go into the new Lorna Roll in the ride deck, and then you kind of just transition into the old one, just because, you know, dress up ability makes everything the same name.
Yep, exactly. So it's gonna be pretty cool to see. kind of showing us that don't forget the other lyrical girls. There's still more. It's not just Willista that became so great.
I mean, like Felty Rosa became good. Alestial.
Yep.
Right. There's a big list. There's a big list. So
Yeah, it definitely
Ty-
goes on for a bit. And so we
Tyler's
see.
swinging in. Right. with
Okay, pretty big early defense. Front gets shut down, so that's also good for Lex there. And now Lex, again, going first means you do have that extra turn of just like building up a little bit and waiting for, getting all your songs in order. And
One
looks
of the
like that's
things
what we're gonna
when one of the things against Gandiva is like they don't really push aggressively that much early unless they have things like Brachio Force. So guarding early does help. Definitely save you a bunch of cards later on.
do. Yep. Okay,
Doesn't really
see
get
the
its
counter
engine
charger.
going until like grade 3. So committing here. Ooh, Lex just committing, going in.
Yeah, big aggro here. So of course, calls out the Song Searcher too, and looks like it's gonna be big defensive front here for Tyler. So the middle column is gonna try to sneak in a hit here. Let's see what Tyler's gonna do. Guarding this is a little bit easier now. Can just drop a 5k, but again, even asking Ganiba to drop a 5k is kind of like, you don't really
Yes.
want to be giving up your key pieces.
Because you need a set amount of cards to hit the 5 bind on the first ride. If they have to drop too much,
Ooh.
is that just a 1 to pass?
No, it drops the heal, so that's gonna be
Oh,
no pass. But
no,
again,
no OT to
asking
pass.
for
Okay.
some of the bigger shield powers. We know there's a front in hand too, so that was held on to for a little bit. Gonna ditch the shield, ride up. Free ride is always nice.
And throwing the Tanya there and then calling a trigger. So calling the 0. And
Oh, that's what they're using it for. Okay, that's actually quite interesting. I like the use of Tanya here quite a bit because it kind of lets you. Wow, this is a very aggressive.
oh, wait, yeah,
game
no, the Tanya
style. I
gives
like
power
it.
to the other grade.
To the grade
sorry.
0, yeah.
Yeah.
So the grade 0 is the one that gets the +5. So it's gonna be an 11. So like if we get a crit, so there's gonna be 2 damage already. But if there's, depending on the defensives here, that's nothing. Followed by a heal, very well timed.
Pretty
That's gonna
good.
keep him on 1.
But now there's rear guards to hit into.
Exactly.
Which
So
is
this
it-
is
In a way, it's
pretty strong.
fine, right? Because in Lex's point of view, even if he commits, his Lauren roll doesn't require any CB, but the hand size is definitely going to drop quite heavily if he loses these 2
Yeah.
cards. Now giving
Alright.
the power.
I like it. This is really interesting. I really like this approach to Gandiva with the Tanya. It definitely eats up
taking a damage.
your early CB. Ooh, yeah, took it. All right. Kind of tells us the hand. I mean, the problem for Lorna Roll, right, is that like now not only do you have quite a few orders, but now you run even more grade 3s because of the fact they have to run the few copies of the new Lorna Roll. Of course, mostly it's just in the ride deck. We do run like usually 1 or 2 extras in the main as well. But you see here, the ride up. So first you use the grade 2's skill, search out your song, and then the on place. You thin out the deck, and then you can use the on place of the actual grade 3 Lorna Roll in order to call out a card. So we'll see what they find off the top here. But Lorna Roll overall just doing good work.
Yep. And wonder which song will be sung this turn. Just gonna get the crits or gonna just go for normal power. I don't think it's gonna commit anything.
Yep.
Just not the time. It's not the time. The hand size is not great. But you don't really have to commit too much anyway, because you're up against Gandiva.
Ooh, that's pretty good. So you get yourself the ability to keep drawing cards, which is always nice. You got a bit of extra CB here to burn through, so that definitely helps a lot too.
Okay, so just doing... I guess you can kind of counter and like swing into the rears as well. Some of your swings, just to kind of limit cards. But in a way, all these cards on Tyler's side are kind of like low value.
Yeah. But I mean, this Ekno is going to be pretty nice. Just being able to draw extra cards and make sure you can survive that first grade 3 Gandiva turn pretty securely, I would say. So we get to swing here. I'm going to sing a song. It is going to be Pretty sure that is the Romantic Happiness. So that's going to be just a draw card and get plus 5k. Kind of the usual process. Oh, we get a PG and a crit here. That's a pretty good first 2 checks here for the grade 3 turn. Another Tanya goes to damage,
Second
followed
check.
by... Ooh, Stirgana. Hopefully there's one in hand there.
Okay, and these can all swing in now, kind of.
Yeah.
Really wants to.
So, yeah, this Marilu here is going to be pretty good. Of course, she has... she doesn't really have any effects right now. She's going to get the plus 10k for
Skill
when
now?
you have 2 or more face-down cards in your order zone. So for now, she doesn't get it. But, you know, just her being a Song Searcher is really nice. And now going to use that Ekno here to get that lovely card draw. Ditch 1, draw 2 is always great.
And yeah, now guarding on Tyler's side. I mean, there's this if there's a best harvest coming up, it's pretty
It's gonna
good
be big.
times.
Yeah.
3
And it's
juicy
actually
targets.
Yeah, grade-wise, you got 2 different ones covered here. Alright, again, Diva comes in. Gonna be able to use the effect for free, but first, you know,
We see the order.
I speak from
Yeah.
from experience. Check your hand carefully.
The DF. Ooh, there it is. Okay, potential +3. If it was
Yep.
me, it's like a potential +0.
yeah, you know, depends. Skill difference.
Yeah, skill difference. All right, that is 1, at least 2 2s already, a 0 and a 3. So everything's covered.
Yep. We got the full party out here. So
One,
you get
two.
the draw 2, you get the bind 2. So that's also pretty good. So this means that now we basically need a Stirgana to get us the other 2, and then 1 more source of bind retire to get to the 5, and we got the crit pressure from Gandiva already.
Yep. First grade 3 turn crit pressure is exactly what you were looking for as Gandiva, and then it just gets worse from there for your opponent. Just the ball keeps on rolling, right?
Yep.
And, but we'll have to see. Sometimes your hands can be just terrible. And then the face down binds from Gandiva as well. You know, you gotta remember what cards are getting bound because you don't get to see it. Only the player who owns the cards gets to see it. All right.
Yep.
Small pro tip: bind your triggers.
That's right. First, you have this many heals, this many crits out, and then you don't.
That's
Okay, there's a
right.
third retire. So it's going to be a retire and a draw. So first you got to process. I mean, you can choose what you process, right? Because you draw from the best harvest, and then you bind from the Gandiva skill itself. So now we're
Yep.
at 3. 1 Stirgana is all it takes now to get us to 5.
Or Sturgana or 2 cards, but it's he's thinking about it. He's putting the powers down already. That doesn't give me confidence. It's
This
not
would be
the
a
end
bit
of
of
the
a
world if
soft
you don't hit the
turn,
crit.
yeah.
It's not the end of the world.
I think it's fine just keeping track of the powers it develops. That's also good.
Yeah.
I'm
What
thinking
cards
about
do
it.
you like binding first? Do you like binding crits, heals, draws, or fronts?
I feel like crits are always nice because they, you know,
Yes.
they'll forget about them the fastest, right?
Yep. I think crits.
Oh, we go battle. Okay, so this
Oh.
will get us to 4 with the counter charger, I suppose.
This is 24.
Bosun, yeah.
Yeah. 24 swing.
So it's a good number.
The Vanguard
Alright.
becomes, if it binds the bosun, it becomes like 21.
21. So this feels like it might just be a take. It's like the one Gandiva swing you can afford to take.
Yeah.
Even if they check
It's a
OT,
double
they're not
crit.
gonna. They don't have an alpha card to like miraculously go to 5.
Correct. Check.
Best harvest.
That's a crit. That is a crit. Dang. Can't
But even
escape the
then-
crits.
Yep. It's 2 damage, so you have the. Let's see defensives first. We got 1. Oh, heal comes through here as well. Lex Tan being loved by Lorna Roll over here. Gonna still hang out at 3 damage, which is pretty good. And I think this does
Yep.
shut down the turn, if I'm not mistaken. So this should be.
The other side's like 21, so it's not good enough.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. Now we're at a stage. If Lauren Roll gets to Persona Ride into just the old one, it's swimming. There it is.
And there it is. This is huge. So this Lorna roll, of course, is gonna get to sing a song first in main phase, which is pretty good. And of course, that's gonna be pretty great. And looks like we're gonna use the grade 2 first. So when the Marilu's called, you can either, if you're Persona, you can soul blast 1, but you can normally just put a card from hand to soul to search for a song and put it to hand.
Yes.
So you chose to put the Lorna roll into the soul, which kind of implies that there's probably a lot of Persona targets in hand. But it also means that if you go back to the new Lorna roll, you have you can kind of sit on her for a while, just because you can keep soul blasting grade 3 Lorna rolls pretty easily. But that's one of the nice things of the card, is that like if you go second, you can use Marilu to immediately put a grade 3 to soul, so that you can use the new Lorna rolls on attack skill immediately.
Ooh, we have another one, another card draw.
Yep.
I think the
pretty
setup is
big.
complete. We have
Yep,
something
so we
scary
got the
happening.
Got the restands, like theoretically double Eknoa. I mean, double attack, but of course only one timing of the draw effect. No countercharger though. That's like the one thing to keep in mind.
No countercharger, but I don't think it's that important to be fair. Like right now, you still have quite a few damage to work with.
Ooh, are we not using the Eknoa here? She gets the plus 5k for the turn, so usually want to use it on the first attack just because the power does
Double dip, yeah.
hang out.
Huh. Okay.
But maybe just nothing good to discard. Like that might actually be the case, that this hand is just like, because we know there's like a PG in there, there's trigger in there. You don't really want to be ditching them.
And
left
to
and
be
right.
fair, I don't think Lex cares if Tyler guards this one, because even if they guard it, you still have 2 swings, and they're both kind of lethal regardless, right? It might even be better if Tyler doesn't take this, but takes it no trigger, right? Because, you know, even if Tyler takes this and then takes the next one and gets triggered, it makes the Vanguard, like, basically all the swings after that very hard to guard. But if Tyler guarded that, then, you know, you have to take it. There we go. So a front comes out. But yeah, because, like, you know, the Lorna roll has an inbuilt crit, right? It just makes kind of this whole turn very lethal.
Yeah. So you kind of want to just go to 5, hit as many defenses as you can, and then kind of like see how far you can defend. Only 2 cards in hand for Lorna roll too. I mean, he's on 3 damage, cannot heal down from here, but already proc 2 offensive, or not offensive, but effective heals. So definitely doing pretty good.
Yeah, there was also a line of play where if Tyler did guard everything, then the Lorna roll swings the crit, but then you can swing the reguards after, and then, you know, you'd kind of be in a weird spot because you spend a lot of cards to guard, and then just guard like a sentinel restrict ability, right? And then now you kind of just get locked with like no kind of pressure.
Yep. Okay,
Counting it
first check.
for first check.
Ooh,
Oh,
that's
is
nice.
this a 2 to pass? He's counting. He's counting.
Yep. So we're currently at 43. So it looks like Okay. Didn't hit the second. Finding the PG is pretty good though, because we definitely know that there's gonna be a big power Gandiva swings coming in with a crit next turn. That starter has been hanging out on the board the entire time, which is pretty impressive.
So decides
Alright.
he's going to use the Eknor. You can actually discard the crit if you want to, right? But actually doesn't want to.
I guess you're kind of afraid of like drawing into lower shield value here. You kind of want to just hold on to it.
If your OT's at the top, you kind of want to stay there and just
Yeah. We're gonna ditch the
heal.
heal.
Okay.
And one more swing. This one is plus 10k. So it's gonna be pretty huge. And I'm gonna PG it.
PG
Alright.
out of this? Wow.
I mean, you can PG the Vanguard, right? You might as well use it
might
here.
as well use it, right? Discarding a best harvest.
Okay.
I guess you're not harvesting much when when the only thing on the field is like 2s.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a break even. We get a Persona ride. So
Yeah,
again,
this
we're
is
at
gonna be
4
a
cards
big
in
turn.
the bind.
Big turn for Tyler. Right? The
Yeah,
Persona ride
has to
basically
be.
just pluses like a whole bunch of power to your front row. How many alpha cards does Tyler have here?
We haven't seen any yet, so chance for a double alpha card is pretty high. And I don't think that, like, if Lex has a 4-card hand, and we kind of know most of it, there's like 2 PGs in there, right? So you can effectively, and one of them is the Blitz PG, so you can like drop a 15, Blitz PG, ditch something, and then use another PG. So you effectively can guard 3 attacks. So you, like, what if it's double alpha car, you eat both alpha cars and just guard everything, but that's kind of awkward because then you have to PG the Vanguard, and then pray that one of the remaining 2 attacks can be blocked with a 15. Otherwise, you actually can only block 2 attacks this turn. So it's a little bit awkward. We're gonna have to see what
Does Tyler have it, right? Does Gandhi get it?
Yep.
Hitting
Right,
one, so
so-
able to draw and bind one on top of that. Very, very tight. I feel like this is pretty much Tyler's like last turn, unless he gets an OT here,
Yep.
or, like double
Alright,
heals
so that's
down
6.
maybe.
Nice. I like the very easy to understand binding here. So just turning the pile sideways once it's reached 5.
Yeah.
All right, and I think it's also pretty interesting. I think for Tyler that this is a, if he doesn't have alpha car, this turn is gonna hit like a wet noodle, unfortunately. So it's pretty important to see it. Been drawing cards, so
If you had an alpha car, you would have dropped it by now, right?
I do agree. Might be thinking through like Styrgunas and stuff. Like, maybe you want to empty out your board first and then call the alpha card. Ooh, Kolkan Diva.
That's yikes.
That's an attacker, but it's not the right one.
And it's
We
not
know
an
there's 2
attacker
PGs in
you
that
want.
hand. Yeah, for Lex, this should be pretty chill then. I mean, you can guard
Okay.
this attack.
The OT is the out here. Okay, the OT is the out.
Even with the OT, you have to flip pretty heavily to make this lethal, because like you have 2 PGs, so even if the OT, you can PG both Vanguard swings, and then you basically eat the 2 rears.
So,
Oh, speaking of PGs,
Sanctitude's good.
Styrguna, it's a bit slow.
Styrguna not so
Sanctitude is
much.
good, yeah. Sanctitude will be huge against Laurel herself. God, I feel like here you swing rears. You kind of want to push the forts because their hand is small, but because their hand is small, you want to take out the rears as much as possible. I assume there's another Persona Ride left in hand too. Oh yeah, and right, Riga got retired, so that does bind.
Does Lex have like the song next turn? Like,
He still has 1 face
Persona
up.
Riding it?
He still
Okay,
has 1
okay.
face up. So yeah, can this PG wants to
PG?
stay at 3. Yeah,
Oh.
we see what the draw for turn is gonna be.
Gonna have to be a big draw.
All right, I'm
Ooh,
pretty
it's
sure.
the new Lord roll.
Yep. It's the
And
extra
that's actually
drive,
pretty
but-
good.
Yep. Gets the top 5 to call something, which is important. But again, this is like you said, it was Tyler's potential last turn. It all depends on what Lex can find here. So for Lex, is also feels like the last turn. So let's see where it
Yeah.
goes. Gonna find that Shibanu. So she's gonna be able to look at top 5 for up to 2 Lorna rolls. This is one of the best searchers in my opinion, because it's like check top 5 for 2 different Lorna rolls, and if you find nothing, you draw 1. So regardless, you're getting stuff out. I feel like there aren't that many Lorna rolls left in deck, so probably it's gonna be just a CB1 to draw 1.
Yeah. But anything is fine. He just needs to make a scrappy field and kind of go for it, I think.
Yeah.
Did we get any?
Yep, looks like
that's
a whiff.
perfect, right?
But we've seen we've seen both of the new Lorna rolls now. We've seen 2 of the old Lorna roll.
Yeah.
Or no,
It's a bit of
yeah,
a
yeah,
long
2.
shot.
So in terms of different names, I think the chance wasn't there to begin with, but let's take a look. Gonna do it again using the CB, because this Lorna roll, doesn't use any CB, not even for singing. So looks like another whiff, so we can keep drawing. So it's pretty good. And then of course you can use the 6 flower fractal to be able to restand your board, which is great.
And it's under Persona Ride, so you can just technically move them up and they're hitting 18.
I wonder if the players, it's like, it's been so long since we've used the 3-pile cut now in-person play. I wonder if the players are like unused to it now. It's like, oh yeah, right, that's how this works.
Okay, so we got a L formation here, right? It's a
Yep.
okay, right? You just need stuff just to bash, and I feel like Tyler's hand isn't sufficient. Maybe it is. Maybe it's like a 4-card hex.
Yeah, it's actually not that big. Like, he drew from the Gandiva effect, and that was kind of it. So, not being able to, get as much from your best harvest definitely shows some of the, I mean, it's more so like just lacking that the 5 cards in bind on the first grade 3 turn really slows you down as Gandiva.
Yeah, I think Tyler might have to take this one. This is the only one right now that's confirmed. Not scary, because the Lorna has a potential to get a critical, and even though you have a PG for it, it's like you're not living through the whole turn.
Yeah, I think this might be a time to. The only problem is that, you do have the big board restand that could get a little bit scary here.
The OT is used.
Ooh, okay. That comes out a bit early. Earlier than expected.
It does restand, like, it's making 5 attacks, right? So.
Yep. That is indeed. It'll restand everything. So there's 3 face down at the time of the singing. So therefore, all 3 will be restood and get themselves that lovely buff as well. So now the Vanguard gets really swole, so you have to PG this because it's Persona Red plus 30k as well.
Yeah, but the problem is this 2-card guard, and then to guard the other side, even with no triggers, right? That Lorna roll column is 31. So that should be a 2-card guard, unless one of them's a front.
Ooh, and this triple drive gets the crit in the last one. Gonna split it up here. I've seen most of the fronts, I think, too, so I think the chance of a 20k guard with 1 card is actually relatively low. So this should be the crit column. That's 31. Coming in here.
Got this one. PG.
Drops the PG, 1 card guard. Does he have it? Nope, gonna have to take it, and it's gonna be the Alpha car. Lex 10 takes it over Tyler with Lorna roll for round 1 on stream. So of course, for Tyler, definitely a little bit on the lower side of things. Didn't see the 5 cards in bind early. Didn't see, any alpha cars either. I think we saw like what? Did we even see a Stuttergun that game?
The only alpha cars we saw are in the top 5 checks for Gandiva.
And the damage,
So, even though Gandiva is like one of the best decks in the format, it can still low roll, it can still lose. Right, we can see Lorna roll here rolling itself to the round 2 with a win. So very, very, just a bunch of decks can still take the wins. Right, that was a pretty close game, though. You have to admit.
Yeah. Lorna roll representing all the seasons with her songs, and we're here bringing the summer vibe to it. It's the only season she doesn't represent, but. That was a pretty good round 1, not gonna lie. I think it's not just, it's both interesting in terms of like getting to see that Gandiva build too, because we saw the Tanya, which I think was really interesting use. That early grade 2 turn was really impressive, something that we never see normally. And I think that overall, like even for Tyler, losing round 1 is like, okay, you definitely had a little bit of a low grind there on that first game. But if you can just like play your average Gandiva game for the remaining 6 rounds, I feel like X1 record, it's gonna be pretty safe into day 2 as well. So, whereas if you're Lex, you're basically chilling. I mean, you got your first round 1 win, keep it up for the next few, and you'll be pretty good for getting to day 2 potentially as well. So, honestly, really nice start, in my opinion. So, a great round 1 to have on stream too. So I'm overall pretty happy. But I do think that quite a few of our rounds are still going. But Kai, any other closing thoughts for that round 1 match?
Yeah, it's just nice seeing both decks kind of showing off their techs and what they're doing. So very cool to see. Right, hopefully we get more cool games as well. Right?
Yes, absolutely. So with that, we're gonna go for a short break as we get ready for round 2. But myself and Kai will be back in here for that one as well to bring you all the action. So stay tuned.
Okay, so the schedule for this English Attack on Titan, how bad was it? Like how much of a rush were you in, due to this sudden arrangement?
I can only say that for this particular set, it was a good thing at that time I was living in Tokyo, Japan, and working in the main office, because at any point in time I had to get up from my seat, run to the Weiss Schwarz team, the Japanese team in the office, and just discuss every single detail. At that time, I think we were one floor apart. If I remember correctly, we were one floor apart. We were definitely on different floors. My office was, I think, one floor higher than the Japanese Weiss Schwarz teams. So at any point I needed anything, it would be leave my seat, run all the way down, iron out all the details, get back to. No, somebody out there will say, why don't you just call downstairs? No, some things you need to iron out in detail and have all the details straight.
Yeah.
Because any single mistake there would cause the entire set to be different from the Japanese one.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So that's one thing. So that's something that's manageable only because you were working in Japan at the time.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
It is going to be very difficult, very challenging if we were to attempt the same thing.
And well, since you mentioned it, I understand you worked in Japan for a number of years. How many years was that?
5 or 6.
5, 6 years.
Yeah.
So 5, 6 years of your years working in 5, 6 years out of 9 years working in Bushiroad. 5, 6 years was in Japan.
Was in Tokyo, Japan. Yeah.
Tokyo. Wow.
Working out of the main office.
Okay. So I'm a little bit curious. What's the cultural working difference, in Japan and then in Singapore? Like, what's the main difference do you see?
It's more of the working culture, I think, and mostly because Japanese tend to be very polite. So the place is mostly quiet. It's a lot more quiet than any other office than I've seen so far. So, and people tend to like to finish their work before they leave the office. So some employees tend to leave like 8, 9 p.m. at night just because they finish their work and then they prepare for the next day's work. So it's slightly different from overseas where there are certain companies that, of course, once it's time to knock off, you go home.
So in Japan, a lot of people, they actually like stay up later than usual.
Yes, they normally stay back later just to finish up their work, which is not a bad thing, but sometimes you need time for family.
I guess you kind of like have to balance.
Yeah.
Some days you might have to stay because you have to stay, but maybe other days you can take it easier and then you just take it easier.
Also, just to dispel some rumors out there, there's actually a rumor out there that says that Japanese companies, you don't leave earlier than your boss. No, that's just a rumor.
Probably from very long time ago.
It might have been a practice maybe long ago, but nowadays not so much. I mean, the boss sometimes leaves earlier than most of the staff because sometimes they have maybe business dinners, business appointments. They need to talk to other companies or have their own appointments. So yeah, it's definitely not that true.
Do you have any kind of tips or advice for people who might want to do translating for a job? Like maybe they want to be a translator as well. Maybe they hope to be working for Bushiroad one day. Do you have any advice for the young ones out there?
Young ones.
Yeah.
If they are young ones, they are still a bit away. But for tips, all I can say is first you must get your Japanese language up to par. For that, you probably have to listen to music, watch shows. If you can, try practicing. If you're in a class, grab your classmates and just practice whatever language it is that you want to practice. Getting better at it is first priority. Then after that, practice a lot, I guess. Listening to music, watching shows, reading books, or even if you're starting out in Japanese, reading manga. That's one of the easiest ways. Go for the lower age mangas like Buddy Fight, we have Koro Comic. Yeah, the Japanese magazine. Just get a copy and just try to read whatever's in there. Then after that, JLPT, the Japanese Language Proficiency Test, pass, or if you can go all the way to level 1, that at least shows your employer that you have the skills.
I wouldn't say it's absolutely necessary because as with any language, just being able to speak it, write it, it shows that you know the language, and then from people who know the language will know what level of proficiency you are at.
Yeah, but
so I guess it's just good to really just show it. I can do it.
Yeah. It's just documentation that you know.
Yeah, because from what I know, I think Terence, you don't have any JLPT at all.
No.
And yet, everyone who needs help with Japanese in offices, they just go to you.
Yeah, because if you stay in the country long enough, it becomes natural.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's, I wouldn't say, we wouldn't say JLPT is absolutely necessary, but it's just good to have.
Yes, it's
just to show, because I think people, that's like kind of like official verification that you can do, you have proficiency in this language.
Also depends on your employer. If your employer really requires a proof that you do know the language, but there are companies out there who actually just test your proficiency during the interviews.
Yeah.
Right. So it again depends on the company who's going to hire you.
That's true. Yeah. So Terence tips for everyone is just immerse yourself in the language, in Japanese language, if you want to translate Japanese for a living.
Or if you want to translate other languages, just
same thing.
Learn, adapt, be really good at it. At least a normal conversation.
Yeah. And I suppose the kind of things you're translating for matters as well. Like you can be interested in Japanese language, but you also have to be interested in, let's say, the anime and manga culture, if that's what you want to translate. Yeah, because if not, you might not get the puns or a lot of references and connotations that come with a lot of different words.
Right.
Yeah. So I suppose, if you want to be working in the industry, I guess you have to be interested in that industry as well.
It's definitely a plus.
Yeah. Because if not, a lot of things you just wouldn't get.
Yeah, it just goes over your head.
Yeah. So thank you so much for sharing all your insights here with us.
No problem.
Thank you. Yeah. Because as one of the longest standing employee of Bushiroad, you definitely have a lot of valuable experience to share with us. So thank you so much for the interview today. And I think I think that's all we have for today.
Yeah.
So thank you so much.
Great being here.
Yeah. Thank you.
バンドリガールズバンドパーティーポッピンパーティーキラキラドキドキしたいな
アフターグロー今日もいつも通り行こう
パステルパレットみんなで最高のステージにしようね
ロゼリアこのメンバーで頂点を目指すわ
ハローハッピーワールド世界を笑顔にモルフォニカ輝く景色を一緒に
レイザー水蓮暴れる準備はいい
個性豊かなバンドメンバーとライブを成功させようリズムゲームパートではゲームオリジナル楽曲がたくさん遊べるさらにライブ背景を MV にして遊べる楽曲もそしてリズムゲームの体感もパワーアップ有名カバー楽曲も続々登場知ってる楽曲でたくさん遊べるよ最大5人での協力ライブが可能みんなで協力してライブを成功させようバンドライフを楽しむアドベンチャーパートラウンジでは次々に交わされるメンバーたちの会話が見られるよ日常やさまざまな会話を楽しもう私たちと一緒にキラキラドキドキする毎日を過ごそうバンドリガールズバンドパーティー大好評配信中始めよう私たちのバンドライフ
which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes. Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve Original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class, and grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers, or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse Evolve.
Cardfight Vanguard! Your deck will become so much stronger! Festival Booster 2023! Dressed up lyrical Monasterio members! Bushiroad!
Gamegenic Ingenious Supplies.
Weiss Schwarz. Begin a new story with the girls on the stage of Weiss Schwarz once again. Review Starlight Real Life Booster Pack. Coming soon. Bushiroad.
Weiss Schwarz. 10 years journey with Sword Art Online. Now on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Booster Pack Animation Sword Art Online 10th anniversary. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Weiss Schwarz. Experience the full-blown high school story on the stage of Weiss Schwarz once again. Saikano, How to Raise a Boring Girlfriend Flat Booster Pack. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Weiss Schwarz is a trading card game that adapts anime and game titles, so everyone can enjoy their favorite titles as a card game. In this video, we will show you a brief tutorial to the basics of the game in 6 minutes. Decide who goes first with rock, paper, scissors. The winner goes first. Both players shuffle their decks and draw 5 cards as their starting hand. Discard the cards you don't want from your hand into the waiting room. Then, draw the same number of cards you discarded. When both players are done, let's Weiss Schwarz. First, draw a card from your deck. Now, let's play a character onto the stage. To attack, turn your character sideways. Attack! You deal damage to your opponent equal to your character's soul. As there are no characters facing the attacking character performs a direct attack and gets an additional soul. Flip the top card of your deck as your trigger check. Different triggers give different effects. In this case, it's a soul icon, so your character gets 1 additional soul. Put the card you just flipped over face down into your stock. As you can see on the right, there are various ways in which we can increase the damage we deal to our opponent. For this attack, we will deal a total of 3 damage. The opponent will flip over cards equal to the damage taken from the top of their deck and put them into their clock. With this, we will end our turn. Now it's your opponent's turn. Draw phase. During the clock phase, you may put a card from your hand into your clock. To draw 2 cards, the opponent plays 3 characters on their stage and 1 on their backstage. While characters on the backstage cannot attack, characters with the assist ability can boost the power or give effects to characters in front of them. Opponent attacks. Any triggers? No triggers. So that's 2 damage. Opponent attacks. Trigger check. A soul trigger. That's 1 additional soul for a total of 3 damage. Cancel. If a climax card turns up, damage cancel occurs. And all cards flipped for damage is put into your waiting room. This means you take 0 damage from this attack. Opponent attacks. As there is a character facing the attacking character performs a frontal attack and gets no additional soul during the attack. No icons, no bonuses. So you receive only 1 damage. When there is an opposing character facing the attacking character, a battle between them occurs. In a battle, the character with the higher power wins. The character with lower power loses the battle, becomes reversed, and sent to the waiting room at the end of battle phase. And that's the end of your opponent's turn. Draw phase. This time, let's clock 2. Let's fill your stage with characters.
Welcome back, everyone. It is time for another game of Vanguard. Chris, you ready?
That is right. It's time to get back into action here for round 2 of BRO Standard. And it's going to be an exciting one as we continue to look at what the players have brought. And I think, might as well just jump into it and see here. And we're going to have a Gandiva in this round as well. It's going to be Drakon bringing it. And you can see this is a lot more of a conventional list. Still running the Buff Sagara ride line to make sure you have the free ride up. So I saw somebody in chat asked earlier. They were like, oh, like what are you actually running the Buff Sagara grade 1 for? And it's usually, you get to deck thin a single card out, which means that your chance of drawing into other pieces, as well as checking your triggers, does go up. And also it means you have a free ride up into your grade 2. And then you can just bind the shield from your drop later down the line as well. So it's pretty straightforward. Brachio Force here, of course, is used for having a bit of early aggro options too. You often see Brachio Force in Gandiva lists these days as like the other grade 2 option. And I think we will continue to see it for quite a bit, as it is always going to be pretty good to have too.
It's just a good card. Right? Good card. Early game aggression. Retires. Draws. Does a bit of everything. So, big fan. Big fan. Also running a lot of the heals, right? The heal lineup is a bit different. Focusing a bit more on that Gandiva / Zorga / anything that gets a crit heal, right? This is one of the big choices you have to make right now in the metagame. You take a normal heal, a crit heal, or a restandard heal, right? A multi-attack heal. What do you think? What do you think?
What flavor of heal do you want? I think for this, like, the main thing you would want the restandard heal right now for is like the Willista matchup. That's kind of the main one where it's pretty good. But even then on like Persona Ride, they hit 38, so it's like It doesn't necessarily one card guard either. So I feel like the crit one is pretty good for this specific tournament here too. So I think overall this seems to be the right call. I think that this heal is the right call for specifically the BRO format. Once Minerva comes around, that'll be a different story though.
Yeah, I know like people like doing 2-2, but for Drakon here, went for the 3-1 or the 1-3. Bit more emphasis on that, the crit matchup, which might come in very, very handy against the current deck that they're playing against, which is Zorga Gen X.
Yeah, it's your favorite. Your favorite.
Nah, not my favorite.
Oh yeah.
One of my favorites. Okay, one of my favorites. But yeah, no, this Zorga deck is the new cool, right? Or maybe it's the old cool because they went back to Blue Zorga. Blue Zorga is actually like the better Zorga out of, of course, the best Zorga is Zorga Masks, but then comes Blue Zorga. It just synergizes well, right? And you got the multi-attack now with the Keen Severing, running only one of that. I know in the early times, they were like 2, so it was just 1. And then the nice buff with the Red OT Valnort, restanding your Prison Dragons, getting that's how you win the Gandia matchup pretty much.
Interestingly, running 3 of the Blitz Order, the Fine Drink of Abolishment.
It's
what do you think of that?
I think it's pretty interesting. I know a lot of people usually just focus on like a full aggressive lineup, but being able to at least defend, right, is good. Especially it just grabs you an extra turn. So let's see how it works out. 3 is quite high though. 3 is quite high. It'll be conflicting. It normally conflict with something like a Sanctitude, but we don't even see that Sanctitude.
Yeah, right.
Normal OT, not normal OT, normal PG.
PGs. Yeah. All right. Well, with that, I think we're ready for the game as both players have loaded in as well. So let's get into it. It's gonna be Gene using that Zorga and seeing how it's gonna last against Gandiva. So of course, pretty good matchup, right? You really don't mind your roaming Prison Dragons to get retired whatsoever. Bring them back every turn. Keep on bashing.
Yes. I think it's kind of weird. So if you can get your roaming Prison Dragons out early and just kind of like rush, it's pretty nice. But then if your opponent like responds with like best harvests, then it's a bit swingy.
Yep. All right. I think we'll be just about ready to get into it soon. Players are just getting ready as well here on our end, shuffling up everything, making sure that they're good to go. And looks like we're set. Let's get into it and see how things are going to go between these two players. Ooh, we see Drakon here, of course, already has the Gotobun sleeves from the recent collab on the JP side. And it's going to be Gene going first here with Zorga.
Yeah, all the non-Gandiva players seem to be able to go first. It's a bit of a...
It's the debuff you have playing Gandiva. The chance of going second becomes increasingly higher.
I think we're having just some graphical difficulty. But Gandiva going into the grade 1, searching.
Yep.
Good
also
thing
to remind the viewers at home that, sometimes I know that it may seem like, the range of view might be a little bit smaller, but that's because we have a slightly cropped view here for the stream. So what you see is not necessarily everything that the players see of each other's camera. So do keep that in mind, that it is slightly cut off from the actual player view.
Yep. And we have judges on the table all the time, so they'll know. They'll know. Drakon just swinging in, going in for the nice AK with a no guard and 1 damage coming out.
Yep.
So PG though. PG
kind of in there as well.
PGs. You want those PGs for later, for when the power lines go way too high. And but this time, back to Gen X.
Yep.
How aggressive can Gen X go? Order gets thrown away. Now salvaged back. We had 2 of the same one there too, but...
Yep, so round line going pretty swimmingly. Shadow Cloak. Gonna get to ditch probably the mask, I feel like is usually the target here. Yep, there it is.
Yep. It doesn't look like there's any Prison Dragons yet, so... Bit of a slow start on Gen X's side. look like it's a bit mirrored on that screen as well. So
Yep. Just little adaptations here.
double Shadow Cloak. So here we go. Going to set up that drop zone. At least like 3 10k swings. Very annoying.
Yep.
It's kind of like that high roll play, right? You can commit 3, well, you can commit 2 regards. Just kind of go in, and if they get a trigger, they get a trigger. If they don't, you get rewarded. But it's also like if they retire your, if they retire your Shadow Cloaks here, you don't really feel too bad because you are a deck that just kind of makes a field from the drop zone anyway. And technically speaking, these are kind of priority targets, so you don't want Shadow Cloaks staying around and giving you free resources. That's a Sturgener going away, which is not great. Vanguard now swinging. So by existing on the board, you are creating a situation where your opponent wants to get rid of him, and Gandiva doesn't really have any good ways to get rid of him, except for like swinging in, right? Or Brachio Force.
Takes both. All right. So lost the Rugwent in the first damage. So I like how you called Rugwent Sturgener. That kind of reaffirms my point when I looked at my Rugwent in hand and thought, or like I looked at my best harvest and thought it was a Rugwent.
Yeah. Everyone makes mistakes.
Double Brachio. Okay, we're going pretty ham on this early push. I guess if you're, Gandiva, even going second against Zorga, you want to get that kind of early push in, get the cards in the drop zone too. Gets the crit as well. Second from
OT.
But the OT gets popped early. It's gonna be nullifying the damage, but that was a crit check, I'm pretty sure, so there should be one more damage check coming in if I'm not mistaken. Just checking the hand, but I'm pretty sure there's another damage check waiting. Yep, okay. Oh, he was thinking about the power, where to put it, okay.
Oh, is that 2 PGs?
That's pretty rough. So now, Gen X knows that they have to block this, gotta have to block the Shadow Cloaks and not give the draw from the, Brachio. For Drakon, you can clear off the Brachios later with Sturgener, but I guess we'll see. He goes into Blue Zorga here. So you get your 2CB.
Having to spend that extra card as well. It's kind of annoying, right? You got an OT. This turn should just be an easy turn for you, but still having to spend that extra card is... it's not,
what if there's a line to just, take that? But I guess maybe he's lacking in attackers, so it doesn't really wanna just yet.
You want to keep a Shadow Cloak, I guess, so you can kind of salvage some cards. And also, in a way, you kind of deny Dracon's Brachio Force right now. So like if Dragon's hand is not set up for a turn 3 Gandiva, then those Brachio Forces are the one ways he will get that hand, that set up hand. But denying is pretty important because Drakon doesn't really have that much hand either, right? Is that a 5-bind hand? Maybe not.
Yeah, I guess we'll see. But the double Brachio definitely tries to find you those pieces as well. But right now, Gen X's side is looking a little bit uncertain, I guess is the way to put it, just because we don't have the roaming prison dragons yet. We do have the mask in the drop, but I don't know if we have the Zorga masks to actually go into for the extra power buff from doing Alchemagic, and in general, it just feels a little bit barren for this time being, and I guess it depends on what is actually in hand. We know that there's the Miasma order that can revive something, but at this point you're just reviving Shadow Cloak, I guess.
I think it's not bad. Revive Shadow Cloak. There's a Ruben Kushner there. Just get it out. Put on some pressure. The crit pressure is very, very scary. Having to guard this early is just, it's not optimal. But deciding to call back the Shadow Cloak. So that means it sets up for like a double Shadow Cloak play if Gen X wants to do that. Bounce 2 cards back, which is, I guess, value, right?
Yeah, if you could have healed out one of these PGs, that would have been pretty good, just to get that back to hand for the Grade 3 Gandiva turn, because right now it's looking a little bit suspect.
Yeah. Bit shaky.
Yeah.
There is, I guess, Gen X trying to find a way to keep as little cards on the board as possible. And actually just swinging in.
Yeah, that's what I felt like. This hand feels like it doesn't really have anything going for it.
Okay.
Damn, 13. No Alchemy Magic, no nothing.
Keen Severing.
Okay,
comes
there's the
out.
Grave Zorga. I mean, the Zorga Mask, rather. Sorry. Zorga Mask in there. We got the Kill Severing as well for later. Both players 2 PGs in damage zone, though, and this is like... You want PGs against Zorga as much as you want PGs against Gandiva. Like,
Yeah.
once Zorga does
yeah.
pop off, it's just, like, pretty hard to stop. But it's looking like G-Nex might be a little bit far away from the pop-off for the time being.
One thing with Dracon though is they are running 3 of those crit heals. So against this matchup, against those Brewing Prison Dragons, will be pretty good. And we know the OT is gone as well. So it's the surprises aren't gonna be happening. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Alright, get the cut in here. Cut and shuffle after you retire. And we get our first 2 cards in the bind zone. It's gonna be 2 crits. Okay, what's next? We want to see Sturgeon here. Want to get to 5,
There it
bind
is.
as much as possible. Alright, that's the first big step.
Gets rid of everything. Alright.
Yep.
Pretty sure we 1 off.
Yeah. And there we go. Stealing
Another
them for
one.
stealing them.
Okay.
Goes to 6
Alright.
here.
And
Alright.
crit active, it's actually kind of scary for Gen-X, but Gen-X should have the means to guard this.
Yeah.
Hand is-
This
Gen-X hand
Brachio is
is
kind of annoying too.
Pretty good.
Ooh, calls the Alpha card. I feel like you can... numbers wise, I feel like you'd want to call the Alpha card behind and then just overcall the Sturgeon there. But I suppose this also works. I mean, this is a little bit lower numbers, only 10k guard, but I think... Let me check Zorga's trigger lineup. I don't think we play... Yeah, there's no draws in there, so there's no actual 10k shield, so I guess it's asking for 15k no matter what. So here we're going to have the Gandiva, of course, attacking, activating Alpha card. Effect, get us to 7 cards in the bind, and ooh, call up Bowson. It's not, you know, the best attacker, but it'll do the job. We
Yeah,
do
you can swap
have
it next
a-
turn.
Yeah.
Tributes
322
to
again.
Bind.
Keep swinging for these 22 numbers.
Yeah, 21, I think. It's like, I don't know. Boast is swing for 22, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh,
like, it's a
front is
weird number
big.
for Gandiva. Front?
Double
front?
front. I mean, these are probably
Ooh.
confirmed attacks just because of how huge they are, and they don't, you know, carry crit on them.
Yeah.
Yep,
just-
first one gets taken. It's a crit, but it kind of doesn't... I guess maybe it matters. You might want to actually block this, but double front is kind of hard. It's like 30, 40, 44. It's actually quite huge. Even though you're 23, it's still 25k shield, so... It's like a 5k and a... I guess kill severing in a front
Takes it.
would do
that's
it. Goes to
correct.
4.
It's fine.
Alright.
It's fine. But I guess the scary thing is, yeah, the 2 PGs aren't there, so like, well, in the damage. So 4 is a bit dangerous. If
Yeah.
this was a normal game, I think it's fine. But because those 2 PGs are revealed, yeah, you're kind of asking for a lot of damage, a lot of pressure next turn.
Alright, Shadow Cloak again. What's it gonna mill this time around? Oh, nope, it's gonna just be chilling. As we go into the Zorga masks, get the draw from Persona Ride. So of course, if you haven't played Standard in a while, you might be wondering, what are these mask cards? So these are, of course, basically, if you remember reverses from way back in the day, it's kind of like the D-Era's take on reverse. So instead of locking your circles, you have this order card that searches for units that have Dragon Tree or masks in their names, and they are basically these corrupted forms of different grade 3s. So you see Zorga here. I'd say he was already kind of on the verge of corruption from the very beginning, but quite a lot of units have mask forms, and they essentially, the mask you can use from the drop zone when your opponent's Vanguard is grade 3 or greater. Or you can use it even without that, but basically to go from the regular form of the unit to change into the masks form, And then if your opponent's on grade 3 or greater, then you activate Persona Ride. So you can Persona Ride on turn 3 going second technically with these, which is the unique part of them. And of course, you know, it's a cool way to introduce upgrades to different units. So if you have like a fan favorite, you don't necessarily have to give them a grade 4 or like an alternate grade 3. You can kind of give them an evolution via a Masks unit. And we've seen quite a few be quite strong throughout time so far as well. So we're going to see here, of course, Alchemagic.
One of the stronger ones.
Yeah, Zorga is, I would say, currently one of the strongest ones. And even in Japan, like, we've had more Masks units come out. And I'd say that Zorga's still really good. Of course, you know, we've seen Gurishio get quite a few tops. Orphist has been picking up a lot of traction as well in Japan. So, and there'll still be more Mask units to come.
Yep. And this Zorga, funnily enough, is a kind of more complicated deck when you compare it to the other decks out there. Because
and you can kind of see that, right? Like, so many orders, so many, like, pieces to balance throughout the game. You know, whether it's your orders, whether it's your very few attackers in the deck too. You know, you saw that last turn where you just kind of swung 3 times at base power and passed. There we go, bounces the PG here, Shadow Cloak. So Shadow Cloak's effect, of course, when you Alchemagic, you can Soul Blast 1 to bounce a rear guard back to your hand. So you can revive for Sunrise, you can revive your PGs and just get them back, which is very nice.
Roving Prison Dragon comes out, swaps it up.
Yep.
Now there's pretty good pressure happening.
Fist Harvest there in the back too. So the Zorga gonna be swinging in for 33 if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, it should be more because he also used the Miasma, so 38 I want to say.
Swinging Vanguard first though. I swear we saw the kill severing, right? But all the
we
CB
did see it, but we
huge.
don't have a Dragon Tree marker yet on the field, so...
No, I think there... Oh, was it not? I think there is one,
so...
right?
Keel Severing has to... No, we don't have a Dragon Tree marker yet. I think he hasn't used... He didn't use the Fist Harvest, I think, to make a marker. So, Keel Severing can only call itself on a Dragon Tree marker. So it's a little bit specific on that front. But we see now both players on 4 damage. And this is a crit threatening Roaming Prison Dragon. But of course...
as well.
Ooh, dishes the OT. That's pretty early.
Yeah. Revealing
like
that
it's gonna
info is
just
pretty big.
Is this going face? Is it going rear? I feel like taking out the Bowson might not be bad. They run very few copies of it, so if you're kind of aiming for the long game, that could be a potential option too. But it's gonna get a guard out anyway. Dropping 38k shield there. So now it's back to Drakon for the Gandiva turn.
Swap back. We're at the correct move from
Yes.
the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere.
That's right. It is a truly global event.
I guess the scary thing here is that Jetix is on like maxed out CB, so it's a bit rough, right? You want the multi attacks to be able to start like shredding the hand from Drakon, because 3 attacks is very mappable, and it's only 1 Roaming Prison Dragon as well.
Yeah, it's a little rough.
What's not rough is Drakon's turn should be very straightforward. Opponent's on 4. This is already when you can like drop an alpha card, but you know Drakon went all out last turn already. So
yep.
Yeah, when you see your opponent at 4 damage as a Gandiva on your second turn,
You smell blood.
That's right. That's exactly what I was gonna say. Time to pounce.
Yeah.
Ups it around.
Yep, get the max power, get the counter charge as well. You get to definitely get to 10 bind as well. This looks like an alpha card being potentially called. Yup, it's gonna be that. So Persona.
Wow.
It's pretty huge. So this is like what, 38, I wanna say?
Yeah.
Perfect number.
Okay. Zorga is that deck that just staying alive, you know. It's got all this every turn get back your PG, get back a big defensive shield. It's one of the few decks that can kind of tank like that.
Yep. I mean, it can, but at the same time, gonna choose to take this first one, knowing fully well that this might be the only attack you're allowed to take. And the defensive gonna help. It's still gonna be a massive attack. It's like, what, 23, 43. Pretty huge. Probably not going to use the Bowsen here yet, knowing that in the back row it's pretty safe in this matchup. I think we don't see any retire options being played in this Zorga list, so... I mean, I think Zorga only has like one, right? It's like the Regurgitation Order was like the only one I think that had potential board wiping options.
Yeah, but no one really runs it.
Yeah,
Value
I mean,
is
it's
like
pretty
not...
outdated card.
Yeah.
Oh, can actually use this CB1 for the pop of the Shadow Cloak, so really just leaving nothing up on the board, which, you know, is like fine, I suppose. You only have one Roaming Prison Dragon, I think, in drop for Gen X. So, let's see here. It's going to be big old swing here. 45. Yep. See, first check. Best Harvest. Second check, Bowsen. Pretty blank, but still, these attacks are hitting like a truck, and next turn is going to start to get even heavier. Gonna go bigger first. So this is 43, 45 with AK boost. So 53, it's like perfect. Asking for a lot of shield from the very get-go. It's like, how big is that hand? How fake is it? You want to start using those blitz orders yet? Because of course the blitz order is a plus 5k for every different named order in your drop and bind. So we'll have to get a check on how big this is going to be. It does draw a card too, which is very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, draw first. Draw first, gamers. Alright, that'll be enough.
Shield, okay.
So that technically gives you more different name orders now, which is very nice, because it doesn't have to be a normal order, it's any order card. So the one interesting thing with Elementaria is that it removes itself from game, so it doesn't contribute to this even if you use it. So, but it doesn't even run it anyway, so not really relevant to this specific game. Ooh,
Dracon's head is not that big, it seems, right?
Yeah, it's not crazy massive, and also important that, you know, we don't see the rewrite here. We do have a mask somewhere, so as long as there is a Zorga mask somewhere in the hand, we can proc Persona right in the main phase, which would be pretty good, but we'll see if that's the case or not, or if this will be a bit of a lighter turn. But I think this might be the last Shadow Cloak. We've seen a lot of Shadow Cloaks throughout this game being used. Only one CB for Zorga, though. We do know that the Tearful Malice now is in consideration, which will help, of course, but you kind of want a Tearful Malice against matchups where, you know, you don't really have, you know, retire, so you have to self-clear your own Roaming Prison Dragons, whereas here it's like, I don't really
Your
wanna...
opponent does it for you.
Yeah, it's like I don't really have a board to Tearful Malice away. Alright. Gonna use the Grave Zorga's main phase effect here to get back the Mask of Future Groom to hand.
This enables Alchemagic, I guess?
And also enables a search, which is also very nice, and doesn't get bound. Most importantly, you don't want the mask to get bound away, because you only run 2. So this way you can keep recycling it. So you're gonna first look at top 5 here, process it, try to find Zorga masks off the top. You don't, it whiffs. And I feel like it doesn't, I feel like choosing that order also means, because you also found the Frozen Resentment. So I feel like that was also consideration to use to potentially try and drop a Roaming Prison Dragon to drop, but chose not to go for it, instead to search for Zorga, but whiffs the search and like use the once per game, you know, Zorga Mask's main phase ability of the Banish for that too. So it's like quite a lot of resources invested into that.
Not exactly once per game, because
it does run a second, yeah, twice per game. I stand corrected.
Swinging in with the Roaming Prison first, right? The extra crit.
Did retrieve the Perfect Guard there, but still no Dragon Tree markers, which means that this Keel Severing is not popping out. Only 3 attacks. So, and no CB now as well, so it's going to be a little bit rough to ever set up the Dragon Tree marker, because you want to be using that CB on other things, and we've been seeing it used on revives for Shadow Cloak to get back PGs and whatnot too. I'm getting a trigger check here, it seems. Let's take a look at what it's going to be the guard here for Drakon.
Is that maybe a no guard it's considering?
No, I feel like at this point you kind of like, oh no, it
Oh,
is.
it
Crit,
is, crit.
found off the top. Double crit. 3 damage coming in. First heal is ineffective. And that's going to be game for Gene X. Taking it with Zorga. Definitely a little bit of a uncertain game plan, I would say. Definitely didn't feel as secure in terms of like the moves that we saw from the Zorga. But overall still very powerful, very strong. And goes to show like it was a PG race for both players. And we saw like 2 PGs fly to damage on both player sides very early. Which kind of tells you that probably they're not going to have them. And at the same time as well, like Zorg can get them back after healing them.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, that's a big difference. And it's just the like RPD's pressure. The earlier you get it, we saw coming a bit later this time, but it's just the earlier it comes out, you know, you're forced to guard that with like an undeveloped hand, and then you know sometimes you're forced to make those weird decisions where I can't commit so many cards to guard a Vanguard at 4, right? And if their trigger check is glad, then there's not much you can do, right? You just take a bunch of damage.
Yep, exactly. And like Kai, you know what I'm starting to realize? How many times have we seen Gandiva on stream so far?
Two out of 2.
And how many times has Gandiva won on stream so far?
0.
What's going on, Gandiva bros? I thought this was supposed to be the best deck. What is going on, bro? Lord Roll, Zorga, these are the ones coming out on top. And even decks that, like, you know, I'd say Zorga is not a deck that wants to go first, but
I think it'd go. To be fair, I feel like Zorg can do anything. You can go first.
yeah.
If you go first, just put like roaming prison dragons, and they still have to guard that. If you go second, then you Persona Ride and then into roaming prison dragons. So they still have to guard that, right? So
Yep.
I feel like with Zorga, you just care that you see them. Yep.
That's right. I think I do agree on that front, but this has been an interesting start to the tournament so far. I think definitely against a lot of people's expectations. Seeing Gandiva on stream but not actually perform is surprising. But I think, you know, we still have 5 rounds of Swiss remaining to see where things are going to go. Still early in the day. But man, if you're... At the same time, if you brought Gandiva to this tournament, you're like 0-2. It's like, oof, that's, you know, with probably there's quite a few of them. So with that many, the chance of that happening is also relatively high. You know, only the greatest divers can rise to the top.
Well, it means you have a sunny day ahead of you. Let's put it that way.
That's right. It's a lovely time here. But I think with that, Kai, any other post-game thoughts? You know, any thoughts about Zorga? You definitely played the deck quite a lot in this 10 format.
Zorga, very fun deck. Lets you do a lot of things. Lets you expand your brain, right? So it's not an easy deck to play, but when you can play it and it works out, it's very rewarding, right? Definitely one of the more rewarding decks to play in the meta. So yeah, that's just me.
Yep, very cool. All right, so with that, we're gonna go for a short break, but don't go anywhere, as we'll be back for round number 3 of 7 after this for your viewing pleasure. We'll see you soon.
which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes. Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve Original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class, and grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers, or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse Evolve.
Cardfight Vanguard! Your deck will become so much stronger! Festival Booster 2023! Dressed up Lyrical Monasterio members! Bushiroad!
Gamegenic Ingenious Supplies.
Weiss Schwarz. Begin a new story with the girls on the stage of Weiss Schwarz once again. Review Starlight Relive Booster Pack. Coming soon. Bushiroad.
Weiss Schwarz. 10 years journey with Sword Art Online. Now on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Booster Pack Animation Sword Art Online 10th Anniversary. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Weiss Schwarz. Experience the full-blown high school story on the stage of Weiss Schwarz once again. Saikano, How to Raise a Boring Girlfriend Flat Booster Pack. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Weiss Schwarz is a trading card game that adapts anime and game titles, so everyone can enjoy their favorite titles as a card game. In this video, we will show you a brief tutorial to the basics of the game in 6 minutes. Decide who goes first with rock, paper, scissors. The winner goes first. Both players shuffle their decks and draw 5 cards as their starting hand. Discard the cards you don't want from your hand into the waiting room. Then, draw the same number of cards you discarded. When both players are done, let's Weiss Schwarz. First, draw a card from your deck. Now, let's play a character onto the stage. To attack, turn your character sideways. Attack! You deal damage to your opponent equal to your character's soul. As there are no characters facing the attacking character performs a direct attack and gets an additional soul. Flip the top card of your deck as your trigger check. Different triggers give different effects. In this case, it's a soul icon, so your character gets 1 additional soul. Put the card you just flipped over face down into your stock. As you can see on the right, there are various ways in which we can increase the damage we deal to our opponent. For this attack, we will deal a total of 3 damage. The opponent will flip over cards equal to the damage taken from the top of their deck and put them into their clock. With this, we will end our turn. Now it's your opponent's turn. Draw phase. During the clock phase, you may put a card from your hand into your clock. To draw 2 cards, the opponent plays 3 characters on their stage and 1 on their backstage. While characters on the backstage cannot attack, characters with the assist ability can boost the power or give effects to characters in front of them. Opponent attacks. Any triggers? No triggers. So that's 2 damage. Opponent attacks. Trigger check. A soul trigger. That's 1 additional soul for a total of 3 damage. Cancel. If a climax card turns up, damage cancel occurs. And all cards flipped for damage is put into your waiting room. This means you take 0 damage from this attack. Opponent attacks. As there is a character facing the attacking character performs a frontal attack and gets no additional soul during the attack. No icons, no bonuses. So you receive only 1 damage. When there is an opposing character facing the attacking character, a battle between them occurs. In a battle, the character with the higher power wins. The character with lower power loses the battle, becomes reversed, and sent to the waiting room at the end of battle phase. And that's the end of your opponent's turn. Draw phase. This time, let's clock 2. Let's fill your stage with characters, including our backstage. The center character gets assist from both backstage characters. Now, let's play a climax card. Different climax cards gives you different effects. This climax gives all your characters additional 1,000 power and 1 soul. Attack. No soul icon. 2 damage to your opponent. Your character has higher power, so you win the battle. Attack. 3 damage to your opponent. There are now 7 cards in your opponent's clock. When that happens, that player levels up. Choose 1 among the 7 bottommost cards in your clock to put into your level. The remaining 6 cards go into your waiting room. Then, put the remaining damage into your clock as usual. Each player starts at level 0, and the first player to force their opponent to reach level 4 wins the game. Now, let's try doing it. Your opponent is now level 1 and can use cards up to that level. The higher your level, the stronger cards you can use. Now, make your last attack with your middle character. 3 damage to your opponent. Encore! If there is a reversed character you wish to keep on your stage, you can pay 3 cards from your stock and return that character from your waiting room to its previous position on the stage. You and your opponent take turns until one of you forces the other to reach level 4. But be careful! As a player levels up and gets closer to level 4, the stronger cards they can use. And this covers the basics of what you need to start playing Weiss Schwarz. Detailed rules can be found on our website. Trial decks also consist of everything that you need to get started. We hope you have fun with your favorite titles. Let's Weiss Schwarz!
Weiss Schwarz! The love story revolving the quintuplets once again comes to the stage of Weiss Schwarz. The quintessential quintuplets movie booster pack, now on sale. Bushiroad.
Weiss Schwarz. Water, earth, fire, air. Join Aang and his friends in their adventure to master the 4 elements and defeat Fire Lord Ozai. Avatar: The Last Airbender, Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Weiss Schwarz. It's time to show off the best performance on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Intro Deck and Booster Pack, Bang Dream, Girls Band Party, 5th Anniversary. Now on sale. Bushiroad. Weiss Schwarz. The Academy was the Girls' Orchard. The popular visual novel series joins the stage of Weiss Schwarz. The Fruit of Grisaya Trial Deck and Booster Pack. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Hi, Honda.
Hi, Julius.
Thank you so much for taking out some time out of your busy schedule to join me in this Coffee with Bushiroad series.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me.
No problem. So, could you tell me a bit about the work you do in Bushiroad?
Well, I do sales and logistics, but I'm mainly on the logistics side.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you a lot more questions regarding that because I think your work is mainly a lot of people don't see or don't understand what goes on behind the scenes in what makes the games possible.
Yeah.
Because I think there's a lot of logistics and transportation involved. But before that, we're gonna dig right into our pastries and coffee and tea. What would you like?
Coffee, please.
Coffee? Coffee for you? Okay,
sure.
cool. Okay, you can smell this. It smells good.
Wow.
Yeah, this smell really wakes you up. Yeah.
Fragrant.
Yeah. Go ahead and help yourself to whichever one that you like.
All right. Which one we like?
No, you go ahead.
Me?
Yeah, I'll pick whatever that's remaining.
All right, so I'll go for this.
I'm a good host.
You want?
So Honda, I understand that even before you joined Bushiroad, to work for Bushiroad, I think you played a lot of Bushiroad card games.
Yeah.
What games do you play?
I play mainly Weiss Schwarz, Vanguard, and a little bit of Buddy Fight.
Oh, so you actually play our 3 main titles.
Yeah.
Oh, when did you start playing?
For Weiss, I started playing, I think, somewhere around 2008, 2009 kind of time when it first started out in Japan. Yeah.
Wow, that's like almost 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow. And then for Vanguard?
Vanguard, I think I also started when it first came out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. So you actually played Weiss first?
Yeah.
How do you get to know Weiss Schwarz?
So there was kind of like a community get together to learn the game. Like they brought some Weiss products from Japan, so they brought it over to Singapore, and they actually promoted the event, like come down to learn, and they actually sell some of the stuff they got in Japan. So yeah, that's how I got wine of Weiss, and I started learning, and I liked the game.
Which Weiss Schwarz titles are you currently enjoying?
I'm really enjoying the Fujimi Fantasia set right now, especially the deck with 8 standbys. It's very interesting. And also, I really like playing Goblin Slayer, especially the Goblin Slayer deck. The overall card advantage and the abilities is very flavorful. It's gonna be a huge. It has made a huge impact in the game itself, and soon English player can get their hands on the series. It's coming out in English. Yeah, for Goblin Slayer.
Wow, I think players can really look forward to that. Yeah. Do you still remember your very first deck? What title was it?
It was Fate Stain Night Trial deck.
Wow.
Yeah, it was so long ago. Yeah.
And ever since then, you just continued
Yeah.
playing the game. And now, right now, you are actually working for Bushiroad.
Yeah.
Wow, this is kind of like, it's coming to a full circle.
Yeah.
What's your favorite Vanguard clan?
My favorite clan would be Dark Irregulars.
Oh.
I love the overall theme of the deck, artwork, card abilities. Like soul charging, it thins your deck. So that thinning is very important in card games. You get to draw into more important cards, or you might go the other way. Like it makes everything looks exciting. Yeah, that's about all.
That's your favorite?
Yes.
Ever?
Yeah.
Okay. No, back then when you are playing Bushiroad card games, do you actually think that you would, or maybe you hope that you will be able to work for Bushiroad?
So thinking that I will be working for the company would be no, but hoping that I would is a yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And back then, maybe you thought, oh, maybe it would be great if I can work for Bushiroad one day.
Yeah.
Do you have like a job position in mind, or do you just, as long as I'm working for the company that produces this great card games for me, I'm fine. I'm fine with that.
Everyone would want to have a part in creating a game, so maybe a development role would be good. So that's what I think that every card gamers would want when they play the game or they like the game a lot, is to have a impact on the game, on the development side, like card abilities, like you want to make cards that you love. Yeah, I guess that's it. But I didn't expect like I'll be working in other aspects of the company. Yeah.
So how did you actually get the opportunity, to work for Bushiroad?
So I was already before my national service, I was already going around helping to do demo sessions, maybe helping out at events. So when I came out of national service,
Welcome back, gamers. It is time for round 3. I'm Kai, and I'm with Professor Amar here. How's it going? Nice.
Two Gandivas kinda got knocked in the running.
That's right. 2 Gandivas got hit down, but we have another Dragon Empire deck ready for you. Let's hop into what we're seeing. Yeah, it could be Gandiva.
Is that a
Could
Gandiva?
retire. Could be anything. But we have PBO first. We got Demios, PBO. Alright, we have what do you think of PBO, Ma? It is, to me, it is the deck that kind of it's around, stays chilling, but it's still effective, right?
I mean, definitely, yeah. With the new Overtrigger coming in, I think the deck goes in a bit solidly, better than before. And the main's definitely a good plus here. But I don't know, against the Dragon Empire, it's, you want to be doing the retiring, not the other way around. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know about this.
You want to retire your opponent, you don't want to get retired. But
yeah,
the Dragon Empire deck they're up against, let's flip it over. It's
coming. It's coming. It's what? Okay, so I might have been mistaken because I saw their name was Gandiva, but apparently it's Jet.
But it could also be Bav Sagra. So I think there's some miscommunication here. Because they are listed as running Bav Sagra, but we see a Jet list. So I guess we'll keep it as a surprise. Is it Jet? Is it Bav Sagra or is it Gandiva? I don't know. It could be any of the above.
We went from one to 3 choices.
Yeah, we can. Maybe we can jump into the game.
And we can actually see what's going
surprise.
On. Yeah.
I love surprises.
Not this kind of surprise, no. I mean, we're jumping from a different nation entirely.
Yeah, it is what it is. It's like happy birthday, Amar. Surprise.
I'm definitely surprised you.
Look at that top three playmat.
Ooh.
Demios, it means business.
They mean business right here with PBO. No, that's the thing about PBO. I like it. I like the fact that most players, when they're focusing on the meta, they don't really focus on these decks. They're just kind of lurking around the corner, yeah. And all of a sudden, boom.
The B in PBO means business.
Business
overlord.
Phantom business overlord. I like that. Okay, there we go. Ooh, okay,
it looks like Jet.
It's Jet. It's Jet.
It's looking like Jet.
All right.
Doesn't look like Message.
I'm not seeing anything that looks like Gandiva either. All right. So that's the matchup right here. You see, I was a bit worried if PBO was matching up against Gandiva because the board kind of doesn't stick with you long enough for you to do your thing. But Chronojet's a pretty good matchup right here, especially for PBO. I mean, Fate Rider can be a bit annoying, but if you can get the ramp up as fast as possible, your Blaster Dark is is gonna be business dark right there.
Business
BD.
Dark. That's
Business
right.
Dark.
Okay. Going first, like Jet likes going second though.
Yep.
Right. But then people kind of like
going first.
Rush, right?
Yeah, they want to go first.
So yeah, we'll get a situation where like either both players get what they want, or
they deny
they
each other. Yeah, they deny each other of getting what they want.
Yeah, that's a. Okay, that'll be interesting. If they both deny each other, I still think the PBO is kind of favored in that because it can really. It just comes down to how hard PBO can like pop off early, right? Just
that's true.
Goes early. Jet never scales to where it's scary. But if Jet lives through the normal game, like the early game, quite often, then it just becomes unguardable, right?
And we're gonna be seeing for the first time ever, a post-ban Jet. With the restriction coming in, they kind of get a little bit of a nerf here. It's a
little bit of a slap on the wrist.
Just a little bit. It's like a tickle.
No swirler for you.
No swirler for you.
Well, actually, you can run swirler. It just depends
on what your choices are. On what your choices are.
Yes, but since this is an open deck list, we can confirm that they are not running swirler. They're just running. They're actually running like a mix of everything. So you got your geese, right? GG's geese. That's the main pick, but then you got the Zargon, you got the Gingaram.
A little bit of everything. Yeah, in Malaysia we call that the rojak duck. Yeah, it's just it's just everything. It's just everything mashed together.
In English they call it like good stuff, right?
The good stuff. Oh, definitely not in Malaysia. In Malaysia, right here, we definitely do not call it that.
Okay, and then with the crests, come out, and boom, there we go, right?
That's the thing about Jet decks, even if they go first, they can still get to 2+1. It's not really a bad deal. It's just that
the draw's pretty good.
It's pretty good, but you don't want to be giving your opponent that either. It's like an advantage to them, and there we go. What's an early rush for PBO?
Wow, look at that.
Nothing.
No check. So
No
I think
checks.
ideally you get a damage check here. You get a trigger to nerf it. Take. Okay. That's good. That's good.
That kind of neutralizes the situation. Yeah.
And here as Jet, you can actually attack rears to kind of stem the bleeding. Throwaway crit though. Throwaway crit.
Ooh. No. This is Chrono Business Jet. They're not playing
Chrono
around. All right. The Balif going to Soul right there. I mean, if you're gonna come at me strong, bro, I'm just gonna come at you strong as well.
Exactly. The Gungaram comes down. Funny enough, Ling is only run at one copy in this deck, but
and it's there. We're seeing it right there.
It's out.
It's out. Yes, so you kind of want to clear the board right there. You don't want to give Blaster Dark any options. Yeah.
If this swings rear, it's pretty good. Correct swing to rear, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, there we go. And
wait, look at that damage denied. Wow.
So what's Blaster Dark gonna do now?
It's not gonna be doing any business. Probably gonna take a break. Able to just get. I think it gets a free card, right?
It gets a free card. Yeah.
But no, now you're not able to retire. So what? That's a good deny. That's a good deny, right?
That's a good whiff. That's a horrible whiff. That's a horrible whiff. So you're down 2 rear guards. Yeah, you don't have any of your Vanguard's effect. What do you do? What do you do as a PBO right here? You're losing steam.
Okay, at least she gets the Wingle Brave out. Okay, it's a body.
Yeah.
But yeah, no CB to use Blast the Dark skill commits commits a Finola down. And is he
That-
gonna go Reese as well? Are we playing the Regard metagame? Regard Vanguard?
I mean, since the Chrono Jet is kind of going first, it doesn't make sense to be doing that. But you know, you're looking at a very lonely puppy right there.
Yeah, Gungaram is a nice target though.
Oh, all right,
Gets
that's
a
nice.
draw.
That's nice.
Draw
You don't
very
crit-
big. Right? Lost committed 2 cards early, lost those 2 cards, the draw kind of gets it back for you, you know?
Ooh,
Takes
or,
the damage.
and pretty sure that's a crit right there, right? No.
Yeah, I think it is. But there's like a big difference. White going for the rears, and then Demios just sticking to the face. Right, sticking to the face.
Yeah.
Discarding the GG now.
All right, so that's the thing about PBOs. You know, it's such a waste for you to go for the rear guards because you know that you need to deal damages. You know, especially for a deck. You know your opponent is gonna ramp up the longer the game gets. So you want to end it now. You know, you want to end it fast. You want to end it, during your second grade 3 right turn.
Yeah, but I wonder how hard White is gonna keep Demios at like 0. But I guess committing that just kind of shows.
Yeah, let it go.
Let
Let it go, my dude. Yeah, so now you
Twin
can get
drive
some
to the
damage.
face.
Yeah, some
Yeah.
cost for you.
There guard, first check. Ooh. Second check. Heal. Heal's good.
Ooh, yeah, heal's super good right here. Oh, that's a crit trigger.
Ooh, trigger comes out.
A defensive kind of nullifies the situation right here. But
Oh no, but this is Causality Dragon, so it gets an extra 10k when they get a damage check, so sustains the power.
sustains the power, just eat it. And that's a heal.
The heals are coming. The heals are coming.
We're seeing heal gaming.
Heal gaming, but this is actually advantageous for White though, because now they get to play the longer game.
Definitely.
Get to that state where their crest is insane.
It gets super big, and then Demios will be in quite a nasty situation. Ooh, I like that. Fast gaming. You see, Demios knows exactly what he's doing. He just says, you know what, I'm not going to run down the timer. I'm just going to whack you. Face to face.
Face to face, that's right.
Face to face. And we see the BD coming out here. Alright, using the counter blast for the effect. That's a retire to a retire.
Chicken looks like soul.
Wonder what that does. Alright.
I think this doesn't have crit, does it? Because they didn't put a PBD install, did he?
Pretty sure it did. Yeah, there we go. The critical for the
okay.
PBO. Fast rush, fast attack. I like that. But your opponent's on 1 damage though. It's gonna sting a bit, but it's not really gonna put a dent on White or anything like that.
I think it's okay if just to guard it, because even if you stay at 1 CB, you can.
As a Chrono Jet, yeah, it's definitely fine. Alright,
like
no
a no
guard.
guard.
Yeah, no guard.
So.
Ooh, that's a crit.
So going to 4 damage, right?
Yeah, that's a bit nasty right there. Ooh, okay, so choosing to secure the next hit.
2.
And are we doing a second trigger? Wait, it's 3 damage, right?
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Oh no, I believe the damage is. I believe the critical went to the Blast to Dark. Huh.
Oh.
Wait, that's a bit confusing there. What's happening here? What's happening here? Ladies and gentlemen, I am as confused as you are. Does PBO have or do not have the inane crit?
I don't think it does. Did you?
Did we get duped? Did we get duped somehow by seeing the critical dice coming out?
Yeah. It could just be a 10k. It could have been 10k.
Yeah, it could have been 10K.
Anyway, Fate Rider coming out.
Ooh.
Is it gonna bottom deck a Blaster Dark? There we go. Bad.
Definitely not bad.
Triple Drive is very strong right now.
Yes, especially in a deck that thins out pretty quickly. What do you call that, Kai? Last time, when you have that selective thinning.
Compression.
Oh, a super a super compression, a super compression,
Hyper compression.
hyper compression, and no other deck does it as well as Chrono Jet does. Yeah.
I can say Ava kind of does it. But...
Oh, ever. Wonder if we'll be seeing it in the later rounds, but regardless of that, this is looking mighty stable for Demios at the moment, yeah. But we haven't gotten to the trigger check just yet. A bit of a party mood there by White with the camera
They're
ongoing.
trying to find the correct angle.
Trying to find the right party angle here. Alright, so still fine. We're able to see the board condition there. Alright. So the time leaps happened.
Put in a bunch of power. Gonna do 4 attacks this turn.
Oh,
Second,
nothing. And a heal gaming. Alright, so that's I'm pretty sure that's the third heal coming up for White. Oh.
I feel like Demios is just gonna be eating some damage right now.
And a draw trigger right there sounds mighty sweet. You know, you just get back your resources. You know, it's looking mighty good for Demios at the moment right here. I might be a little bit biased just because it's PBO, but
This is gonna go down to a 1. Looks like a GG, just to maybe draw card.
yeah, you want
stand
your
that hand
resources.
lead.
I mean, we already saw the Nalgat coming into White, so the Vanguard attack from Demios next turn isn't gonna be that threatening. Yeah, to be honest. Alright. So the angle is getting adjusted there by our player here. Beautiful. That's a mighty big swing, yeah. So how the turn has stable, yeah, with with the damages suddenly being in reverse.
Yeah, it's I think 4 damage right now for Demios, right?
Yep, and 3 for White. Ooh, no persona right there, right? Sure, that's a bit.
Yeah, that's a lot of pressure lost.
A lot of pressure lost right there. That's. Ooh. Alright, so cast attacking.
So that's an intercept.
Yeah,
Intercept
just
is
an
gonna be great too.
Alright, the
Now
sacrifice
PB
is
trigger
there.
still.
And alright, Business Dark is out. Here's the thing though. Alright, the counterblast is being used as well, so that's an empty board for White. Still okay, I guess. Still okay. Oh, showing off that Blitz order right there. I mean the null order right there. I'm not sure if that's a good idea considering that you just check. You know, you just showed your opponent you had a null guard before, right? You drive check that one, but now you're showing off that you have another one. Oh, okay. So it's moot if you're using both in the same turn.
Well, I thought it was some really dry drive checks. It seems.
Yeah.
Wow, that's not very good. When you want to see drive checks, you want them to be the best.
The best drive check, but this is
The
like
best drive checks.
this is just this is just a normal dive by. All right, I gotta say it as it is. Yeah, it's a pretty lackluster turn, but it looks like White committed quite a bit for the guarding phase just now. Yeah.
Well, is White going straight to just next stage?
Yeah. So definitely having that Chrono Jet in hand guaranteed. Yeah.
Ooh, no booster?
No booster. That's a bit. Oh, maybe it's coming up. Yeah.
3. Yeah, but you want to put the OT behind power behind the Vanguard. Oh, guess no OT. Okay.
All right. So 2 Gungan Rams going out. All right. Goodbye next stage and.
Swing in.
Yeah, just swing in. You know, you need a booster phone.
Maybe like 29, I think. Plus 15k, then plus 5 for itself.
Oh, takes it. That's going to 5, right? That's the danger zone. I mean, so it means that Demios is actually committed to guarding the Vanguard right here.
Yeah.
I mean, most players would just be going for that 4 damage and then just taking the Vanguard's attack, right? I mean, you don't want to commit too much. But right here, it's just showing. That's the OT.
OT?
Yeah, the OT is being shown right there. So another OT is required. Yeah.
He's, I think, he's making sure.
Did he just soul charge
There
the
it is.
OT? Yeah.
Hope not. Two to pass, apparently.
Oh,
Raw.
okay. Raw.
Second check.
Going to the
Nothing?
side, and there's nothing there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw an OT being soul charged right there.
It was? Then very sad.
That was sad.
PG again. PG a PG.
PG and a PG.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, there's no
Yeah.
choices there, right? That's a pretty big swing. All right, the main is there.
That's
Still,
big.
yeah, and still no persona riding. That's what's going on right here, Demios. What are you gonna do, buddy? I mean, come on. Biasness aside, I do want to see a good PBO gaming. All right, so we're gonna be seeing. This is at best, out of a spot of 10, with the board that's been given to Demios, I'd give the gameplay a 7. Style points itself earns him 2.
Yeah, it's not going perfect for Demios, but able to build a full board here.
Yeah. It's not that bad, but it's not optimal either.
Unfortunately, Gandiva's hand, White's hand doesn't look that amazing either.
Not amazing either. I mean, using 2 perfect guards in the previous turn speaks volume of what they have. And yeah, business dark is coming out again. This is what I like about the domain. There's such an optimal option to just make sure that your opponent, is denied the resources on board. It's just exhausted. And that's the OT.
There's the OT.
Oh, all right.
There's the OT.
There's the OT. Alright, a critical right there. Pretty good. Pretty good. You're just going in for the... There we go.
This should have drive check, I think, as well.
Was it that? Yeah. Single drive, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it should be twin drive.
Twin drive.
You just retire if you.
Oh yeah, that's a Kanzan being used right there. Another critical. That is not looking good for White.
But it's just 2 damage, right? I think Gandiva, White. Oh, but how much deck does White have? Look at that.
Maybe it's an illusion. Yeah, we're just seeing optical illusion. Yeah. They arranged the deck so neatly that it looks like it's just 1 card. Yeah, so what's the option right here? Sure, you only have, you can still take it. They're going to go to 5 anyway. But what's the game plan after? You're left with 2 cards in hand. Are you even able to strike?
Oh, sometimes you don't even have to stride, right? You just
Yeah.
go turn the Vanguard sideways.
That's it. That's all you need. Alright, GG right there. And I believe that's another GG.
Okay. So now White's turn. White, what can White do?
Alright, yeah, I'm pretty sure the hand is up. Alright, yeah, but they gotta use it. Oh, that's the final perfect gut right there. So being used to strike. So this is the kill turn right here, Kai. If White is unable to kill Demios during this turn, I 100% believe that they're not able to end the game. They're gonna
I'm
lose.
just worried about White's deck size. It's just we're looking down, so we can't really see it. Chronojet does. It is an issue with Chronojet sometimes.
Yeah, the discard pile is looking pretty big. You might be right there. All right, so we're looking at Demios being pressured right here. There's not a lot of hand size right there. I'm not saying anything that is allowing Demios to survive a 4 attack turn right here.
Yeah, at this rate, when the crest is so powerful, it's PG or die pretty much. But
It's PG, front, or die. Yeah, I like that.
Even front doesn't offer enough defensive power in a way, because everything just gets big, big, and bigger.
Yeah, everything just gets bigger. Demios discarded a 5k shield. I don't think that's enough. Yeah, you gotta get it back. That's not enough. And that's it. Yeah,
that's it. Jet taking it, showing that even after we got hit, we still have to take it seriously, you know. And I don't know. I feel like that game, right in the beginning, very, very well played by White. They did everything correct. They took it slow. They know where their game plan was, where they needed to win, how they needed to navigate that early game, and it just really, really paid off from there. Yeah.
But after a while, the game kind of loses steam, right? I mean, if you playing PBO and you're not getting any PBOs to ride over, that's kind of.
Yeah, no. I mean, White, like, you know, denying the CB, just navigating that early game correctly, in my opinion, is just steals. If you give damage to PBO, different story.
Different. I mean, it was heal gaming, right? I mean, it was central heal haven for both sides right there. So PBO isn't able to keep up with the tempo rush. You know, they're losing steam gradually, and then it was just unfortunate. I believe both players played it pretty well, with what they were given, and then overall, I think, congratulations to White. Still having a party with the camera right there.
All right, and with that, let's jump to a short break. We'll be back with round 4 very soon.
The account, it kind of blew up from there, and now I got approval to have like my own account, and that has like 1,700 followers now. So thank you guys for that. And that's how I became. That's my origin story. Why did I start working in Bushiroad? Honestly, it was because I love card games. And, you know, people tell you, oh, don't stop playing games because it's not going to get you anywhere. Well, guess what? Guess what, mom? Alright, so what is your favorite deck in Vanguard and Weiss Schwarz? Vanguard, probably like my Revenger deck. That's like one of the decks I really played with a lot back then. And I still have the deck. I really, really love it. So yeah, probably the Revenger deck. For Weiss Schwarz, let's see, maybe Goblin Slayer.
I have a question. So, what do you do to become so tall? But it's not because I'm jealous. I'm just asking for a friend.
Genes, I guess.
Like, do you like have special supplements? Like, do you drink a lot of milk when you were a kid?
It's part of the. Oh, do I have to answer this? Okay. Well, I not really. No, I guess I just lucky. I didn't have to do anything special. But anyway, so I was saying Goblin Slayer for Weiss Schwarz. Yeah, again, because I played the deck a lot and I really enjoy the mechanics of the deck.
Do you like play basketball a lot?
No, and that's kind of I got the question a lot, but yeah, I don't really.
So like skipping ropes then.
I did skip a little bit when I was younger, but I was already pretty tall for my age when I was doing that. Is this really part of the? I don't see this in the list though. Do I have?
Yeah, it's part of the question.
Oh, it is. Oh, okay, sure. What is the best part about working in Bushiroad? Wow, best part. I mean, there are a couple of things that really are pretty amazing, like getting to travel and meeting everybody. I think that's one of the biggest joys that I have. Being able to see people enjoy the game like around the world is quite amazing. Another thing is, of course, I think you guys already know because I've been doing this a lot. We get to get like a couple of cards sometimes, you know, because we get like samples and stuff like that, and then we have something that's called a complete set, which is basically a single copy of every card that we release in a booster pack. And then we get some of these things, and then we get to build decks to play in the office, which is quite a lot of fun, to be honest. We did like a couple of remote fights and stuff like that, events where we get to play the players online. That was really fun. We do gunslingers. We used to do gunslingers also at events where we would play with players on the spot. That was really really fun. So like yeah, so we do get to build all these stacks and we do get to try out all these things. It's quite a lot of fun. Yeah. Alright, so and what's the worst part about working in Bushiroad? Can I say that on camera? I don't think I can say that on camera. Okay, but actually, I can think of something that is that's okay for me to say. Basically, I don't get to play in any tournaments anymore. That's actually kind of sad because as I kept playing games, I realized that I had this like small competitive spirit fire that reignites every time I watch everybody play at events or like online events. You know, because online events, I'm there the whole time as well, making sure the stream's okay. I'm the one that's replying on the stream. I'm the one that's checking the stream, helping out at the back end also with the event itself. And every time I watch people play, I'm just sad that I can't participate in any more Bushiroad tournaments. But I'm here on the other side, so they're still kind of okay. But at the same time, you know, I wish I could play competitively also. Because it seems like a lot of fun, right? Like you guys have like teams nowadays, and then you know everybody's like it's really like a festival atmosphere at an event. So I really miss that. Will there ever be a cameo of you in the Vanguard enemy, sort of like how Daigo used to appear every now and then? If so, what deck would you be using in the show, and who would you want to fight against? I don't think there's ever going to be a cameo of me. I'm not on the level of Daigo. Right? Daigo's like a superstar. I'm not on that level. But you know, it is cool to see people like Daigo appear, people like Tanahashi, Hiroshi appear as well. Those are really really cool.
Hey, I heard you met your girlfriend here in Bushiroad, who's now your wife. Do you care to share more about that?
No. Will there ever be virtual tournaments like Bro in addition to in-person events? I'm not sure when this video is going to be posted, but I'm pretty sure Bro is already being announced. So, of course. I mean, online tournaments, digital tournaments, remote tournaments are very, very, very important, I think, now that we are in this day and age. And I think COVID just accelerated the idea that there are a lot of people that have no access to major tournaments, and I think online tournaments give those players an avenue to be competitive, like I said, or even just to play casually with your friends, right? Like you can join a tournament and still be casual in that sense, and I think it brings a different experience and a different kind of enjoyment, and bringing that to more people, I don't think it's ever going to be a bad thing. So if we can keep doing it, I think it's a good thing. I would love to keep doing online tournament. I think it's very fun. I mean, of course, we do have to stay online for quite a long time, and unless you guys, you guys may not know, but like I'm there for most of the. The only one that I'm not there for is really the US times, because if I stay up for the US times, that would just mean I have like 2 days no sleep. I would love to be there though, but you know, that's just how it is, right? But yeah, I do think we should be continuing online tournaments, at least for a good while. I do think it's very important. Yeah. So are there any future plans for working with community-run tournament organizations? So our stance on this has usually been for any organization to pair with a store. The reason being, our main business model is of course selling at brick and mortar retail stores. We want to support our brick and mortar stores as much as possible. So as far as possible, we would like, anybody who wants to run like their own tournaments, community tournaments, even if you are like a constant TO, to try and approach stores and get support from the store. So basically you approach the store approaches us, and then we can provide the support from there. So I think, of course, this is still something that we've been doing because, of course, we want to support the stores, right, like I said. But at the same time, we do understand that there's a lot of people who may want to get this support and they don't have a store nearby, so we have to explore these kind of scenarios. I guess it could be more on a case-by-case thing, but as far as possible, we want to work with TOs through stores. Yeah. Which deck would I be using in the show, and who I want to play against? I would take Ren's Revenger deck, and I want to play against Ren. Okay, because I really love the Revenger deck and I really like Ren, so I want to play against Ren and I want to use his deck to beat him, alright? I'm going to lose, probably, because, Ren has this insane plot armor throughout the series, up till probably like the last couple of fights where he would lose like an important fight, but like, I really like Ren, so that's probably...
Like, do you have any tips? Like, do you bring her to like a dinner for a first date? Or like, do you go to like amusement park Like what do you say to her?
Sorry, director, can we get this guy off the
Yeah.
group, please? Like, it's not really a question.
Wait, but it's
I
not
don't know what he's
description.
Besides games from Bushiroad, what other games do you enjoy at the moment? Oh, okay. I actually do play a lot of games. I'm quite an avid gamer. I'm playing right now. I'm playing TCG. I'm playing PCG also. You know, I'm playing did I miss anything? I think that's pretty much it for now. Yeah, there's quite a lot of things, to be honest. Right, so best and worst thing that happened to you in Bushiroad. Best and worst thing that happened to me in Bushiroad. Best is probably this, right? Like getting to become kind of like a meme in the community. I know it's very strange to for that to be like a goal or like a best memory, but honestly, it gives me joy to be able to interact in this manner with everybody, and I think some people are able to derive joy from that as well. And to me, that's quite magical, quite special. And I do believe in making sure that community is engaged and happy. It definitely helps with for the company as well. I think worst thing that happened to me in Bushiroad, I don't think there's a bad thing that happened to me in Bushiroad. Worst thing that happened to me in the company, I honestly can't say that I can remember any. Maybe I don't get to keep the cards that we play with. I don't know. I guess. How often do you how often do you skirt the line of saying too much when interacting with the community? All the time. Okay, but most of the time when I'm posting emojis, guys, it doesn't mean anything. Alright, when I post emojis, it doesn't mean anything. Or does it? You'll never know. But I always try to tease people. I guess maybe it's not a good habit, but yeah, it's just I'm a fan also, right? So like I said, I joined the company because I play the games. So I love like getting this first information as a player. So I understand this information, getting it as an employee, and then getting it as a player. There's like separate excitement. So sometimes when like new card effects get shown, or like in fact before it gets shown officially, when we get it internally for like development, sometimes like I get the stuff from the development team just to look through in my spare time or during lunch or something like that. It's the same excitement, and I want to share everything with everybody, but I can't, unfortunately. So all I can do is occasionally drop some small teasers. That's about it. Yeah, I love like trying to give a teaser, but I don't think I can give away too much. Yeah, it's not worth my job. I want to make you guys happy, but it's not worth my job. Hamburgers with or without pickles. What are you? Why are you eating the hamburger without pickles? You have to eat it with the pickles. It's part of the experience. It's the whole package. You know what I mean? Like you eat it without the pickles, are you really eating a burger? I don't think so. Personally, I don't think so. Okay, but it depends on what burger it is, right? Like, yeah. So yeah, I'm for pickles. I'm team pickles for sure. I didn't used to like them though, but that's because I didn't know what I didn't know. My parents took the pickles out of my burgers all the time, and then one day I was just like, I'm a big boy now, right? 12 years old, I can handle the pickle, alright? So I ate it and I loved it. I realized, but adults are not always right. Okay. Yeah.
What about pineapples on pizza?
Why is this guy still back? Why is he still here? Can we?
Because
No.
I have burning questions as well.
Pineapples on pizza?
Yeah, is that a yes or a no for you?
No. When will you get promoted from being an intern, or are you the eternal intern? Well, I'm not the intern anymore, but I mean, it might have been a revelation for some of you. I don't know, but I guess in a way, I'm always the intern, right? Like for you guys, I'm always going to be that guy, So I don't think so. I may get my promotions internally, but I think in everybody's heart, I'll still always be Matt the intern. So for promotions, do you have to beat your boss in a card fight, or is it just a fist fight like every other workplace? It's a combination of both. Every time we take damage, we actually take damage, if you know what I mean. Yeah, but it's fine because not a lot of people can beat me in office anyway, so good luck. Whew, okay, that's the end of all the questions. We made it! Yay! Alright, just want to say thanks to everybody who sent us questions. I know we couldn't cover everything, and I'm really sorry about that, but we do have limitations on what I can say, what I can't say, and how long this video can be before you guys decide to click away. So yeah, we probably couldn't answer all your questions. But anyway, yeah, thank you guys for watching. I really hope you guys enjoyed the video, and yeah, I'll see you guys sometime soon in an event or in a tournament or something. Yeah.
Wait, we're filming Coffee with Bushiroad, right? Wait, how he doesn't have... Did you not get him the coffee? Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Someone get him a coffee, please.
Here we go. Cool. At the end is interesting timing, but okay, sure, cool. Yeah, Coffee with Bushiroad.
Yep, we have a coffee.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Are we good? Are we good? Can I go? Okay, yeah. Thanks.
Can I have the coffee back? It's...
Wow.
Yeah, yeah, it's mine.
Wow.
Hey Terrence.
Hey Julius.
Okay, first of all, thanks for joining me here with Coffee and Bushiroad series.
No problem.
You are the first of all our interviewees. Well, and there's a reason for that. Then that's because I think a lot of people have seen you in a lot of videos as well, especially for Buddy Fight channel, which you frequently appear. Well, along with me. So, and the other reason is because Terrence you have been with us for about 9 years now. Yeah. So I think you're probably one of the veterans, if not like the person with the most experience number of years in Bushiroad right now.
That's true.
Yeah. So I'm very excited to ask you a bit about the kind of work that you do here with Bushiroad, mainly your current position, of course.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So you are a senior development executive.
Yes, that's
and
right.
Can you tell us a bit of the things that you have to do as someone in your role?
Okay, not only senior development executive, I'm also a team leader, as you know, for Buddy Fight, and our viewers also know. My job comprises mostly of product management, as well as marketing advisory role. So it's like, main part of the job is of course products. We can't have a card game without the products going out. So most of it is scheduled around product management, designs, translations, and basically making sure that the product goes out on time.
So I guess as team leader, you kind of have to manage everything and not just the product. Like
yes.
Developing the product is one aspect of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Our development mostly central around localization. So Japan has their main product first. Then we take the same product and try to localize it for the English-speaking community.
Okay. But so just for the record, localize would mean to translate into English for the international products. Yeah. So could you tell us more about how you would go about localizing a product? Like probably take us briefly through the steps from the very beginning and to the end when it's actually printed.
Well, basically, Japan needs to have their product ready first. Then we just take the designs, the translation, as in the text that they have, and do translations. Okay, then pass it to our designers. Designers put everything into what you see today as a card. Then we take the design, have it sent to the factory. Factory produces everything, including the packaging, such as the pillow pack, which we call pillow because the packs look like a pillow.
And although like you made it sound like very easy, like from translating to printing, I know for a fact that it's not.
You have done some products.
Yeah, I know for a fact it's not, because you kind of split into 3 major categories. But I know it's gonna be definitely a lot more work than that.
Yeah, that was just a general description of how it is. But of course, there's many detailed steps along the way.
Definitely. So during the course of your translating and stuff, what do you think is the toughest thing about translating Japanese into English?
Oh, they have a lot of very Japanese-centric puns. Those are the worst things you can come across if your command of the Japanese language is not as good.
What do you mean by that?
They have certain puns or play on words that central around the Japanese culture. So if you were to do a localization, you try to look for something in the English language that is equivalent. You cannot just translate the entire thing as it is. If you do, a lot of players won't get what it's trying to say because they are not that into the Japanese culture. So they will just be, it's just another flavor text. It's just another name.
They might not even get it as or it's supposed to be a joke.
Yes.
Because that cultural difference just doesn't get through to the Western side, I suppose, definitely. So that would be the toughest thing for you as a translator.
That would be one of the most challenging. Toughest is when there's a lot of problems along the way that would cause the release date to derail. Yeah, then you have to do whatever you can to keep this production schedule back on track. Sometimes that's one of the toughest things, is meeting deadlines. When everything doesn't go your way. If everything is smooth, it's perfectly fine.
So that would be more on the production side rather than just the translating side now. So you have a lot of obstacles on the translating side, and then you also have obstacles on the production side. Yeah, so there's a lot of deadlines to meet.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that's definitely tough, and I can relate to that. Okay. Then what's the most rewarding thing about your work?
Seeing players use your product in a tournament, major or small. Sometimes you just go to a card shop and people are playing with the cards and you say, hey, that's the latest release. Then you'll be like, oh, are they using? Are they having fun with it?
Okay.
If they are really making a ruckus and just generally having fun, that's the most rewarding thing for a developer.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. I suppose when you go and visit card shops or maybe in tournaments and you see that card on the table and you're like, then it brings you back, to the memories of you translating that, maybe in the office. Oh, I have problems with this certain pun, this certain joke.
Right. Or that card was changed last minute. We had to make all the arrangements just to make it proper by the time the product is released. They go like, oh, I remember that one.
All right. So, okay, maybe you can tell us what's your most memorable product that you have done so far? Like, probably the one that maybe gave you the most trouble, or maybe you had the most fun.
Limited only to Bunny Bite, or because
it could be anything. You have 9 years worth of experience here with Bushiroad, and I understand you do other titles as well, such as Luck and Logic, and I think a bit of Weiss Schwarz as well.
In fact, I've actually handled every single English card game localization up to now.
Oh.
If I didn't start it, I would have participated in it at a certain point in time.
Okay.
In fact, most of the English card games, I think I was one of the starting members when they were doing the localization.
Also, like the first English product for every game, like probably BT01 or TD, the very first series, TD01, BT01, that would be all you.
Yes, except for Luck and Logic. Luck and Logic, I was already team leader by the time that started, so I only checked. I did not actually do the translations or the localization part.
Okay.
But other than that, yes, I started most of the English card games, Weiss Schwarz, Vanguard, Cardfight.
All right.
And after that, once after starting the localization work and maybe the production work, once there are new staff on board, I will train them and then let them control the production. Then I'll move on to other projects, of course.
All right, that's cool. Okay.
So along the way, as you can see, there's a lot of products that I've covered in these past 9 years or so. So you want me to narrow it down to one?
I mean, you can give us.
Welcome back, everyone. It is round 4. How you all doing? Should be good.
Should be good.
Game there. Should be good. You're not good? Then this next game hopefully brings your spirits right back up.
Is it an interesting one? Is it finally? Is it
I'm
still
going in
Diva?
I'm going in blind. Okay.
Definitely.
But the deck lists are ready.
Should be here.
Let's see now. Right. What is this? Ooh. Do you see what I see?
Yes, my choice for the tournament, Minerva.
Minerva. Got the 4 PRs ready. Look at that. Very prepared. Leela is prepared. Okay. And, you know, Sages, Cyclers as well. This is ready to go. How you feeling?
It's as good as it gets, right? This is the optimal pre-BT BT11, I suppose. Yeah, pre-BT11 deck.
Nice. Nice, alright.
They gotta be 3-0, right? If they're here right now in this stage.
It could be 3-0, 2-1, right? Anyone can make it still, right? So good luck to Leela. Let's see how she goes. But she's up against another deck.
Gandiva?
And,
no. Oh my goodness.
Lornerol, played by Paris. Right, so yeah, we've already seen Lornerol, that's for sure.
Round 1, yeah.
Round 1, and now we have another one. So how would this go? Lornerol versus Minerva. Right?
I must be missing something here if like the top tables are now playing Lornerol. What am I missing here?
Well, the Gandivas were losing. So that could be it.
That could be
it. Yeah, okay. This should be a very interesting game, right? Feel like both decks do their kind of own thing. Minerva just kind of pops off, right? Goes in, boom, boom, boom. Right?
Yeah.
Multi-attack, restand. Lornerol it has the multi-attack, got the Sentinel Restrict. So I don't know. I don't know how this goes. I actually don't know how this goes. This is a rare matchup. It's
an actual 50-50, yeah.
Maybe it's 50. But we will see. Let's jump into the game and take a look and see who is able to take home the goods.
To stand on top of the mountain, ladies and gentlemen. Round 4, Minerva, Lornerol. Now, the interesting part about both decks is that there's 0 field disruption, right? Between the two of them. It's like, you know, I'm doing my thing, you're doing your thing. Let's just see whose thing is better.
Pretty much. And I think going first will be a big indicator on who gets the upper hand a bit.
Ooh, a bit excited, eh?
Yeah, we got Paris there. Going first. Lornerol, nice. Oh, wait,
no, Lila is going first, yeah. So swinging in. Now, the thing about Minerva is that you want to proc your ability to restand right off the bat, right? So going first might not be the most optimal of choices. But what can you do? You know, the Lord of the Dice Roll has chosen you to go first.
I think, okay, so what it means is that you have a turn to like set up a bigger restand turn. And, you know, kind of push a few more damage. Getting 2 cards into Soul, so that's generally good. I didn't see any trigger icons in them, so that's always nice to see. Usually when I play Minerva, I look at top 5 and I just feel bad.
Like most Minerva players, you know, like most Minerva players, they're just looking at it blankly, yeah, just wishing for a better hand.
Yep, and turning the Vanguard sideways, no boost. Looks like a no guard on Paris' side. Is that a?
That's a heal, right? Yeah, that's a heal trigger.
Okay, one damage. Passes back to Puri. Discarding A. Is that a? That was discarding Persona Ride, was it?
Persona Ride. We can see it in a bit short moment. Yeah, there we go.
I think it is.
I don't know about that, but it speaks volume that there might be Paris is in a situation where they're looking at multiple Persona Rides in hand. Yeah. So discarding one might be
They are running like
3-3, right?
3-3, yeah, 3-3.
So yeah, you know, too many in hand, not so good. You know, too little in hand, not so good either. They gotta be careful, and in itself, again, but the hand size looks pretty healthy. Yeah, shouldn't be a problem there. Multiple attack incoming.
Oh, that is a. Yeah, that is a field.
And that's an overtrigger.
That is an overtrigger, yeah.
And oh my goodness, as soon as the overtrigger came in, all hell broke loose. Hell freezes over.
The OC destroyed the camera. Okay.
We're seeing some Cray effect right here, Kai.
Yeah.
At its finest.
Okay, we'll see. Judges are on the table, so they're seeing this happen in real time.
No, too many things are impacting here, but I don't know, bro.
This is probably 3 damage on this turn.
Yeah, you can't do anything.
It's like 100 million power. At least allows him to get a draw from that. But you know what? That means it's more
more fun.
Yeah, more counterblast to use as well. So.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So the game kind of shifted to Paris's scenario here, and all the more so even with Minerva. Still, right now, riding into Great Tree, still, it doesn't offer a lot of resource combing here. Sure, you get a few hand size right there, but I don't know. I think against Loro Nerol, I'd prefer to go first, actually, to be honest. I'd rather go first.
Whoa,
this over trigger is really messing Paris up. It's just going haywire. All right. So I'm seeing some makeshift camera holder right there. Yeah.
Everyone in the different ways of
Yeah, it's unique. It's really fun to see how everybody is coping. Yeah. In the previous BRO, if you notice, someone actually used a cookie can. Yeah.
A cookie can.
A cookie can to actually stabilize their camera. That was very interesting.
Yeah. I recommend something. If you are making a makeshift one, duct tape. Duct tape always works. Yeah.
It reminded
me. Tripod, but maybe it's not screwed on. Maybe
maybe it's loose. Yeah. Maybe somehow the holder is just going. Let's just blame the OT. Yeah, okay? Let's just blame the OT.
I think it's stream nerves as well. The camera's getting the jitters.
Even the camera is getting the jitters. Might be the seismic shift when Paris got a little bit too excited hitting that over trigger there and hitting the tripod. Alright, back to the game state anyway.
That's right, things is coming down. Right.
Minerva is getting a sizable amount of soul right there, seeing some pretty good soul charges, yeah. Looking at a lot of units there. We're seeing the Witch of Frogs there. Pretty sure.
All you need to do is make like 3 good attacks here, push Paris up more damage, and then set up that big turn next.
And that's
Somehow live the next turn though.
Oh, yeah. Soul charging that heal. That's a bit.
Yeah, the good thing that one of the blessings in disguise is that since the OT has been used this early, you don't have to worry about the OT coming out during any of these Sentinel restrict turns. It's like you throw down 4 cards to guard, and then they trigger an OT, and you just threw away 4 cards of free.
You just feels bad. You just feel bad.
It ultra feels bad. So first check here, it's a no guard. Angelica, I think. And
Angelica, and I believe that's the bird right there. That's the Raven. Ooh, no.
Looks like a trigger.
Yep, it's a critical trigger. Alright.
Swinging in.
I don't know. It's not an optimal field for Minerva either. I mean, you only have. This isn't even the L formation. This is like a stunted L formation.
Yeah. You want to at least triple attack. I feel like because you are kind of a rush / mid-range deck in a way, because it really just comes down to how strong that how much damage you do with that first restand.
Yep.
If you do damage, your opponent is like just can't do anything. The lost hand, they can't respond, and then you kind of finish it off then. But if you don't pressure enough, they just play their average game and still beat you.
I mean, look at Paris's hand. That's ridiculous. I mean, all they did was just take 1, guard 1, and then that's it. The turn just ends. It's unbelievable how much tempo they are gaining. Yeah, just from that one over trigger. All right, but still, you know, they're gonna be singing that song. They're gonna be singing that song.
They're doing the piles.
It's amazing how much thought is being given, yeah, on the arrangement of the pile as well. All right.
Doing Lornal skill to call.
Ooh. All right.
The counter charger.
So that's pretty good. You know, you're
behind
putting,
Vanguard.
yeah, you're putting yourself in a very low range for damages there, right? So you'd want to be able to counter blast as much as possible, get as many resources with the least amount of damage on board.
Yeah. Parrots need to try hard at all. Just cards.
Things are just going their way, yeah.
Yeah, Lyle will be at high damage after this turn unless she decides to guard everything. Generally, not always possible. You gotta take your hits, pretty much. What a shuffling though. Top X, shuffle.
Kind of reminds you during the era of Bermuda Triangle, isn't it?
Yeah, they are the spiritual successor though. Right?
That's true. All right.
One more card to kind of round up the field.
I'm pretty sure Paris
Yeah,
has
we
all
go.
the Oh my goodness! All right. I'm kind of digging it. It's a kind of thing right now, you know. It's like we're playing the game, you know. Does it fall? Does it fall?
I mean, it's not good putting the tripod like near your hand because the moment you touch that tripod and this is not secure, your camera's just gonna fall down.
It goes boom, yeah. The
Yeah.
slightest shift.
It's pretty much like if you don't have it secured, right? It's any movement you make.
It's kind of giving me anxiety in itself. Yeah, it's like you remember the game that you used to play when you were kids? You know, that tumbling monkeys. You know, you take one straw out, and you're just hoping the monkeys won't fall. Yeah, Paris is kind of playing that game right here.
Yeah.
And Lila, you know, she's just waiting for the moment to pounce that counter attack. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this isn't all that she has to offer with the Minerva. All right, double blanks right there. That's pretty good. Yeah, use that Sentinel while you can. All right. Yeah.
Hand.
That's why I'm impressed by the hand size more than the stability of the tripod, but still.
The deck is consistent, more consistent than the tripod.
more consistent than the tripod in itself. And they're just gaining momentum. Paris, it's just insane for Paris' side right here. Yeah, you gotta be looking at it very comfortably. So Lila, you know, the miracle OT has to come up. You know, there's no other choice.
The problem with Lila here is that the cards that she's discarding means that there's less cards for the offensive push she wants to do next turn.
Yep. Yeah, gotta take one right here. No other choice, I seems. That's critical. Might have
Nice.
helped bring the first attack.
And now back to Lila's turn. I feel like this is probably her last turn. Persona Ride. Okay, that's a good start.
That's a good start. Yeah, double heal might save the game to go a bit later.
Yeah.
You can't discount that, right? Because Minerva is a restanding Vanguard. You know, you have triple drive. You know, 2 and 1. So
Yep.
more chances to proc that heal, and you have selective soul charge, which is pretty good. I'm seeing the seismic movement of the tripod again. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Oh, no, I think
they
they were just adjusting.
Yeah, they just all right. I was waiting for Armageddon to happen again, but you know. It's fun. Something. It's like a mini game that we're playing inside of the game itself.
It's like with the background for the GUI like glitches. Waiting for that for like
You're just waiting. You're just waiting. Yeah, you're just waiting for it to glitch out.
Sag is coming down. Okay, okay. Is it gonna be more?
I'm not sure that Lila can afford that, given the hand seat. Yeah, look at it. Alright, alright. So the Wish of Ravens going to Soul. That ensures the multi-attack, The Wish of Frogs is already in as well. I kinda like calling them that, it's just... it just goes to show, there we go. The Melissa, it just goes to show how much thought is being put into naming them with their animal spirits.
Alright, we're going for the swings.
Alright, finally. Alright. The Persona Ride is gonna help a lot right here. Front row plus 15k each, Ooh, alright.
We're not going to damage.
Blank CD right there. Ooh. Soul blasting that. Going into Soul. Counter blasting.
5.
Not counter blasting, counter blasting, definitely.
Calling out. Extra attack.
Extra attack, and the Vanguard hasn't even hit yet.
Well, I think he's thinking of turning it sideways. Maybe. Just checking.
Checking. Alright, do you have anything else that could get this engine of multiple attack going? Pretty sure she does. That's why she's swinging with Ravens again.
Ooh, another poke. Another poke.
Another poke at 25k right there, yeah? So that's 25. 15k shield. Alright, now finally Minerva swinging. Come on.
She's considering.
She's
looking at the
considering.
soul.
There we go.
Turning it now. There it is. This is relatively big. 2 to pass, I guess. Ooh, trigger check. Draw trigger comes out.
The discard has to happen, right?
Puts it on rear. Second check. Ooh, another draw.
Alright. The game might prolong just a bit.
Yep.
I didn't see the discard for the Blitz order right there. Did I miss anything right here? Sorry, but this normal order there. Oh, alright. It was just stuck together. And there was an interesting case that happened before, that someone got DQ'd because they put the Sentinel together with the card underneath. it was just attached, and the whole thing happened. Yeah, that was fond memories. Didn't happen to me at all, but still. Alright, anyway, big swings right here. I'm loving it. See, this is the potential of Minerva. All Minervians or Minervanese, they should be happy, yeah? Their idol of worship is showing them exactly what prime Minerva gaming looks like.
Ooh, soul charging with the Sages. Trying to get the better checks.
That kind of ensures another attack coming in, right?
Can Pest take it? Take it to 4? Oh, that's good. Crit trigger. And then now the Vanguard swing. This should be one drive here?
One drive here, yep. Plus 20k. That's superbly big.
Yeah, it gets pretty hard to guard at some points.
So the difference with the current Minerva with the next boost is that you'll have the Wish of Apples, right? You have Cider. You'll have Cider, which is a pretty good booster, all things considered. And that it becomes a 10k shield and can bounce back to hand.
It's like an empty check, but that's another trigger.
That's
coming
a
out.
heal.
It's a heal.
That's a heal trigger. Alright, 5 to 4 becomes 4 to 4. Not what you'd want to see if you're Lila. Yeah, especially when you're trying to push for game. This kinda sets back things, Kai. It kinda sets back things.
Yeah, I feel like... Can Leela guard Paris' next turn?
I don't know. The Lorna roll will look pretty big.
She has a couple of cards, but as long as Lorna has the goods, right, they can still go through it.
And it would still depend if Lorno, yeah, definitely. With that hand size, they can definitely go big. Alright. So here's the thing. Choosing to swing to the rear with that big of a hand size to your opponent, yeah? I mean, it can go both ways. One thing is that you negate one extra draw, but the other thing is that your opponent now is on the same life as you are. So meaning that, you're looking at it positively, it means that you can heal down, but it also gives the opportunity for your opponent to heal down as well. It's a double-edged sword.
Yep.
I mean, Paris is thinking about the next movement here, but it should be pretty straightforward. It just goes to think about what sort of rear guard are you looking at right here. You want the extra power? You want the extra draw? Or I don't know. That's pretty much all Loronero deck has, right?
Yeah.
Big swing, big draw, and then of course multiple attacks right now. They can definitely afford that.
Paris just sitting very, very still.
I'm not sure if they're sitting very still or something happened to the camera again.
I can see some movement.
Alright, yeah, they are very brief.
But it's like very
subtle.
slight.
Very subtle.
Whoa, there it is. Okay.
It's like looking at a zoo, yeah? You don't want to startle the animal.
Sitting so still that you become invisible.
Exactly. They've mastered the action.
Still a pretty tough turn. It's like it's going okay so far.
I mean, is it that difficult though? I mean, you're pretty much swinging for the fences here. Your opponent has a sizable amount of hand, that's true. So do you. What you need right now is just to ensure that your board is complete. You have the necessary firepower to put pressure, and that's it. You don't have any field disruption. Okay, there we go, and just go for it.
One more.
That's an interesting card choice right there. All right.
Be Marlowe.
Oh, I like that. I like that so much.
Yeah, so they're just saying if that camera dropped for the fourth time, someone will be dropped from the game.
we're not saying who. We're not pointing fingers here. But when the camera dropped for the fourth time, someone's getting a game loss.
They are judges there, so they are monitoring. But the pro tip: duct tape. Duct tape.
Definitely duct tape.
Plus camera. Will
cement works fine as well.
So actually, Paris now has a bit of a clock on. Gotta play quickly, get the game over with
before the camera drops.
Before the camera falls down, or there's a small earthquake, right? Or a
seismic shift.
Anything that could knock that camera down.
Just getting started. All right, I like this. A game with a different wind condition right here. Yeah.
Well, it's like when we so some of the players in Australia or in Southeast Asia, you play the BRO tournaments. You have to play quickly, or your internet connection might disconnect.
Yeah.
You got a separate timer. Now our connections are way better though now.
So. No, we are way better. Yeah, we are doing way better now than we were back in 2020, 2019, mind you.
That wasn't even that far.
It wasn't even that far. Yeah, that's the thing. It wasn't even that far off. All right. Every time that hand just touches that tripod, my heart drops.
I'm not gonna lie, it's scary. It is scary,
Yeah, we're looking at a very good game. It would be saddening if the game would be, would end in a different way entirely.
Yeah.
Not that I'm hoping for it. It's just that it would be interesting, as a human, but we wouldn't want that to happen.
It would be disappointing.
It would be very disappointing for Paris.
Yes.
Not for me. I mean, it would be entertaining, but it would be for Paris.
we want a full game, okay? We want a full game.
We want a full game. Definitely want a full game.
So the Vanguard swing with Sentinel Restrict, it has. Looking at the songs, it should be has crit as well. Can Lila actually guard this though? It's rough.
I mean, it would
This
be a
should
choice, right?
5 damage as well.
Yeah. Lila's currently at 5 damage. That's a bit dangerous. I mean, it's not a bit dangerous. It's super dangerous.
It is dangerous.
It is dangerous. I mean, no choice, right? You gotta guard the Vanguard, and then if you don't have enough hand size for the rears, you just gotta take it. You know.
Yep. Can't even P. Or you can. You can technically. You can sanctitude it. That is the only kind of sentinel you can use against this.
The only sensible one. All right.
The only one.
Blank and blank.
And a blank.
All right. Lila can definitely break for Psycho Relief here. You know, just let it out. All right. I got another thing. Phew. And at the same time, wishing drop camera drop.
It's a guard there.
Yeah, that's a 25k shield. That's more than enough, definitely.
Yuika bounces it back to hand, and then the last swing.
Is
oh,
perfect.
PG.
Yeah,
okay.
All right. So leaves the question: is that a break right? Is that a persona right? You know, living in the hand. I just got a flashback of break rights right there.
If it's persona right, I think it
pretty much
might actually just be game.
But it's not. Yeah, the power spike is already there.
It's not.
It's
so
not, and it's not that bad actually. It's still not that bad.
I think Paris has a chance.
The hand size is still pretty big. You know, Lorenerol's hand size is bigger than the deck, I suppose.
might actually be.
Judging by the state it's currently in, yeah. All right. I'm just looking at the hand. I mean, come on, don't. Stay away from the tripod. Come on.
Okay. Look at the top.
Living in the top. Living in the top. Living in the top. All right.
A lot of soul still for Minerva.
All right. This gotta be the last attack from Lila. You know, there's just no other way other than double heal. Not even an OT right now can actually provide any sort of contention, other than the fact that you're just gonna be forcing 2 null guards out from Paris.
Okay. Vanguard swing with no boost.
That's a perfect coming out. Number 1.
So, drive check. First check.
It's an OT. Alright.
Oh.
I stand corrected. That might actually swing the game.
That isn't a Martino, yeah. Yeah, okay.
Alright.
Do you run a Martino with this? I feel like you could, like, red Valnor to the blue OT is like, it's like good as well.
Yep.
Yeah, Martino comes out, big OT swing.
Alright, oh, the OT gotta go up. Yeah, right there. Alright, 100 million. Oh my goodness, all the rears.
Well, drive check as well, right?
Yeah, drive check as well. And if they are coming out from Seoul, we're in a world of hurt.
It really depends. Oh, but she's swinging already with Vanguard, so I feel like.
I mean, it's still fine, right? It goes until the end of.
Actually, this Martino might be a double-edged sword because there's no deck remaining.
That's 4. Oh my goodness! All right.
So the Sag is gonna twin drive, and that Martino might actually be bad.
Yeah. This might kill her.
Oh no. Because this does a drive as well.
Yeah, this has a drive as well. Everything that comes out has a drive.
Oh, but Paris gonna take it.
They're still at 4 though, so that's fine. There we go.
So 1 damage.
That's a perfect. Okay. Looking mighty fine here. Mighty fine.
Alright, this does 1 drive check.
1 drive check is all you need. Alright. Is the final perfect guide coming down? That's the question right here.
But if this
It's not-
attacks, the Sages can't attack. Otherwise, you lose. The drive check, or the critical. And this critical is really good if Sages could attack, right?
So how does this work here? I mean, let's go through the thought process right here. That's a twin drive unit. You have exactly 2 cards in deck. So I don't know if my mathematics is rusty, but 2 minus 2 equates to 0, Kai.
That's right. That's right. You've accomplished mathematics. No wonder you're the professor.
I've accomplished elementary mathematics.
A PhD in arithmetic.
Yeah. 30 years of studying allows me to rationally compartmentalize.
And that's just.
I mean, big swings.
Parrish is just say no guard, right? No guard.
No
Let the
guard.
game finish.
Let the game finish.
Time attack.
I mean, yeah, the opportunity for the tripod to fall can still happen. Oh, that's the final perfect. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Alright, that was a good game. That was an overall good game right there.
That's a heal.
The heal came out a bit too late.
Yeah, and that
And
is
there's a double heal. Yeah,
and that is GG.
Mm-hmm.
That should be GG. The Paris wins that because the Martinoir decked out.
So I was right in a way, Kai. That did shift the game, but unfortunately, it bites back at the owner.
Yeah, that's shifted it in the wrong direction.
Not in the way that I expected it to, but all part of the plan.
Yeah, that's that's why I think you should probably stay away from a Martinoir now. Move on to Valnort.
Especially
right,
for Minervas. Yeah, that is a
no
very
deck
good
out
example.
issue, extra attack, right? So I think that's the correct play. But like good game for both sides. That OT coming out early,
Yeah.
Paris, and then Lila able to make those big turns. Yeah, just nice back and forth, and the camera managed to stay up for the entire game.
I mean,
No-
third time's the charm, right? After the
Third
third
time's the
fall,
charm.
yeah,
That's right.
you don't want to fall for a 4th time, right? But
You don't want it.
You don't want it to
You
happen.
definitely don't want it. Yeah. With that, that's the end of that game. A few more games going in the round, right? Any last words you want to say before we jump to a break?
Well, all in all, for future players as well, please ensure, that your tripod or your cameras, are
secure.
Secure, yeah. So, like Kai said, duct tape is your best friend. Cement and glue works well as well.
Super glue.
Super glue. You might not be able to use your phone anymore, but at least you have a you have a working, functioning camera right there. All right. So anyway, guys, we're going to go on a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
ラウンジでは次々に交わされるメンバーたちの会話が見られるよ。日常やさまざまな会話を楽しもう。私たちと一緒にキラキラドキドキする毎日を過ごそう。バンドリガールズバンドパーティー大好評配信中。始めよう私たちのバンドライフ。
Shadowverse, which took the world by storm, greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light, and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes. Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class, and grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers, or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse Evolve.
Cardfight Vanguard! Your deck will become so much stronger! Festival Booster 2023! Dressed up Lyrical Monasterio members! Bushiroad!
Gamegenic Ingenious Supplies.
Weiss Schwarz. Begin a new story with the girls on the stage of Weiss Schwarz once again. Review Starlight Relive Booster Pack. Coming soon. Bushiroad.
Weiss Schwarz. 10 years journey with Sword Art Online. Now on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Booster Pack Animation Sword Art Online 10th anniversary. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Weiss Schwarz. Experience the full-blown high school story on the stage of Weiss Schwarz once again. Saikano, How to Raise a Boring Girlfriend Flat Booster Pack. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Weiss Schwarz is a trading card game that adapts anime and game titles, so everyone can enjoy their favorite titles as a card game. In this video, we will show you a brief tutorial to the basics of the game in 6 minutes. Decide who goes first with rock, paper, scissors. The winner goes first. Both players shuffle their decks and draw 5 cards as their starting hand. Discard the cards you don't want from your hand into the waiting room. Then, draw the same number of cards you discarded. When both players are done, let's Weiss Schwarz. First, draw a card from your deck. Now, let's play a character onto the stage. To attack, turn your character sideways. Attack! You deal damage to your opponent equal to your character's soul. As there are no characters facing the attacking character performs a direct attack and gets an additional soul. Flip the top card of your deck as your trigger check. Different triggers give different effects. In this case, it's a soul icon, so your character gets 1 additional soul. Put the card you just flipped over face down into your stock. As you can see on the right, there are various ways in which we can increase the damage we deal to our opponent. For this attack, we will deal a total of 3 damage. The opponent will flip over cards equal to the damage taken from the top of their deck and put them into their clock. With this, we will end our turn. Now it's your opponent's turn. Draw phase. During the clock phase, you may put a card from your hand into your clock. To draw 2 cards, the opponent plays 3 characters on their stage and 1 on their backstage. While characters on the backstage cannot attack, characters with the assist ability can boost the power or give effects to characters in front of them. Opponent attacks. Any triggers? No triggers. So that's 2 damage. Opponent attacks. Trigger check. A soul trigger. That's 1 additional soul for a total of 3 damage. Cancel. If a climax card turns up, damage cancel occurs. And all cards flipped for damage is put into your waiting room. This means you take 0 damage from this attack. Opponent attacks. As there is a character facing the attacking character performs a frontal attack and gets no additional soul during the attack. No icons, no bonuses. So you receive only 1 damage. When there is an opposing character facing the attacking character, a battle between them occurs. In a battle, the character with the higher power wins. The character with lower power loses the battle, becomes reversed, and sent to the waiting room at the end of battle phase. And that's the end of your opponent's turn. Draw phase. This time, let's clock 2. Let's fill your stage with characters, including our backstage. The center character gets assist from both backstage characters. Now, let's play a climax card. Different climax cards gives you different effects. This climax gives all your characters additional 1,000 power and 1 soul. Attack. No soul icon. 2 damage to your opponent. Your character has higher power, so you win the battle. Attack. 3 damage to your opponent. There are now 7 cards in your opponent's clock. When that happens, that player levels up. Choose 1 among the 7 bottommost cards in your clock to put into your level. The remaining 6 cards go into your waiting room. Then, put the remaining damage into your clock as usual. Each player starts at level 0, and the first player to force their opponent to reach level 4 wins the game. Now, let's try doing it. Your opponent is now level 1 and can use cards up to that level. The higher your level, the stronger cards you can use. Now, make your last attack with your middle character. 3 damage to your opponent. Encore! If there is a reversed character you wish to keep on your stage, you can pay 3 cards from your stock and return that character from your waiting room to its previous position on the stage. You and your opponent take turns until one of you forces the other to reach level 4. But be careful! As a player levels up and gets closer to level 4, the stronger cards they can use. And this covers the basics of what you need to start playing Weiss Schwarz. Detailed rules can be found on our website. Trial decks also consist of everything that you need to get started. We hope you have fun with your favorite titles. Let's Weiss Schwarz!
Weiss Schwarz!
The love story revolving the quintuplets once again comes to the stage of Weiss Schwarz. The quintessential quintuplets movie booster pack, now on sale. Bushiroad.
Weiss Schwarz. Water, earth, fire, air. Join Aang and his friends in their adventure to master the 4 elements and defeat Fire Lord Ozai, Avatar The Last Airbender, Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Weiss Schwarz. It's time to show off the best performance on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Intro Deck and Booster Pack, Bang Dream, Girls Band Party, 5th Anniversary. Now on sale. Bushiroad. Weiss Schwarz. The Academy with the Girls' Orchard. The popular visual novel series joins the stage of Weiss Schwarz. The Fruit of Grisaya Trial Deck and Booster Pack. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Hi, Honda.
Hi, Julius.
Thank you so much for taking out some time out of your busy schedule to join me in this Coffee with Bushiroad series.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me.
No problem. So, could you tell me a bit about the work you do in Bushiroad?
Well, I do sales and logistics, but I'm mainly on the logistics side.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you a lot more questions regarding that because I think your work is mainly a lot of people don't see or don't understand what goes on behind the scenes in what makes the games possible.
Yeah.
Because I think there's a lot of logistics and transportation involved. But before that, we're gonna dig right into our pastries and coffee and tea. What would you like?
Coffee, please.
Coffee? Coffee for you? Okay,
sure.
cool. Okay, you can smell this. It smells good.
Wow.
Yeah, this smell really wakes you up. Yeah.
Fragrant.
Yeah. Go ahead and help yourself to whichever one that you like.
All right. Which one we like?
No, you go ahead.
Me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll pick whatever that's remaining.
All right, so I'll go for this.
I'm a good host.
One.
So Huanta, I understand that even before you joined Bushiroad, to work for Bushiroad, I think you played a lot of Bushiroad card games.
Yeah.
What games do you play?
I play mainly Weiss Schwarz, Vanguard, and a little bit of Buddy Fight.
Oh, so you actually play our 3 main titles.
Yeah.
Oh, when did you start playing?
For Weiss, I started playing, I think, somewhere around 2008, 2009 kind of time when it first started out in Japan. Yeah.
Wow, that's like almost 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow. And then for Vanguard?
Vanguard, I think I also started when it first came out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. So you actually played Weiss first?
Yeah.
How do you get to know Weiss Schwarz?
So there was kind of like a community get together to learn the game. Like they brought some Weiss products from Japan, so they brought it over to Singapore, and they actually promoted the event, like come down to learn, and they actually sell some of the stuff they got in Japan. So yeah, that's how I got wine of Weiss, and I started learning, and I liked the game.
Which Weiss Schwarz titles are you currently enjoying?
I'm really enjoying the Fujimi Fantasia set right now, especially the deck with 8 standbys. It's very interesting. And also, I really like playing Goblin Slayer, especially the Goblin Slayer deck. The overall card advantage and the abilities is very flavorful. It's gonna be a huge. It has made a huge impact in the game itself, and soon English player can get their hands on the series. It's coming out in English. Yeah, for Goblin Slayer.
Wow, I think players can really look forward to that. Yeah. Do you still remember your very first deck? What title was it?
It was Fate Stain Night Trial deck.
Wow.
Yeah, it was so long ago. Yeah.
And ever since then, you just continued
Yeah.
playing the game. And right now, you are actually working for Bushiroad.
Yeah.
Wow, this is kind of like, it's coming to a full circle.
Yeah.
What's your favorite Vanguard clan?
My favorite clan would be Dark Irregulars.
Oh.
I love the overall theme of the deck, artwork, card abilities. Like soul charging, it thins your deck. So that thinning is very important in card games. You get to draw into more important cards, or you might go the other way. Like it makes everything looks exciting. Yeah, that's about all.
That's your favorite?
Yes.
Ever?
Yeah.
Okay. No, back then when you are playing Bushiroad card games, do you actually think that you would, or maybe you hope that you will be able to work for Bushiroad?
So thinking that I will be working for the company would be no.
And welcome back, everyone, to another lovely round here of the standard Bushiroad Rumble Online 2023. So, today we have a total of 8 rounds. I think we said at the beginning that there would be 7, but it looks like we have a pretty big turnout. Pretty big turnout for the tournament today. And so I think to give you a look at who's been doing well so far at our halfway point here after 4 rounds, let's quickly take a look at our standings, Amar, and see who is actually at the top running.
Let's see how Gandiva is doing.
That's true. That's true. So, at the top here, okay, we're going to go through the top 20. So, you can see here the X1 line. So, the people that are doing pretty good, X1 is a pretty good record.
Pretty good so far, yeah.
We have Ken, we have Louis, we have Demios, who we saw on stream earlier, Lister Lord, Casey, Alex, that I feel like we've seen before on other streams too, Bamboo, JY, Tile, Jumper, and Joker. So that's the 20 to 11th rank. Then tomorrow, let's take a look at the 1st to 10th, who are the undefeateds. We only have 3 undefeateds.
Oh, 3 undefeateds.
Wow. Okay.
We have Drake sitting at the throne right there. Yeah, DF. It looks like they're doing pretty well. Wait, number 2. Paris at number 3. 984 Smurf. Now that's a pretty well-known name. Yeah. Seeing it in a few tournaments here and there. Effortless, Jason, Janex, Hikawa, Echo, and of course on stream just now, Lila. Yeah,
very nice.
Pretty decent. Well, not to say that just because you are in the top 10 means that you're safe, right? We're just at the halfway line right here, DF. Just the halfway line. Anything can happen. But it looks like there might be some changes.
Yep, so it's going to be pretty interesting because our stream match is actually going to be between Drake here. Oh, looks like that's the correct XO. So I was like, pretty sure Echo is 4-0, and I'm pretty sure we should be having more undefeateds. Otherwise, this whole tournament can end in like 2 rounds.
2 rounds,
but just an update here. So Echo is XO. Hikawa Skies is 4-0.
Smurf
Gen X 4-0.
Yeah.
Jason, Win, Effortless.
Alright, this looks correct. So, this looks to be like what we would expect from the top 8, yeah? Top 8.
Yep, so looking good. And so for this upcoming round, we're going to be actually watching Drake versus 984 Smurf. So some of the undefeated tables will bring us some interesting gameplay here. And we get to watch what they have in terms of deck lists and what they are bringing to the tournament.
Right.
So I think let's just get into it and start with Smurf's list. And so this is going to be the first Willista on stream, if I'm not mistaken.
Definitely not the last.
Yep, definitely not the last either. But this Willista list is pretty cool. I've been actually playing Willista quite a lot these last couple months for tournaments, so there's actually quite a lot to talk about here. Basically, it comes down to your counts of stuff like the Welshbrown as well as the Yuika. So Yuika oftentimes like either 3 or 4 depending on how aggressively you want to play the deck, but as you can see here, the Roman is only played as a 2 of, who is the aggressive kind of like 20k beater of the deck. So because of that, I guess you can reduce the Yuikas because you don't get to do as much of an early push. And running 1 copy of the Trixie instead, that helps you to kind of manage your soul a little bit, in case you want to overuse a little bit of your Welshbrowns and your Yuikas without necessarily like feeling the repercussions of not having soul later down the line. And then, of course, the cheeky one of the Resius. I'm a huge fan of this. Just putting that on your Ophelias for like the big restands later down the line is really good and makes that first attack, actually hit for something and not just like 13 or 21 or 26, depending on what it's boosted by. So overall, cool list. This is one of the more lists that we've seen floating around with some interesting text. So definitely a big fan of it. But let's take a look at what's on the other side of Smurf's opposition here. We have Drake running a Jet list with some pretty interesting choices here, Amar.
looks like a mix between Jet and Bruce.
Yeah, I mean, we got that little bit of Eden action going in here. So of course,
Just as
it was played
much.
quite a bit
Yeah.
like when Jet first came out, because people were like, "Oh, I'm gonna be playing Grade 2 games, so in order to win the Grade 2 game, I need more cards
Grade
that
2s, yeah.
pressure on turn 2." So it did kind of fall off after some time, but we can see that for Drake, it's working out pretty well. I mean, 4-0 is nothing to scoff at.
Scoff at, especially post ban. Yeah, you're looking at a Chrono Jet list right here that many players might want to take example of, especially when you're looking at these players who are left, yeah, with 4 O's. You know, they're unbeaten. That means that they're doing something right. The deck list is correct in some way or some form. All right. But in any
Yep.
case, I'm excited to see this match. Yeah, both players are known to be quite the veteran in this game. So let's see what they can bring to the table. And I think the game is ready for us. Yeah. So let's go and see.
That's right. Let's go and take a look and see who of these players will continue their undefeated streak and who will have to go through the X1 mines.
The survival rounds. Yeah. You gotta feel bad when you go X1 the whole day and then you just fall short during the final few rounds. Yeah. That's that. And I've seen a lot of players, a lot of it happening to a lot of players. Yeah. You can't feel good. You don't want to be there. You want to keep your streak going. You want to get that XO go on as long as possible, as high as possible. But in any case, we're looking at the Willista going second here. Yeah, Chronojet going first, kind of mild, yeah, putting it off lightly. And Willista seems to be shining here. Ooh.
Oh, gets the crit early, that's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Strong start for Smurf. We're gonna see, crit defensive, not where we want to see it.
Not where you want to see it.
And upstream fly into damage there as well. But overall, you know, not the end of the world. Willista as well, like going second, it's a little bit like, the one nice thing is the extra draw from the starter gives you a bit more leeway in the early turns, because the kind of hardest part of Willista, in my opinion, is like the second turn where you have to think, okay, what do I ditch for right deck, what do I put to soul for Willista's cost, and all that kind of stuff. Like, you have to balance the pieces in your hand. You know, that's why we see like triggers being ditched for the right deck and stuff like that. So I think you have to always be a little bit careful in these specific turns, but looks like going to be just an early swing here from the GG. And looks like Smurf's gonna guard that.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much smart choice considering that you'd want to keep yourself quite safe, yeah, as much as possible until the first strike at least.
Yep. So here we're gonna see. Okay, ditching Elvira. That's actually pretty surprising because Elviras are basically like your lifeline in a way, and especially when you're playing against a matchup that's a bit more retire heavy. So Drake doesn't play the Crucial Dragon, but Crucial Dragon.
Yeah.
But the one nice thing that card opens up is that you get kind of 2 removals per turn from Jet as well as it. So especially in this matchup, getting rid of Elvira's is always kind of like the crux of the game plan, because you get to shut down their draw engine, and usually that will also just kind of let you snowball throughout the game instead of like, you know, Willista being able to draw like 3-4 cards every turn undisrupted is always very threatening. But Jet does have a bit of the edge, but we'll see how things go. And we also need to pay attention, like when watching Willista gameplay, you kind of need to see if they can balance a couple of resources. One of them is these orders, so you kind of need to make sure they have 2 at all times, just because you want to have one always kind of balanced in your soul and one in your hand, that you can always use Willista Grade 3's act skill first in order to call stuff and deck thin and then go for the draw. Just because that way you can deck thin out Elvira's and then draw more cards. So usually that will be quite beneficial. But here, 15k coming in. Pretty awkward number because you can't drop a 15k just for 2 to pass. So let's see what's gonna happen.
And you're at 2 damage. You know, a critical swinging right now isn't what you're looking for, especially when you're going first. But alright, getting that Yuika right there. Pretty tame turn, yeah, considering what I've seen what Willista can do, especially when they go second. But it's alright, it's alright. The game is still ongoing, yeah, and now it depends on Drake whether or not they would choose to actually go aggressive, or it's gonna be a pretty tame turn with just the Vanguard swinging. Yeah, you want to keep a lot of resources as much as possible, considering that you know what Willista can do. You know what's gonna happen. You know what's gonna come. Um, but I digress. They're keeping themselves at grade 2. The grade 2 gaming,
Yeah.
the grade 2 gaming is still ongoing strong. Yeah, for Chronojet.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because you theoretically, I mean, it doesn't. How should I
Stop.
put this?
It doesn't really stop the Willista onslaught, I think.
Yeah, it's like with a lot of Willista's pieces, the only thing that you're turning off is the order itself, because that prevents the second rearguard stand. But Willista herself is essentially just gonna still do the deck thing, still gonna get the power up, and the only thing you're losing out on is the restand from the order itself. But we're gonna see here. Okay, so does seem to have 2 in rotation. Gonna be Soul Blasting first, get the top 5 search. What do we find here?
Nothing.
Whoa, nothing.
That's a rare whiff. That's a rare whiff right there.
I saw some triggers in the order, but I was, kind of hoping to see at least something there to be called out. But looks like that was not the case. Definitely on the oof side of things here. But let's see. That usually hurts quite a bit because you're basically just -1 there. In the long term,
It hurts a lot, yeah, considering that you can fill your board without actually expanding on your hand.
Yeah, if you can line up a bunch of Elviras here, then you can sort of
negate it.
Yeah, we see a Yuika, Ophelia, Elvira. Did ditch one earlier. Okay, there's the second. Do we have 3? Okay, gonna draw 3, making the board
sustainable,
and also remaking the hand a little bit. So that's good. You do need to put down something behind the Vanguard in order to have that Ophelia restand, though.
There we go.
Oh, it's gonna be another Elvira. Okay, so that's gonna go back to the deck as well. So you also have to balance, of course, not just drawing cards, but also not overdrawing too much to the point that you'll deck out. So this is gonna be just a 13k, kind of telling the Jet players like, hey, give me your pieces.
I'm gonna
use
restand.
this upstream. Oh, you don't want to swing with that, Elvira. You don't have the rear restand here, so this Willista's massive. And considering the Drake's at 3 damage is actually a little bit difficult, but looks like it's going to be a take, and it's going to be a front here coming through.
My goodness.
It's going to be huge. Second check is a Romana.
But yeah, here's the thing, right? If you were on 13k base, that wouldn't hurt as much as it would right now. But considering all other possibilities, yeah, I have to say that this is like the longer end of the deal, yeah, on a very short stick. And it just begs the question on what can you do in your next turn if you're in Drake's shoes. You're gonna be expending a lot here just to guard, yeah, and a lot of your resources are gonna go down.
It's not super bad. This is like a 26. If you have a front in hand, which, 1 second, I check actually. Some Jet lists run the front, some don't. Okay, it does not run the front. But this technically, it's 26. It's theoretically relatively easily guardable. You kind of just take the last swing here, drop another 5. If you have another Sargon, you can kind of afford to. But no, going to intercept the upstream. That's actually pretty painful. And then you kind of just have to take this Ophelia because she's coming in huge, like 38, 46. So it's relatively massive. Pushes Drake to 5, and like as a Willista player, that's what you want to be doing. You want to push them to 5 as early as possible so that the 5 attack turn next turn can actually just go ham. But on the other hand, as you mentioned, the 13k base actually would have helped had he ridden up, because the order wouldn't have like done any restand anyway, because the order does need you to Soul Blast the Willista grade 3, and we didn't see them put a Willista from hand with the grade 1 of the ride line, so that wouldn't have been a factor anyway. So I feel like just riding to Jet earlier purely for the extra card from the drive check, as well as like not having to ditch that Sargon or having to intercept with that upstream, would have been pretty big.
Yep.
But we are gonna see the ride up here, search out the body from the Steam Breath, or not Steam Breath, apologies.
Yeah.
Yep.
Alright, you get to draw
So
1,
now-
but still, I'm seeing that that's at least 3 upstream that's already gone right here, as this might be the only one left.
Ooh, not sure how I feel about that. Targeting the back row
would have been
Elvira
optimal.
would have been a bit
Yeah.
better in my opinion, just because you would be able to get rid of that, and then the threat of you attacking into the Elvira still exists, whereas now it's kind of like telegraphing that it's like, okay, I'm gonna go face, which is like, obviously that's already threatening on its own, but having that option or that that thought that like, oh, maybe if I hit defensives my opponent will be forced to swing into this Elvira, which I don't want to lose, is going to be pretty annoying too. But gonna call it a Bali as well as get their upstream, so that's good that they still have that in hand. So it's gonna be 23, relatively easily guardable here on Smurf side.
3.
Gonna take it though.
So you can just heal. That's the
Ineffective heal,
ineffective
but
heal.
defensive is defensive.
We'll take those.
That's right. Now upstream gonna call out the GG with the soul that we have from the Sargon in the previous turn.
And they gotta be drawing something really good here. You don't want a trigger, you don't want the over trigger, you'd want a sentinel at least. But I mean, what would they do against a Willista? Yeah, when you know that the onslaught is coming the next turn.
Exactly, yeah. So
But there we go. Yeah.
get that card draw, and then Fate Rider, of course, can swing. Put back the Sargon potentially, but also you can just put back the GG to make sure you don't run out of the deck as well. And then essentially you can just search out whatever attacker you want to convert this into. The targets are basically Argandia upstream again, as well as the Eden, but upstream is the choice, I think. If you, especially if this lands, you get the soul again to use GG one more time. So the more card draw, the better. And you also get a bit of power distribution here from the Fate Rider. So overall, I think that Drake is doing pretty good to push back here, but you definitely want to see a heal if possible in this drive check, just because of you know, being pushed to 5 this early. It is pretty painful. And now Smurf, let's see, is it going to be a guard? Gonna see an additional shuffle here.
By request, yeah, by request, yeah. And I'm pretty sure Drake is more than happy to oblige.
Yep.
3, 1, and 2. Alright, I figured out the code.
Yep. Alright. Gonna give the power up to the upstream. And now let's see where... Well, first, if the guard is gonna come through here. Smurf doesn't really want the soul to go in from the Sargon.
Oh,
so
the risk,
gonna
yeah.
just PG that.
Alright, oh, that is a critical trigger right there. It's not bad, but not optimally what you'd be looking for. And I believe that is a Sentinel.
That's right. So, still a couple big swings here, but this is only like 25. It's not necessarily swinging for insane numbers. Let's take a look.
It's just okay.
Yeah, the other card column does have the crit on it, so it's a little bit annoying to block, because it'll be like 33, 41, 46 with the crest like 51. So this is definitely the easier one to guard. And if you can afford to, you know, take the 2 damage, going to 5 is not great. But it looks like Smurf chooses to take this one, go to 4, and then probably just have to hard guard or PG the last attack. It's gonna be pretty massive.
It's gonna be pretty massive, and it does have that critical in hand, yeah? Yeah, wonder what's going on there. I mean,
take a look.
Yeah, together with the defensive that Smurf had just now, that would have been just an easy 5k guard, right?
Yep, I mean, let's see it.
Yeah, it was 25.
I'm curious how he's going to
23.
guard this last one. Okay, double front. Choosing to, you know,
again
block the extra crit attack. Wants to 10-4.
Yeah. That's still very weird.
I mean, I think there is a argument you can make that maybe just choosing to block both attacks could have been oh, Rise the Valge Brown by accident. Got a little bit ahead of themselves there. Gonna Persona Ride. You do have to proc Willista first in order to ditch one and get back the gem. And then after that, you can proc your Valge Brown to Soul Blast 1 and bot deck it to get that extra card draw. So gonna be doing just that. Goes to bottom and gets the draw. So lots of little plussing. And now, of course, it doesn't stop there. Willis's main effect gonna be able to search the top 5 here for 2 calls and also get a bunch of power. So let's see what is gonna be to find this Yuika. Also looking for something. Trixie behind Vanguard, checking the hand, seeing what else they can actually call out.
It is interesting to see that now the attack is gonna come in quite heftily. So if somehow Drake is able to survive this turn, yeah, you gotta go for the next stage kill slot. I mean, there's no other choice, right? You gotta go to the multiple attack on Vanguard scheme. But that is a big if, considering the fact that Smurf is looking to kill this turn. 5 damage. Yeah, 5 damage. Not so healthy hand size. I mean, from all my experiences looking at Willista games, usually this is the turn that they win.
Okay, Smurf is thinking he wanted to play the gem, but decided against it because he could still theoretically proc Trixie first. I think he hasn't actually used the Trixie effect. So Trixie, of course, allows you to check top 5 and look for a Willista. And looks like that might be what they're going for.
Might be one there, yeah.
Have we found one?
It's interesting to see the one off Trixie actually proccing that.
Yeah. Does find the persona. So it's going to be important for next turn. So just the one of, but again, this deck, you filter quite a lot, so it's relatively expected to even see your one ofs every so often. It's not Eva levels of filtering, but at the same time, it is one of the higher filter decks. Yeah. All right. Draw 2 here from the gem order. So Elvira putting in work, and I think a pace of 2 draws is always fine. Yuka gonna get the plus power. Do have Persona right active here, and we are gonna need another attacker. Oh, it's gonna be double Ophelia. That's pretty huge. So double Ophelia, even though you can only stand one of them by their own effects, they still get 15k at the end of the Vanguard's battle. So it's gonna be 223k swings most likely. You can technically boost the second one to make it 31, and looks like that's gonna be the case. So 31k, Ophelia coming in. This is pretty hard to guard. I think for Drake, you might have to start praying for defensive somewhere around here and survive on either a healer or an OT in damage, but I'm gonna choose to block these lower attacks first because Drake knows very well that they're only gonna get bigger.
Smart move, but still expending 2 cards in hand just to guard that doesn't bode well.
Yep. We're gonna use the Ophelias. First, use the order skill, and then Ophelia's restand skill procs at the end of Willista's battle. You have to wait for that a little bit. And now Drake, what is the call? It feels like one of these attacks will be taken, but which one will it be? I feel like the Vanguard swing might still get guarded. Doing a quick trigger check. There's too many crits out. Maybe you can afford to take the Vanguard because it's by far the biggest, You got your 43k swing.
But still, yeah. It doesn't bode well the moment you ask for a trigger check, yeah?
Yeah.
Now, especially in this situation here, it's either a null guard, a double sentinel, or you know what? Take the risk with the Vanguard. If there's no triggers, you get a heal. You come off as the winner here. But
Oh, is this a one to pass? Okay, that's pretty risky considering how the front is gonna break through it, no questions asked, and a heal. Yeah, one to pass when Willis this compressed is a little bit difficult. Early turns, I can see it, but late game, I feel like this might have been a better attack to just take. And we don't see a heal here, and Smurf is gonna take game over Drake in this first feature of Willista. We've shown a lot of Gandivas and said that's supposed to be the best deck in the room, but Willista showed up once on stream and it's already been looking pretty good.
That's the thing about Gandiva decks, right? It's easy to pilot. It's easily one of the meta decks because of the ease of movement with the deck. But Willista hits a bit different, right? You do require a significant amount of knowledge especially on the actions, the steps that you want to take with the deck. Very different than Gandiva. So Gandiva might be the most broad deck, but certainly you can't discount the fact that we might be seeing a Willista double finals here.
Who knows? We don't have that much representation of Willista as expected. I mean, there's been quite a bit of them in the the player distribution that I've seen, but still, you know, there's quite a few other interesting decks. I mean, I see like Graham Grace is in here.
Oh.
I see Jiva's in here. Orphis, Regis. There's quite a lot of interesting. There's Vieman's Bruce even, and so quite a lot of interesting decks that aren't necessarily the top two that you know, could potentially make it out to day 2 as well. But we'll see. We've now crossed the halfway point. And Mar, any like big thoughts after this match? Like anything that you feel like stuck out for you as well?
Well, now is the, like I mentioned just now, yeah. Now that you've passed the halfway line, this is where things gets a bit rough. You know, your mental capacity has to be top notch. You know, you have to be as sharp as a knife, because any slip up, you know, and anything that messes you up, or any mistake that you make, might not only cost you the match itself, but also the mentality for you to stick around long enough for you to survive 8 rounds of Swiss, not 7, 8. Yeah, that is an exceptionally extra burden placed upon the players. Yeah, and they have to fortify their mental attitude as well as their, well, gameplay skills as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's not only that, right? Some players they're not just doing 8 rounds in AO here. They're gonna wrap up and go to EU afterwards.
Yeah.
If they make it. I'm actually not sure what the EU start time is, but you know, if they make it, they continue on. If not, then they can pause a bit and wait for NA. But yes, that's like the magic of BRO. You can do the whole gauntlet, and you know, we've seen the prize cards for the last one get shipped out, and it's been really nice to see the players bring them to tournaments and stuff as like their little like charms and whatnot. So they're big exclusive prize cards, of course, getting that beautiful representation. But yeah, I think this was, I saw people in chat say this was like a big like meta game kind of like, you know, this matchup that we just had on stream definitely felt like something that you're gonna see in the tournaments quite a lot.
Yeah.
And I personally really enjoy watching these kind of games, because for me it's like you get to learn, these are the top level players and also top level decks, and you get to learn a lot from watching them be played, right? You get to learn a lot about how they need to be piloted and how like the dynamics are also taken care of. And I hope that our commentary also helps to bring light to some of their decisions, and you know, maybe some other things that can be explored. So with that though, Amar, I think we just wrapped up round 5, and we are going to have round 6 relatively soon. But before we get into it, we are going to go for a short commercial break. But, you know, maybe while we have the commercial break, we do have a bit of a delay here on stream. So maybe if you guys have some little questions or things that you want to raise and maybe see discussed during the broadcast, feel free to leave them in the chat, and we can maybe pick up on them after this break. So use this break wisely, and we'll see you guys after that.
Ta-ta.
When you were a kid?
It's part of the. Oh, go ahead and answer this. Okay. Well, I not really. No, I guess I just lucky. I didn't have to do anything special. But anyway, yeah. So I was saying, Goblin Slayer for Weiss Schwarz. Yeah, again, because I played the deck a lot, and I really enjoy the mechanics of the deck.
Do you like play basketball a lot?
No, and that's kind of, yeah, I got the question a lot, but yeah, I don't really.
So like skipping ropes then?
I did skip a little bit when I was younger, but I was really pretty tall for my age when I was doing that. Is this really part of the? I don't see this in the list though. Do I have?
Yeah, it's part of the version.
Oh, it is. Oh, okay, sure. What is the best part about working in Bushiroad? Wow, best part. I mean, there are a couple of things that really are pretty amazing, like getting to travel and meeting everybody. I think that's one of the biggest joys that I have. Being able to see people enjoy the game like around the world is quite amazing. Another thing is, of course, I think you guys already know, because I've been doing this a lot. We get to get like a couple of cards sometimes, you know, because we get like samples and stuff like that, and then we have something that's called a complete set, which is basically a single copy of every card that we release in a booster pack. And then we get some of these things, and then we get to build decks to play in the office, which is quite a lot of fun, to be honest. We did like a couple of remote fights and stuff like that, events where we get to play the players online. That was really fun. We do gunslingers. We used to do gunslingers also at events where we would play with players on the spot. That was really, really fun. So like, yeah, so we do get to build all these decks, and we do get to try out all these things. It's quite a lot of fun. Yeah. Alright, so and what's the worst part about working in Bushiroad? Can I say that on camera? I don't think I can say that on camera. Okay, but actually, I can think of something that is that's okay for me to say. Basically, I don't get to play in any tournaments anymore. That's actually kind of sad because as I kept playing games, I realized that I had this like small competitive spirit fire that reignites every time I watch everybody play at events or like online events. You know, this online events, I'm there the whole time as well, making sure the stream's okay. I'm the one that's replying on the stream. I'm the one that's checking the stream, helping out at the back end also with the event itself. And every time I watch people play, I'm just sad that I can't participate in any more Bushiroad tournaments. But I'm here on the other side, so they're still kind of okay. But at the same time, you know, I wish I could play competitively also. Because it seems like a lot of fun, right? Like you guys have like teams nowadays, and then, you know, everybody's like, it's really like a festival atmosphere at the event, so I really miss that. Will there ever be a cameo of you in the Vanguard enemy, sort of like how Daigo used to appear every now and then? If so, what deck would you be using in the show, and who would you want to fight against? I don't think there's ever going to be a cameo of me. I'm not on the level of Daigo. Right? Daigo's like a superstar. I'm not on that level. But you know, it is cool to see people like Daigo appear, people like Tanahashi, Hiroshi appear as well. Those are really, really cool.
Hey, I heard you met your girlfriend here in Bushiroad, who's now your wife. Do you care to share more about that?
No. Will there ever be virtual tournaments like Bro in addition to in-person events? I'm not sure when this video is going to be posted, but I'm pretty sure Bro is already being announced. So, of course. I mean, online tournaments, digital tournaments, remote tournaments are very, very, very important, I think, now that we are in this day and age. And I think COVID just accelerated that idea that there are a lot of people that have no access to major tournaments. And I think online tournaments give those players an avenue to be competitive, like I said, or even just to play casually with your friends, right? Like you can join a tournament and still be casual in that sense. And I think it brings a different experience and a different kind of enjoyment, and bringing that to more people, I don't think is ever going to be a bad thing. So if we can keep doing it, I think it's a good thing. I would love to keep doing online tournament. I think it's very fun. I mean, of course, we do have to stay online for quite a long time, and unless you guys, you guys may not know, but like I'm there for most of the only one that I'm not there for is really the US times, because if I stay up for the US times, that mean I have like 2 days no sleep. I would love to be there though, but you know, that's just how it is, right? But yeah, I do think we should be continuing online tournaments, at least for a good while. I do think it's very important. Yeah. So are there any future plans for working with community ran tournament organizations? So our stance on this has usually been for any organization to pair with a store. The reason being, our main business model is of course selling at brick and mortar retail stores. We want to support our brick and mortar stores as much as possible. So as far as possible, we would like, you know, anybody who wants to run like their own tournaments, community tournaments, even if you are like a constant TO, to try and approach stores and get support from the store. So basically, you approach the store approaches us, and then we can provide the support from there. So I think, of course, this is still something that we've been doing because, of course, we want to support the stores, right? Like I said, but at the same time, we do understand that there's a lot of people who may want to get this support and they don't have a store nearby, so we have to explore these kind of scenarios. I guess it could be a more on a case-by-case thing, but as far as possible, we want to work with TOs through stores. Yeah. Which deck would I be using in the show, and who I want to play against? I would take Ren's Revenger deck, and I want to play against Ren. Okay, because I really love the Revenger deck and I really like Ren, so I want to play against Ren and I want to use this deck to beat him, alright? I'm going to lose, probably, because, you know, Ren has this insane plot armor throughout the series, up till probably like the last couple of fights where he would lose like an important fight, but like, you know, I really like Ren, so that's probably...
Like, do you have any tips? Like, do you bring her to like a dinner for a first date? Or like, do you go to like amusement park? Like, what do you say to her?
Sorry, director, can we get this guy off the group, please? Like, it's not roller coaster.
Wait, but it's
I
not
don't know what
description.
Besides games from Bushiroad, what other games do you enjoy at the moment? Oh, okay. I actually do play a lot of games. I'm quite an avid gamer. I'm playing right now. I'm playing TCG. I'm playing PCG also. You know, I'm playing did I miss anything? I think that's pretty much it for now. Yeah, there's quite a lot of things, to be honest. Right, so best and worst thing that happened to you in Bushiroad. Best and worst thing that happened to me in Bushiroad. Best is probably this, right? Like getting to become kind of like a meme in the community. I know it's very strange to for that to be like a goal or like a best memory, but honestly, it gives me joy to be able to interact in this manner with everybody, and I think some people are able to derive joy from that as well. And to me, that's quite magical, quite special. And I do believe in making sure that the community is engaged and happy. It definitely helps with for the company as well. I think worst thing that happened to me in Bushiroad, I don't think there's a bad thing that happened to me in Bushiroad. Worst thing that happened to me in the company, I honestly can't say that I can remember any. Maybe I don't get to keep the cards that we play with. I don't know. I guess. How often do you how often do you skirt the line of saying too much when interacting with the community? All the time. Okay, but most of the time when I'm posting emojis, guys, it doesn't mean anything. Alright, when I post emojis, it doesn't mean anything. Or does it? You'll never know. But I always try to tease people. I guess maybe it's not a good habit, but yeah, it's just I'm a fan also, right? So like I said, I joined the company because I play the games. So I love like getting this first information as a player. So I understand this information, getting it as an employee, and then getting it as a player. There's like separate excitement. So sometimes when like new card effects get shown, or like in fact before it gets shown officially, when we get it internally for like development, sometimes like I get the stuff from the development team just to look through in my spare time or during lunch or something like that. It's the same excitement, and I want to share everything with everybody, but I can't, unfortunately. So all I can do is occasionally drop some small teasers. That's about it. Yeah, I love like trying to give a teaser, but I don't think I can give away too much. Yeah, it's not worth my job. I want to make you guys happy, but it's not worth my job. Hamburgers with or without pickles. What are you? Why are you eating the hamburger without pickles? You have to eat it with the pickles. It's part of the experience. It's the whole package. You know what I mean? Like you eat it without the pickles, are you really eating a burger? I don't think so. Personally, I don't think so. Okay, but it depends on what burger it is, right? Like, yeah. So yeah, I'm for pickles. I'm team pickles for sure. I didn't used to like them though, but that's because I didn't know what I didn't know. My parents took the pickles out of my burgers all the time. And then one day I was just like, I'm a big boy now, right? 12 years old, I can handle the pickle, alright? So I ate it and I loved it. I realized, but adults are not always right. Okay? Yeah.
What about pineapples on pizza?
Why is this guy still back? Why is he still here? Can we?
Because
No.
I have burning questions as well.
Pineapples on pizza?
Yeah, is that a yes or a no for you?
No. When will you get promoted from being an intern, or are you the eternal intern? Well, I'm not the intern anymore, but I mean, it might have been a revelation for some of you. I don't know, but I guess in a way, I'm always the intern, right? Like for you guys, I'm always going to be that guy, So I don't think so. I may get my promotions internally, but I think in everybody's heart, I'll still always be Matt the intern. So for promotions, do you have to beat your boss in a card fight, or is it just a fist fight like every other workplace? It's a combination of both. Every time we take damage, we actually take damage, if you know what I mean. Yeah, but it's fine because not a lot of people can beat me in office anyway, so good luck. Whew, okay, that's the end of all the questions. We made it, yay! Alright, just want to say thanks to everybody who sent us questions. I know we couldn't cover everything, and I'm really sorry about that, but we do have limitations on what I can say, what I can't say, and how long this video can be before you guys click away. So yeah, we probably couldn't answer all your questions. But anyway, yeah, thank you guys for watching. I really hope you guys enjoyed the video, and yeah, I'll see you guys sometime soon in an event or in a tournament or something. Yeah.
Wait, we're filming Coffee with Bushiroad, right? Wait, how he doesn't have? Did you not get him the coffee? Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Someone get him a coffee, please.
Here we go. Cool. At the end is interesting timing, but okay, sure, cool. Yeah, coffee with Bushiroad.
Yep, we have a coffee.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Are we good? Can I go? Okay, yeah. Thanks.
Can I have the coffee back? It's...
Wow.
Yeah, I paid... Yeah, it's mine.
Wow.
Hey Terence.
Hey Julius.
Okay, first of all, thanks for joining me here with Coffee with Bushiroad series.
No problem.
You are the first of all our interviewees. Well, and there's a reason for that, and that's because, I think a lot of people have seen you in a lot of videos as well, especially for Buddy Fight channel, which you frequently appear, well, along with me. So, and the other reason is because Terence you have been with us for about 9 years now. Yeah. So I think you're probably one of the veterans, if not like the person with the most experience number of years in Bushiroad right now.
That's true.
Yeah. So I'm very excited to ask you a bit about the kind of work that you do here with Bushiroad, mainly your current position, of course.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So you are a senior development executive.
Yes, that's
and
right.
Can you tell us a bit of the things that you have to do as someone in your role?
Okay, not only senior development executive, I'm also a team leader, as you know, for Buddy Fight, and our viewers also know. My job comprises mostly of product management, as well as marketing advisory role. So it's like, main part of the job is of course products. We can't have a card game without the products going out. So most of it is scheduled around product management, designs, translations, and basically making sure that the product goes out on time.
So I guess as team leader, you kind of have to manage everything and not just the product. Like developing the product is one aspect of it.
Yes. Yeah. Our development mostly central around localization. So Japan has their main product first, then we take the same product and try to localize it for the English-speaking community.
Okay. But so just for the record, localize would mean to translate into English for the international products. Yeah. So could you tell us more about how you would go about localizing a product? Like probably take us briefly through the steps from the very beginning and to the end when it's actually printed.
Well, basically, Japan needs to have their product ready first. Then we just take the designs, the translation, as in the text that they have, and do translations. Okay, then pass it to our designers. Designers put everything into what you see today as a card. Then we take the design, have it sent to the factory. Factory produces everything, including the packaging, such as the pillow pack, which we call pillow because the packs look like a pillow.
And although like you made it sound like very easy, like from translating to printing, I know for a fact that it's not.
You have done some products.
Yeah, I know for a fact it's not, because you kind of split into 3 major categories. But I know it's gonna be definitely a lot more work than that.
Yeah, that was just a general description of how it is. But of course, there's many detailed steps along the way.
Definitely. So during the course of your translating and stuff, what do you think is the toughest thing about translating Japanese into English?
Oh, they have a lot of very Japanese-centric puns. Those are the worst things you can come across if your command of the Japanese language is not as good.
What do you mean by that?
They have certain puns or play.
Hey, welcome back everyone to another round of BRO action. It's gonna be myself and Amar bringing you the coverage here for round number 6. And so for round number 6, we have some updates in our standings. First and foremost, take a look at for who has been fighting for the top and trying their best to make it to day 2. With only 3 rounds left, you know, the chances are growing slimmer for many players, but those at the top are still fighting for it. So let's take a look at the standings and see here. So we see the X1 line is still pretty big. So you have, of course, Just Addicts, Mike, Echo dropped the game that we see here. Drakon, Ashura, JY, Lister Lord, Casey Alex, and Joker and Tile all at the X1 line and still trying to fight for their spot in day 2 tomorrow. And then, of course, we also have our top 10 slots as well. Namar, let's see who we got in here.
Well, they're going to be a little bit more comfortable, yeah? Especially the 5-0s. You're looking at number 10 here, Hikawa. I mean, a little bit dangerous there. Gen X at number 9, Effortless, Demius. I'm liking it. The fact that PBO is still in the game. BZE. We saw Drake dropping the round just now. Paris, Jason 984 Smurf, and also Wait. I am extremely impressed, yeah, especially with the top 4 currently.
Yep, absolutely. So it's been pretty interesting to see. But we're gonna let the top 4 kind of play amongst themselves here. You know, leave them to their
fate.
Yeah, let them play it out because we're gonna be looking at a round from one of the not lower tables, but one of the X1 tables. And this is gonna be an interesting one because there is a deck in here that I definitely didn't expect to see. So once we get into the deck preview, I think it'll be a big surprise for everyone here. But
not in the top 6.
We first have Zal 5 over here with the fan favorite, everyone's beloved Youthberg. Yeah, so Mar, how you feeling about Youth in this tournament? We talked about it a little bit before, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about how Youthberg is reliant on having rear guards, and then, you know, Gandiva pretty much steps on them. But it is pretty nice to see that, you know what, there are still 1 or 2 maybe, you know, still surviving in the tournament. But I don't know about this matchup though, Chris. I'm not sure if Youthberg has the upper hand here, looking at the opponent's side of things. But you can see that the Youthberg in itself is playing a pretty standard line of well, it's a pretty standard Youthberg deck, I can say.
Yeah, like there's a little bit of like thin ratios here, like a lot of 2s. Like the great 2s are all just like 2s basically. 2 Spiral Cuties, 2 Dull Breaks, 2 Cardblades, 2 Schneisels. So a lot of your CB usage is kind of in there. So because of that, I guess we're also seeing the 2 Enucleates, the 2 Cannon Chargers that we don't see too often, but I guess if you're playing a bit more CB aggressive, you're gonna need that extra
you're gonna be
Cannon Charge
reliant
as
on
well.
Yeah.
So no, you know, none of the like power manipulator for when you check triggers is found in this list, but still, you know, a strong deck nevertheless. And you know, if the Gandivas knock each other out, I think Youthberg is quite all right, you know, not running into it. So
as long as they
won't be a
somehow,
problem.
yeah, as long as they somehow slip through the cracks, yeah. But let's look at the other side, the opponent's deck list here of Stearns, which is surprise, surprise. I am absolutely floored.
Yeah, so this list is interesting. It's a violence, not Vehemence, a violence Bruce list that only runs the 1 Bruce, no Persona rights, no Persona right order or anything like that either. This is I think it's trying to just essentially set up an OTK scenario where you soul charge a bunch and then you get to use Quenlu together with Grantory, and the Grantory basically turns off Intercept, and Quenlu essentially doesn't allow you to PG. So you kind of want to set up into the situation where you set up a very powerful Grantory that cannot be intercepted, or alternatively, you know, with big swirler columns, and then using the Pandemonium tactics, you also get, you know, crit to your Vanguard, you get the plus 10k. So this is like a very interesting Bruce list, which is like, especially in this meta, considering this is still rocking at the top tables, this is I would never have expected this. Like,
Nah,
if you
never.
told me Bruce was gonna be in top cut, I was like, or in top tables, I'd be like, okay, maybe in one of the V man's lists could be making it somewhere, but this is beyond any of our expectations.
Beyond mine. I mean, I have yet to see, and this is the first time of me seeing it, a no persona right Bruce list.
Right? It's pretty impressive. So I think with that, take your screenshots. Take your screenshots all you can. This is your last chance, but I think we're gonna get into this game because I want to see this deck in action
Me too.
as much as possible.
Alright, it all boils down on whether or not Stern can actually activate the final rush first, and I believe they can.
Yep.
So that's the thing,
gonna
right?
be interesting.
Yeah, that's the thing about Bruce decks, right? I mean, lauded as being a very heavy firepower, with heavy artilleries all around, but somehow falling just a bit short because of being heavily reliant, on activating the final rush. But this, however, it looks to me that it's going to be quite a blooded beatdown deck. You're just gonna be going, you're just going on all cylinders here. I mean, by grade 2, discarding the PG, showing the intent, showing the intent of aggression,
The fighting spirit.
I like that. I like that so much.
Yeah, so pushing in pretty hard here in the early turns as well.
Getting in the PG.
And-
That heal kind of stopped that.
Oh well, even if a heal stops it, I feel like this deck is trying to make sure nothing else does. I quite like the premise, right? Like, you just set up these unblockable attacks that can swing multiple times thanks to Bruce's effect. It's like, forget Persona, right? Just go.
Just go.
Run, basically.
I mean, that's all you had to do, Just make sure that the attacks are going through, that make sure that the pressure is still up. Even just a bunch of 5k shields from the opponent, right, is still a bit of an annoyance, I'd have to say.
Yep.
Alright.
So,
Ooh,
kinda big here.
talking about aggression, Salve is not backing down. Yeah. So you wanna fight me, mano a mano? You know what? I'm bringing my boys. I'm bringing my own boys.
Yep.
Let's see how you like that, Emperor.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we see the Kadbe putting in work and, finding that nice full triple formation here. And, I think this Bruce list doesn't run removal at the very least. Let me quickly go through it just to make sure I'm not talking nonsense. Oh, no, it does. There's Derek.
Yep,
There's Derek. He is capable of removal, so gotta be a little bit careful. You don't want your back row to get blasted before it gets to do anything, but we shall see here. Bruce is now on the Vanguard circle, and now it's gonna... I'm curious of what the mid game is for this deck, because, okay, there is the Derek, speak of the devil.
That's it. This is the only thing you can do. That's the problem with the deck. You gotta wait until the final rush before you can actually do anything. So it's gonna be a pretty tame turn, but you don't want to let off too much steam. The rear guard is there to actually aid in the pressure. There we go. Critical trigger.
Alright, it's pretty good.
Shouldn't be too difficult. Shouldn't be too difficult to guard. That's just a 15k shield.
Yeah, looks like they're thinking about it. Going over the motions.
But the fact of the matter is, you need counter blast, right? You do need counter blast, but at the same time, you don't want to be taking too much before the Bruce actually pumps out. So I understand what Zalf is going through here. This is a very difficult matter. This is a very difficult situation. But you just gotta guard it off, I guess.
Yep, absolutely. So you gotta make sure to not eat up too much damage, because especially like when you're fighting against the unknown. So I'm assuming nobody's playtested. Like, if you told me to playtest for this format, which I would, pretty confidently say I have, I've never playtested against this Bruce variant.
This sort
so
of
when
Bruce,
fighting the unknown, just play it safe. You never know what's gonna happen. You can kind of, it's open deck list. That's like the one unique part of BRO is like you can kind of look at your opponent's deck list. If this was closed deck list, BCS, and this deck actually has the sauce, could even be worth to keep this secret all the way until BCS season. Honestly, like, you know, save it for nationals, as they say. But we see here that they choose to bring it to the BRO tables.
And I like that. I like that, the fact that the Bruce is just standing their ground. You know what? I'm not gonna Sentinel just yet. You know, do your right face. Do whatever it is that you do. I'm just gonna eat it all, and then you'll see what's gonna happen after. Or I could just be spitballing here, and then Stern could just, you know, eat until 6 damage. Who knows?
Yep, that's true. All right, we're Tempesting. Everyone's favorite Tempest, the MVP
Vanguard.
of Worlds this year.
And that is not what you want to see. That's like double life.
That's 5 damage, isn't it?
Yeah, 5 damage. All
Already.
Stern needs to develop that final turn. There we go.
Yeah, Youthberg just kind of doing his thing. Youthberg is very much just kind of like, you know, he's got like cruise control enabled. He's chilling. It's like you see the dudes in their Teslas that just like sit and like read a book while the car drives itself. Youthberg is trying to do that right now, and currently it's working out. But it really depends now on Stern's side. You know, what is this big push, right? Because there's no Persona rides. It's all about the Pandemonium tactics, and that's going to be proccing as we speak. So let's take a look.
I think this is gonna work out beautifully. Look at that top 3 soul charge, yeah? It's all blanks.
Mm-hmm. So it's looking pretty good. Again, it's pretty piece reliant decks. Also, your, you know, the stuff that you can afford to guard with and drop early is rather limited, I would say. But we got big swirlers here. They do be swirling.
They do be swirling, indeed.
So here, the Bruce as well.
Ooh.
I think it did gain the full effect of the Pandemonium. I don't see the actual soul count here, but we do have Swirler getting buffer and buffer, getting huge.
9 times soul charge. Yeah, this is definitely the final turn there.
Here comes Lyle. So Lyle's gonna be able to get power, soul charge, and also call a card from the soul. And there comes the Quinlu to give that guard restrict. Just keep in mind that, you know,
the
top 5 is still pretty low on damage, so it's not going to be super risky in terms of like applying the guard restrict here. But if you can kind of high roll on the triggers here, it's gonna be pretty huge. But ooh, we see the big Derek come through here, and I like that. Putting the Lyle back into the soul too. It's like not gonna use it as an attacker here. I think he definitely wants to use Swirlar as an attacker, and getting to also remove the board with Derek is very nice, and helps to, you know, cripple some of the plussing that Youthberg has been doing so far.
Step over on the Derek though.
Oh yeah.
Soul charge, alright, that's the critical. That's the final sentinel, I believe, yeah? Yeah.
Ooh, and that should be the Grantory. So this is gonna, you know, it disables the intercepts, but at the same time it doesn't really matter when your opponent doesn't have any intercepts right now.
There's nothing on Zal's board, yeah, that would indicate the necessity to utilize that unit.
Yep, exactly. Alright, so I think that was another Lyle just going. This is like turbo soul charge. Again, these players are, I'm pretty sure, X1. So it's honestly pretty freaking impressive here in terms of what they're doing.
Oh, that's the heal right there. Yep, but you don't care. You don't care about the heal. As so far, we haven't seen the over trigger coming out, yeah?
Yeah, that's true. I kind of like this is pretty refreshing. We don't get to see these kind of lists in Vanguard very often, where somebody just absolutely cooks, and you get to see this like this dude just sitting in main phase for like 5 minutes and just setting up everything.
My God, how many soul blasts is that?
It's gonna be huge, Ramar. It's gonna be huge.
My
and
God.
Zal 5, I don't know. How much have you prepared?
Take it, my dude. That's a no-brainer right there.
Thing is, right, these attacks are so massive. You know, the 10 soul charges on the Swirler, all this extra power is like ridiculously high. Zal's just looking at his hand, is like,
Yeah.
Hold up.
Hold up.
These numbers are more than I thought.
This doesn't add up.
And you gotta keep in mind that like the swirler cannot be PG. That's pretty scary. So you have to really think about how you're gonna take these attacks, because I think if you incorrectly take an attack here, it might just be game over.
Oh, all right. This might be the first
Defensive
time.
helps.
Yeah, this might be the first time for me saying that a defensive. There's absolutely nothing here.
I mean, the extra power is gonna help. It's gonna help, but the numbers are relatively ridiculous. Let's put it that way.
Exponentially ridiculous. Yeah. It's like, oh, look at that! You just took off one number from my dice roll. Okay, another one. All right, this time it's empty. It's a blank. All right, Bruce B attacking. Bruce B attacking. The front rows are standing again.
Okay, here we go.
What can Zolf do? What is the possibility here other than just using your
So
sentinel?
It's also 3 damage, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of rough. I mean, this Bruce is like honestly asking a lot of questions.
Oh, okay. That's
That's
one
one
critical
drive.
there. There's one critical trigger there. All right, so
Okay,
choosing.
how's it gonna be applied?
Yep, splitting that, so that there's the critical. Ooh, this is insane, DF. This is insane.
Yeah, like this whole deck is so cool. Like, not gonna lie, if I could give a creativity award, he's got it, dude. Stern's got it.
And what's happening here? That's it. That's the whole shebang. I expected explosion, but this might be the end. This might be the end for Stern.
Yeah. So I think the one kind of downside is that, of course, for Stern, you put in so many resources into this one turn, and if it backfires, and especially because he's on 5, right, burns through all the CB, I think he wants to be on 5 because you get to, go through your Lyles, go through your Pandemoniums and everything to just kind of like set up the Crazy Soul. But at the same time, if it backfires, you don't really seem to have as much of a plan B. So we're gonna have to see here. Youthberg, of course, is still, has not gained its 5th attack technically. Theoretically, you do have the. I think the OT is not out yet for either
side.
player.
Yeah.
Unless something got soul charged earlier and we missed it, but I feel like one of us would have spotted it.
Yep. And the thing about it is that during the attack in itself, during the previous turn, Zoff barely used any of his hands.
That's true.
They are able to just, sustain, but I don't think that's a good hand size right there, actually. I'm sorry.
Yep.
It looks to be quite a bit of a pickle as well for Zoff. I mean, do they go all in? Is this it? Is this the turn that I have to kill Stern? Or do I just take it slow? The deck size in itself is already pretty thin on Stern's side.
Yeah, Zalf's like, I respect you and your ability to cook, but I'm afraid I'll have to take the chef's mantle here.
Yeah, there we go. You see, that's the sentinel there. Yeah, this is the pit stop.
All right, Youth coming in with a swing.
There we go. That's the OT.
All right.
Oh, a heal trigger.
But that is not going to be doing too much here.
All right, all things considered. Dropping that one off, getting the extra power. There we go. OT, nothing, nada, squat.
Oh, hold up.
Hold
up. Zalf trying to run it down, but he doesn't manage to land the blow, doesn't manage to land the finishing hit, and Stern gets another chance at life. Let's take a look, Stern.
My god, straight attack.
I wonder if these guys know each other too. I mean, these are both players from Australia. Maybe this isn't necessarily super secret sauce, and
they
aware
know
of
each other.
other's.
Yeah, they are aware of each other, what they're doing. But yeah, there's nothing much on Stern's side already. Cancel charge, yeah. Definitely.
No CB.
No CBs. This is just going to be a vanilla attack.
Yeah, so you managed to thin the defenses pretty heavily last turn, but now we know that the hand for Zelf is super restricted too, because I mean, you went through like calling a PG down for attacks and stuff like that. It's like you're at 4. You have a bit of leeway, but all it takes is one funny yellow icon,
and that's it.
Things change quite heavily.
This ain't looking good at all.
He's thinking about it.
Thinking about it. 1 to pass. 1 to pass. Oh, that's a 2 to pass.
I mean, that's better than risking it all, but let's take a look. What can Stern present to us?
Just pass it to the side, my dude. That is exactly what you've been cooking for. I mean, count the sentinels, count the amount of cards that are already
2
out.
cards in hand, yeah. Like you might just break through this by just putting it to rear, but even the swirler is like not big right now. There's like no soul charging happening. I understand the temptation with Stern. This might be do or die.
Yep, this is high
2
stakes.
cards in hand.
How many cards left? How many triggers do you have left in your deck, buddy? It's all in or
Especially
nothing.
the sentinels. Check the sentinels.
Check the sentinels. 1, 2. Then they definitely used 1 just now, right? Oh my goodness, I think it was an all-in.
Here we see it.
Oh no, it was passed to the side. Wow. That's the OT.
Oh.
Oh, reducing the
Oh, and we
realize.
see the pass. We see the pass. Zelf managed to survive, managed to live.
No persona
And
right.
try to have another turn.
Alright, both
Fishing
ultis
for
are out.
any kind of attackers.
Yeah, I mean, that was rum luck. Honestly, that was rum luck. No souls to be utilized as well. Otherwise, then this would have been entirely different.
Yep, absolutely. Oh, we got cards flying. This is high speed.
Calm
Vanguard
thyself.
action.
Yeah, calm thyself.
Yep.
Just a bit more. All right.
Man, y'all gotta tell your friends they're missing out on some crazy action here in this round. It's absolutely incredible.
And here I thought that this match was gonna end soon. I've been perfectly and happily denied of such opportunity. Yeah, count them
this is the
triggers,
grinder.
buddy. Count them triggers. This is Vanguard. Yeah, this is Vanguard at its finest. Yeah, I love it. All right. So you can definitely go for 1 to pass here. You know, there's there we go. That's the crit.
Oh no. Well, that was an incredible showdown between Zelf5 and Stern. We see the head shake. Let's go. The air shake. Love the air shake from both players there. Absolutely beautiful. Both from Zelf5 and Stern, bringing 2 decks that, again, people, I mean, Youth is one that people were just like, you know, always saying Youth fell off, but Youth X1 doing pretty good. But Stern's deck definitely requires some highlighting. Like, that was, I told you I'll take those screenshots, and I hope you took them, because that list is very impressive. I'm gonna pocket that one. Put that in. All the Japanese players not watching the stream, I'm gonna pull up in the CS sometime and just play Combo Bruce. I don't care about your Godiva. I don't care about Mushi King, bro. This is my king.
Mushi King.
Token Ranbu. Doesn't matter, bro. I'm riding that Stern train. We're going all in. That was very interesting. That was a really cool deck. So definitely, if I can highlight one deck list so far, definitely Stern. That was super cool. Damn, Amar, how are you feeling after that one?
I mean, like I said, you know what? I expected this to be a very fast game because we know that the deck is all about going all in and then burning out very fast. But I was pleasantly surprised. You know, you take all the resources away from your opponent's board, you take all the resources away from the opponent's hand, and you manage to sustain until into a situation that I was pleasantly surprised. Yeah. That was very, very interesting. No, props to Stern. Seriously. You always see people net decking and you always see that the decks are pretty much the same, you know, everywhere we see it. But this is very refreshing. I like it. You know what? 5 stars definitely.
Yeah, that was very, very interesting to watch. Very cool match as well. But now that we're done with our round 6, I think after this round we'll have only 2 undefeated players. So in round 7, after round 7, we'll only have 1 undefeated player. So it'll be interesting to see who makes it to the top and who manages to barely hang on the waves with an X1 record as well. So I'm curious to see how things will be evolving throughout this tournament. But for the time being, we are going to go for a short break, but don't go anywhere as we might just have more of these crazy games coming your way as well. So we'll see you very soon.
Coming soon. Bushiroad.
Weiss Schwarz. 10 years journey with Sword Art Online. Now on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Booster Pack Animation Sword Art Online 10th anniversary. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Weiss Schwarz. Experience the full-blown high school story on the stage of Weiss Schwarz once again. Saikano, How to Raise a Boring Girlfriend Flat Booster Pack, now on sale. Bushiroad.
Weiss Schwarz is a trading card game that adapts anime and game titles, so everyone can enjoy their favorite titles as a card game. In this video, we will show you a brief tutorial to the basics of the game in 6 minutes. Decide who goes first with rock, paper, scissors. The winner goes first. Both players shuffle their decks and draw 5 cards as their starting hand. Discard the cards you don't want from your hand into the waiting room. Then, draw the same number of cards you discarded. When both players are done, let's Weiss Schwarz. First, draw a card from your deck. Now, let's play a character onto the stage. To attack, turn your character sideways. Attack! You deal damage to your opponent equal to your character's soul. As there are no characters facing the attacking character performs a direct attack and gets an additional soul. Flip the top card of your deck as your trigger check. Different triggers give different effects. In this case, it's a soul icon, so your character gets 1 additional soul. Put the card you just flipped over face down into your stock. As you can see on the right, there are various ways in which we can increase the damage we deal to our opponent. For this attack, we will deal a total of 3 damage. The opponent will flip over cards equal to the damage taken from the top of their deck and put them into their clock. With this, we will end our turn. Now it's your opponent's turn. Draw phase. During the clock phase, you may put a card from your hand into your clock. To draw 2 cards, the opponent plays 3 characters on their stage and 1 on their backstage. While characters on the backstage cannot attack, characters with the assist ability can boost the power or give effects to characters in front of them. Opponent attacks. Any triggers? No triggers. So that's 2 damage. Opponent attacks. Trigger check. A soul trigger. That's 1 additional soul for a total of 3 damage. Cancel. If a climax card turns up, damage cancel occurs. And all cards flipped for damage is put into your waiting room. This means you take 0 damage from this attack. Opponent attacks. As there is a character facing the attacking character performs a frontal attack and gets no additional soul during the attack. No icons, no bonuses. So you receive only 1 damage. When there is an opposing character facing the attacking character, a battle between them occurs. In a battle, the character with the higher power wins. The character with lower power loses the battle, becomes reversed, and sent to the waiting room at the end of battle phase. And that's the end of your opponent's turn. Draw phase. This time, let's clock 2. Let's fill your stage with characters, including our backstage. The center character gets assist from both backstage characters. Now, let's play a climax card. Different climax cards gives you different effects, This climax gives all your characters additional 1,000 power and 1 soul. Attack! No soul icon. 2 damage to your opponent. Your character has higher power, so you win the battle. Attack! 3 damage to your opponent. There are now 7 cards in your opponent's clock. When that happens, that player levels up. Choose one among the 7 bottommost cards in your clock to put into your level. The remaining 6 cards go into your waiting room. Then, put the remaining damage into your clock as usual. Each player starts at level 0, and the first player to force their opponent to reach level 4 wins the game. Now, let's try doing it. Your opponent is now level 1 and can use cards up to that level. The higher your level, the stronger cards you can use. Now, make your last attack with your middle character. 3 damage to your opponent. Encore! If there is a reversed character you wish to keep on your stage, you can pay 3 cards from your stock and return that character from your waiting room to its previous position on the stage. You and your opponent take turns until one of you forces the other to reach level 4. But be careful! As a player levels up and gets closer to level 4, the stronger cards they can use. And this covers the basics of what you need to start playing Weiss Schwarz. Detailed rules can be found on our website. Trial decks also consist of everything that you need to get started. We hope you have fun with your favorite titles. Let's Weiss Schwarz!
Weiss Schwarz! The love story revolving the quintuplets once again comes to the stage of Weiss Schwarz. The quintessential quintuplets movie booster pack, now on sale. Bushiroad.
Weiss Schwarz. Water, Earth, Fire, Air. Join Aang and his friends in their adventure to master the 4 elements and defeat Fire Lord Ozai, Avatar The Last Airbender, Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Weiss Schwarz. It's time to show off the best performance on the stage of Weiss Schwarz. Intro Deck and Booster Pack, Bang Dream, Girls Band Party, 5th Anniversary. Now on sale. Bushiroad. Weiss Schwarz. The Academy was the Girls' Orchard. The popular visual novel series joins the stage of Weiss Schwarz. The Fruit of Grisaya Trial Deck and Booster Pack. Now on sale. Bushiroad.
Hi, Honda.
Hi, Julius.
Thank you so much for taking out some time out of your busy schedule to join me in this Coffee with Bushiroad series.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me.
No problem. So, could you tell me a bit about the work you do in Bushiroad?
Well, I do sales and logistics, but I'm mainly on the logistics side.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you a lot more questions regarding that because I think your work is mainly a lot of people don't see or don't understand what goes on behind the scenes in what makes the games possible.
Yeah.
Because I think there's a lot of logistics and transportation involved. But before that, we're gonna dig right into our pastries and coffee and tea. What would you like?
Coffee, please.
Coffee?
Yeah.
Coffee for you? Okay,
Sure.
cool. You can smell this. It smells good.
Wow.
Yeah, this smell really wakes you up. Yeah.
Fragrant.
Yeah. Go ahead and help yourself to whichever one that you like.
All right. Which one we like?
No, you go ahead.
Me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll pick whatever that's remaining.
All right, so I'll go for this.
I'm a good host.
One.
So Huanta, I understand that even before you joined Bushiroad, to work for Bushiroad, I think you played a lot of Bushiroad card games.
Yeah.
What games do you play?
I play mainly Weiss Schwarz, Vanguard, and a little bit of Buddy Fight.
Oh,
yeah.
so you actually play our 3 main titles.
Yeah.
Oh, when did you start playing?
For Weiss, I started playing, I think, somewhere around 2008, 2009 kind of time when it first started out in Japan. Yeah.
Wow, that's like almost 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow. And then for Vanguard?
Vanguard, I think I also started when it first came out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. So you actually played Weiss first.
Yeah.
How do you get to know Weiss Schwarz?
So there was kind of like a community get together to learn the game. Like they brought some Weiss products from Japan, so they brought it over to Singapore, and they actually promoted the event, like come down to learn, and they actually sell some of the stuff they got in Japan. So yeah, that's how I got wine of Weiss, and I started learning, and I liked the game.
Which Weiss Schwarz titles are you currently enjoying?
I'm really enjoying the Fujimi Fantasia set right now, especially the deck with 8 standbys. It's very interesting. And also, I really like playing Goblin Slayer, especially the Goblin Slayer deck. The overall card advantage and the abilities is very flavorful. It has made a huge impact in the game itself, and soon English player can get their hands on the series. You know, it's coming out in English, for Goblin Slayer.
Wow, I think players can really look forward to that. Yeah. Do you still remember your very first deck? What title was it?
It was Fate Stain Nightcrawler deck.
Wow.
Yeah, it was so long ago. Yeah.
And ever since then, you just continued
Yeah.
playing the game. And now, right now, you are actually working for Bushiroad.
Yeah.
Wow, this is kind of like, it's coming to a full circle.
Yeah.
What's your favorite Vanguard clan?
My favorite clan would be Dark Irregulars.
Oh.
No, I love the overall theme of the deck, artwork, card abilities. Like soul charging, it thins your deck. So that thinning is very important in card games. You get to draw into more important cards, or it might go the other way. Like it makes everything looks exciting. Yeah, that's about.
That's your favorite.
Yes.
Ever.
Yeah.
Okay. No, back then when you are playing Bushiroad card games, do you actually think that you would, or maybe you hope that you will be able to work for Bushiroad?
So thinking that I would be working for the company would be no, but hoping that I would is a yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And back then, maybe you thought, maybe it would be great if I can work for Bushiroad one day.
Yeah.
Do you have like a job position in mind, or do you just, as long as I'm working for the company that produces these great card games for me, I'm fine with that.
Everyone would want to have a part in creating a game, so maybe a development role would be good. So that's what I think that every card gamers would want when they play the game or they like the game a lot, is to have a impact on the game, on the development side, like card abilities, like you want to make cards that you love. Yeah, I guess that's it. But I didn't expect like I'll be working in other aspects of the company. Yeah.
So how did you actually get the opportunity, to work for Bushiroad?
So I was already before my national service, I was already going around helping to do demo sessions, maybe helping out at events. So when I came out of national service, I actually did part-time in Bushiroad. I was waiting for my university application. So after that, it has a bit of waiting. So I was doing fine in Bushiroad part-timing. Unfortunately, on the day I received a call from the university, I didn't get in. So I was kind of very sad, this kind, like very disappointed. But luckily, there was an opening in the sales team, and I seized the day and I applied for it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So Manda, what's your day-to-day like in the office?
So I start out the day with replying emails. After that, arranging shipments to distributors, packing of PR cards and sending them if there's any. Other than that, I also handle office shipping. So it's intercompany shipment. It's not like business-wise.
So you actually have to do a lot of shippings of PR cards,
Yeah.
to our shops around the world.
It's mostly to our distributors and our overseas offices, and then they'll ship it to the shops.
What are some of the challenges that you face during the course of your work?
Yeah, prior to shipping, there's a lot of layers of work, a lot of steps to be done in the production cycle. So if something were to happen, like maybe before shipping, I'll have to rework, reschedule all the shipments, or even rebook because it's already very last minute. Yeah, and it kind of snowballs into like this gets delayed. If this gets delayed, something after that might get delayed too. So I have to plan out everything, make sure everything goes smoothly out.
Definitely. I think it's inevitable that something will go wrong down the production line, and then I think you will have to come up with a lot of different ways, adapt, just kind of like deal with all these last minute changes.
Yeah.
So kind of like putting out fires.
yeah, exactly. Putting out fires.
That sounds like a lot of work, and I guess it must be so demoralizing, for a part of your work to be undone, and then you have to do it all over again.
Yeah.
How do you get over that?
You need to be patient. Like you can't rush over things because it's a long process, and you need to be resilient because you can't crumble in your work halfway, and everything will snowball. And once your work is overdue, more works will come in. Work is never finished, so you kind of like you have to do it now, slow and steady. But you just have to keep going through the motion, keep pulling through it. It's kind of everyday challenges. Yeah.
Wow. This reminds me of a quote. I think it was, "If you're going through hell, keep going." Yeah. Because I think that makes a lot of sense, and I think it's kind of similar to what you just said. Because if you're going through hell, why would you stay there?
Yeah.
Just, keep going forward. Yeah. Then you can get out of there as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point.
True.
Yeah. Since you play so much of Bushiroad card games, do you think that has actually helped you in your current job?
Yeah, that actually helps me a lot in the sales side of my work. Having knowledge in the products itself helps me better sell the product, so I can pitch better. I can pinpoint the unique points, the strength of the products, and I can explain it to my distributors. I can even explain it to like my colleagues to make them understand better. Yeah, it's kind.
Yeah, that's good because when you're playing the card games, maybe 10 years ago, you never expect yourself to be landing a job in the company that make the games that you play. And you did, of course, you never even expect that just by playing card games that will actually help you in your career. Wow. So really, I'm happy for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Besides arranging logistics for for shipping to our distributors, I mean, you also handle the logistics for our regionals in Singapore. Like
Yeah.
When we have an event, we actually have to pack everything
Yeah.
and then send it to the venue.
Yeah.
How's it like? What's the challenge in that?
Transporting all the stuff that we need, all the event items to the event hall is not really a very difficult task. But sometimes events they need things last minute, and you have to make a rush for it. And when you're rushing for time, sometimes you forget where it is, or you can't find it. You get very flustered. It's one of the few examples I have.
So yeah, you reminded me, and because I think recently I keep seeing you flying for work, and I believe recently you went to Gen Con held in USA for a B2B conference kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I believe that a lot of your work are done through emails and telephone calls, talking to our distributors, and then you finally met them in person. How was that like?
Through emails, you don't really get to know them. It's all formal, it's all business. So when you get to finally meet them and get them to know on a more personal level, so it's very satisfying to know, like, okay, so now I get to know more about this person, and we get to work together even closer I think that's very satisfying.
How were they? Were they nice to you?
Yeah, well, they took great care of me.
Did they bring you around for good food in USA?
Yeah, we went. Some went for meetings through dinner. Yeah.
Meetings and dinner.
Yeah.
I would like that.
Yeah.
So you get to travel a lot for work. I imagine that must be very exciting for you because I think, I mean, not a lot of jobs out there actually offer this incentive, this slight perk of being able to travel for work. How's that like for you?
So I enjoy meeting new people and people, our fans, card game fans. So I think that's one perk that I really find refreshing when I travel for work, even though I'm tired, but you know, all the smiles on their face, like when they play the tournament, give me a sense of satisfaction. And just being able to travel for work is a blessing. So I'm very thankful and very grateful for this opportunity. Yeah.
But I imagine at the same time, it must be tiring. Of course, it's enjoyable on one hand, but you know, especially if you fly long hours to from Singapore to US, you know, like about a 20 hours flight, give or take. I imagine it must be tiring, and then you have to, you know, help out with the events, attend some conference.
It's kind of like giving back to the community. You know, you're helping the game grow, and you're helping yourself grow too. You know, you go through the tiring days of work. After that, you get to recover. You know, it's all the experiences you get. It's very memorable. And flying overseas means I get to work with colleagues that are overseas that don't get the chance to see them. So getting to know them better is very rewarding. Yeah.
So is there any important life skill that you actually have learned in the course of your work?
Yeah, definitely. And as I've emphasized earlier, it's being patient and resilient. You know, things might not seem worth it right now, and as time goes on, it will add up. So.
And we're back for another one. Once again here for BRO 2023. And here we have Kai back. How are you doing, Kai?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. How's it going?
Doing pretty good, bro.
I watched that last game on the sidelines and was like, pretty spicy. Pretty spicy.
You're seeing a legend be born, bro. You're seeing a legend be born in real time. Everyone's a fan now of Stern. So it's been really, really cool to get to see that round. And now we're getting pretty close to the final two. So this is the last two rounds of Swiss, and this is where we get to find out who the players that go to day 2 will be, and who will unfortunately be making their final appearances on stream here. But before we get into the round, I think, you know, for those of you tuning in, or for those of you like Kai, that, you know, we're just kind of chilling in the back, let's take a look at the standings to see which players are running at the top and which ones are trying to catch up. So here you can see the 11th to 20th slots here. So we have Joker. This is the X2 line now. So Joker, Casey Alex, Effortless, Drake, Kawaski's, Demios are all at that X2 line. So Demios, sadly, that PBO dropped another game, unfortunately. But still have quite a few X1s here. So I feel like we're going to get some X2s in top 8 potentially as well from the looks of things. So we got 4 X1s on this page. Echo's still hanging in there with Mike, Light, and Yoon. Well, let's take a look at ranks 1 through 10, Kai, and see who is at the top of the standings here. It's one of the X1s.
And basically, if you're X1 right now, you have to make it in. So look at these Fedric renders, Dracon, Asura, Clay, Smurf, Jason Ewan, and Genix. All of these, and BZE, all these plays keep on winning these last 2 rounds, and you're confirmed in. You don't want to kind of sit in the X2s and pray for, you know, the resistance being good, while, you know, wait Gandiva, who's not playing Gandiva, and Paris as well, also doing well at 6-0. They'll likely be facing off each other, and we will find one of them will have to go to the X1 bracket. But yeah, they're pretty good right now. They're pretty good. If you win this one for them, you're confirmed to be in. But we have the decks ready for our next match. What do you think it is?
Well, let's take a look at it. It's gonna be Ken here, so from Canada. He'll be playing Willista, and we can see this is one of the more traditional deck lists as well. We don't see the Resius that we saw earlier from Smurf, who's also doing still pretty good, but we still see the 3 of Yuika to the 4 Bausch Brown, and of course the 1 of that we oftentimes see in the Ghost, the Adelaide, who is going to give you that potential high roll multi-tack combo that you can pull off with her. But overall, I'd say pretty standard Willista list. It's pretty fun to watch Willista be played, in my opinion, just kind of see how they navigate through the early game and things like that. The 3 Yukas as well kind of don't open up as many opportunities for early rush, just because your pieces are a bit more important to you if you can't bounce them. But yeah, any thoughts on this Willista list, Kai?
Nothing really. It's just interesting to see where players put their extra cards. They add another Yuika, or they put another Ramona kind of thing. So yeah, it's just pretty standard, I think, as nearly as standard as it gets, you might say.
Yeah.
But moving on to Ken's opponent, we have Lister Lord running Zorga masks. Yo, another one, another Zorga. With Zorga, it's all about that order lineup, and we see compared to the one we saw earlier in the day, less of the blitz order, but just a bit more of the malicious, twisting malice, I mean, and a few more other things there. So pretty cool to see more Zorgas coming up, doing pretty decently. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like we might have not sure if we saw Forbidol in the previous list that we featured on stream, but I feel like it's definitely like a must-have for Zorga 2. And of course, Zorga got the big buff from set 10, but definitely can't underestimate how big of a push this deck got from Festival Booster as well, purely because of, Forbidol. Quite a few people play the Red OT as well, so I think overall it's just pretty good support.
Cool. All right, looks like the game's ready. Looks like we're ready. You all should be ready as well. If not, get ready in the next couple seconds because the game is done.
That's right. So we'll be bringing you the action here, myself and Kai. And so just quick look earlier, we have a total of 11 X1s right now and the 2 undefeated. So
here we have Zorga going first, able to really start. Hopefully gonna pop off. We saw starting an order. Yeah. There we go. All right, that's nice. And just doing the pass. Going first is pretty nice. Just gonna be able to play down a bunch of cards and hit that grade 3 earlier, and hopefully getting that RPD up and running, putting up a lot of pressure.
Yep. Now Willis, of course, dishing the trigger, which you oftentimes see, like a lot of combo pieces is always hard to kind of discard for the right deck early. Elvira going to be committed to the back just to make sure that this actually confirms a damage in. You don't want to give them easy to guard attacks. We whiff a heal, but it is a defensive card, so it's not the end of the world. And a mask goes to damage. They only run 2, so that could be a little bit dangerous.
But luckily for Zorga, they're pretty good at searching out their one-offs and putting it into the drop zone. So should not be that much of an issue for Lister Lord. Got the Shadow Cloak there. Pretty much just ready to go, set it down. And yeah, I think it's in a pretty good spot.
Okay, just ditching that mask ASAP. Not taking any risks of the second one going to damage, because the whole deck just kind of, you lose your masks, you kind of lose your driver's license. You can't really go anywhere with that. So we're just gonna see the cut and shuffle and prepare for pushing in a few attacks here. I guess we'll see if the order gets played. Yep, gonna go through the motions here. You want to kind of drop the RPD as fast as you can here. So I think going through the motions and using the Frozen Resentment is pretty good. Does run 2 of them. So we do see the Zorga masks here get dropped in, which isn't too bad. You can revive it with the blue Zorga and then bounce it back on Alchemagic next turn. So that's pretty good because it kind of secures you a Persona Rite / Ride Up for later.
And it looks like calling out a roaming prison dragon, right? Already. These things, although they're great when you Alchemagic, you can just tri-lane immediately when they're in your drop zone. Grade 2, plain order, boom, a bunch of them come out. And yeah, it's just put on that pressure.
It's very strong. and being able to have the sometimes people even play the mushroom just to have like the big numbers with the token boost as well. So did get the defensive, but the I think this does still hit, just barely, just barely. Still asks for a 15k shield, which is pretty good.
Nice, nice. Willista coming down. So now Willista's... This is kind of a pivotal turn for Willista. Like, how powerful can they make this turn? Like, Ramona's... We see them ditching a Ramona, though. But it looks like maybe there's an issue with something.
Yeah, maybe the turn's a bit too powerful, bro. He caused a disconnect.
Discarded the Ramona and then... His opponent
discarded the internet.
Discarded the internet.
I sacrificed your lead cable.
Get,
Alright, we're gonna give Lister Lord a second.
Hope it's alright. It was shaping up to be a pretty good game.
Yeah. Definitely want to see this play out, so just give him a second. Maybe it's just some network issues.
Yeah, it's Canada versus the Philippines. Yeah. So,
We're gonna need some strong internet and a long LAN cable for that.
Yeah, lucky they do have those long LAN cables. They get the boats to lay them out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. Yeah.
Is that how?
Yeah.
That's what they do in the Philippines?
No, they do it around the world. They just get a boat.
Oh yeah.
And they get a really long cable. And they just start trekking around the world.
It's cool. Share the love of the LAN cable.
That's right. It's like
no more Wi-Fi warriors.
Wi-Fi is not that great. I'm just saying, if you Wi-Fi for BRO and you get disconnected, that's on you. That's on you. Just saying.
That is true. All right. Well, looks like Lister Lord is having network issues, so we're gonna give them a second to see if we can get them back in here. So looks like things are moving along, but just give them a second. They probably will. The judges are also, of course, present at the table to make sure to dish out any appropriate warnings or any other things that may be relevant to this match. And we'll probably get an update from the judges pretty soon regarding what will happen with the game 2. So I am pretty curious, though. Definitely want to see this match play out. It looks really good. We also are getting some results from the Japanese side. They had a single-player qualifier tournament today, where Minerva took it all. So pretty impressive.
Nice. Looks like Lister Lord is back. I think the judges just need to do some, play state checkups just to make sure everything is fine and dandy. Yeah, Minerva taking all. I think Minerva kind of dropped off a bit in Japan. Then it's like coming back, dropping off. It's like it does
Meta's
well.
weird right now, man. It's like there's quite a few things that are relatively viable, and Gandiva just kind of like looms over everyone. And Gandiva came second too, which means Minerva beat Gandiva in finals. So that's even more impressive.
As it should, right? As it should. Gandiva needs to learn its place.
Somehow I knew you would say that.
Yeah. Got destroyed by Minerva.
Yeah. I mean, Minerva does clear its own board, so you do get to duck the retires.
All right. So I think, Lister Lord's back. Game is back in action. It's time to go. Ken's continuing on his turn. Like I said before, the Willista turn, especially this kind of build, can really be decided by how strong the Grade 2 turn is. If you're like dropping Ramonas, making good numbers, your opponent can just eat a few damage, and then suddenly they're in like a danger zone when you run up to your Grade 3. Yeah, the danger zone. Yeah. And just eating
Sounds
damage.
funny with an Australian accent.
Well, Australia is the danger zone, pretty much, right?
Exactly.
It is the home of the danger zone.
Everyone's favorite. the world's backyard.
The world's backyard.
All right. Here we see the search.
In the order. Put it in. Draw 2 cards.
Very cool. You do want to get a second one in rotation, though, so Ken gonna be working on that. Pulls out the Rabana and another Elvira, knowing that there's no retire in this deck. Just pop down those Elviras and go in with the numbers. Make those attacks connect. And 23 is pretty annoying to guard.
Yeah, 23, 28. Very the
second order.
Second
Good.
order, easy time. Front trigger, gonna help out a lot. This will now be around a 10k yard. Yeah. So.
Yeah, still 28, so still asking for a bit, and like, the Zorga is running fronts, so we don't see draws in it. So no 10Ks to drop for easy guard.
This is kind of like a weird spot for Zorga, because when you call out your roaming prison dragons early, they can kind of get stuck on the board, and you always want to, like, when you Alchemy Magic, get like 2 out, right? But if one of them's stuck, you have to do something weird like play over it, but then at the same time you play over it again with the roaming prison dragons and they come out. So kind of need a bit of some gymnastics in a way to maximize your board state. It looks like it's the mask. Is it mask?
So I think it was I think the cards the orders that were chosen for the Alchemy Magic were the Tear from Alice as well as the Frozen Resentment.
Yeah. Well, that's one easy way to clear out a column. And now, using the Tier 4 Malice cost, because the roaming prison dragon is in the drop zone, it does come out and get that double.
Yep. So it does get put to the drop zone before the effect can resolve, which is good. I'm going to just see a big shuffle here on Lister Lord's side.
Big Stoicaea fan. We've got the Stoicaea mat, Stoicaea sleeves, Stoicaea deck as well.
Yep, absolutely. Big nation representation here.
And I guess there was 2 RPDs, right? I think there was 2. Oh no, was it just only 1?
I think that's only one in rotation at the moment, actually.
Oh no, can do the shadow effect. So one's there.
Yeah.
We have the second. No, looks like just 1. Okay. And then Persona right up into masks. Well, not Persona. Actually, no Persona right. It's just a right up into masks. But the extra 10k from the mask effect is actually insane. Very, very strong.
Yeah, absolutely. So gets to get that bonus, the bonus power from the continuous skill, which is always going to be pretty strong. And of course, you also get crit off the top here. It's going to be pretty big considering that, how big these numbers are already. And gets the Blitz Order in hand too. VG goes to damage, and defensive crit going to help to deal with some of this offensive.
And these, like, for example, these roaming prison dragon as well, coming in with a crit, threatening, like, push to 5 damage. You don't want to go to 5 damage so quick. That's when you have to, like, guard everything, and your hand just depletes insanely fast.
Yeah.
Is this guardable? It's like 15-25, I think. 25. I think it's worth it to guard. Worth it to guard. 100%.
That one should still be fine. But we're going to pass back here. And for Ken, it's going to be a pretty big turn here because you already have 2 Elviras lined up. The hand is pretty small, but not for long. As we know, there is the order in hand. You can ditch the Ophelia, so I guess you're going to try to find her off the top here. I'm assuming most of them are still in the deck, so you get to essentially get to look at the top 5 here and thin out the hand a little bit and try to see. So the one tricky thing about Elvira that I noticed is that I always call her Elvira, but she doesn't have an I in there, so she's Elvira.
Oh,
but yeah, she's got a little tricky little name in there, but she's a great card. The more you know. It doesn't help that in Japanese she's kind of written as like Elvira as well, so she's the same as like that one Musketeer. So
yeah, that's why in search it's always the Musketeer, right?
Yeah. All right.
Did you know you have an I in your name as well? Different fight?
Yeah, I got a few I's, bro. Even my real name has an I in it.
Dang. Same.
Did you know your I has a whoa?
Wow, yeah.
Crazy. Chat, does your name have an I in it?
Yeah.
We could all be brothers.
I thought your name
But
was just
here-
different fight, but figuring out all these other names. The eyes.
Whoa.
Incredible.
Incredible. This is the content that you signed up for. Except you did it. This is brought to you on the official BRO stream as we watch Ken here set up a lovely board, find that Ophelia, and I think that's a Yuika behind that Ophelia, I want to say, but kind of hard to tell. It is a grade 1, I'm pretty sure, but Ophelia going to be pretty powerful here. Swinging in with just 13, unfortunately a little bit small on that first attack, but I'm going to kind of ask Zorga to guard a bit awkwardly, because it's like, well, I know you want the Shadow Cloak to stick around, but it's probably your best guard target. So what are you going to do about that?
I mean, you could just guard it and then just call it out again.
There we go. Gonna do exactly that.
It's a nice 4 attack. All these columns now are gonna hit big. Yeah, so it's pretty much just gonna be takes and nothing.
Ooh, black.
1 damage. It's an okay order. Probably will be more handy later on. But now again, yeah, like so the Ramonas are big. The Ophelia's a plus 15k with a boost. So you know all of them are at least 2 card guards. So I reckon Alyssa Lord is probably going to go to around like 4 damage, 4 maybe 5, but I think 4 is the correct amount.
I think this might be Valspron behind that Ophelia, I'm pretty sure. So hence why it's not boosting. So going to be just hanging out there for the sake of deck thin. 28 coming in. There are fronts in this deck, so that could be relatively easy to guard. Gonna take it though. Ooh, Beast Harvest going down. That's one of the dragon tree marker generators that you do want to find at least one of per game just to be able to see, you know, the setup for the multi-attack.
Ooh, is Lister thinking of taking this? That's a bit risky. Oh,
nah, it's gonna be the Blitz Order. Soul Blast the Masks. Thinking about it. Soul Blast the Zorga. Gonna draw a card. And then, of course, get a big old buff from all the different orders that are in the drop as well as the bind zone. So, should be enough together with this additional 15k from the heal trigger.
All right. So then, now it's back to Lister Lord's turn. Soda Ride onto Masks again. Now, play over the Roaming Prison Dragon with another Shadow Cloak. Gonna send an order into the drop. Which one will it be? The thinning, the compression.
Oh, it's Forbidal. Okay, so this means because we only have one of the Roaming Prison Dragons, this is going to be able to search out the second one. And I guess the only downside is that you don't get to the drop before Alchemagic gets rocked. So you will miss the timing, but I guess if the game goes on for much longer, which I guess they're both at 3 damage, or I guess 3 to 4, there is a chance that it will go a bit longer. So
it is setting up for a it's compressing the deck though, and setting up for a potential double crit kind of hit. Because it does get a lot of.
Oh, did he find that off the top 5? I think I can't remember. Didn't notice what what Lister Lord Alchemagicked into, but I'm pretty sure that was the Forbidal together with.
It's the top three.
Frozen Resentment.
Yeah, Frozen Resentment.
So if that found the, if that found the Roaming Prison doesn't work either. Yeah, it's literally only Tearful Malice that is like the one order that does work with.
Because it's a cost.
Being present somewhere and still popping out.
Yeah, but good thing for Lister Lord is called out a Mask, so he can just bounce that up to hand and secure Persona right next turn. And I'm guessing the other thing now is he needs to set up the Dragon Tree marker. If he wants to use Keel Severing at all. But otherwise, it's just going to
be... Does have the CB for it too.
Yeah, otherwise it's going to be 3 attack Zorga for a while. Oh. There we go.
Yep.
Replaces the Roaming Prison Dragon with another one, and then secures that for the next turn. Now probably just it's gonna attack normally. These columns are mighty big though. Right, the Roaming Prison Dragon's at least 35k with a crit.
Yeah. Vanguard's also coming in with 33, I believe. So or 30. Yeah, should be 33.
33. Yeah. Still wanna looks like a trick account.
Shouldn't be too many though.
Yeah. Did go
Yeah, I
through
think if you're
quite a few
Ballista,
cards as well.
yeah, if you're Ballista, you've drawn quite a bit of cards up until this point. Deck thinned a fair bit too. So I think he's just kind of debating taking this and blocking the other two, but of course, with the thinning that Zorg has been doing here and there, might be a little bit rough because the Shadow Cloak has been thinning out orders. Orbidol thinned out a couple cards too. Oh, and only only 6 cards for Ken?
Ooh.
That's
great.
lower than I expected. I guess he was guarding pretty aggressively in the early turns. That's probably why, but gonna choose to play it safe and perfect guard this. I think that is a respectable decision. You only need 2 CB next turn to be on full power mode.
Yeah. And I mean, everything's pretty much. Ooh, just gonna heal for that. Okay. The first check, nothing. Second check, all blanks.
Ring or order. Pretty rough.
Pressure is a lie.
Despite the compression, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see what the attack pattern is here. I feel like you want to 4-card hand makes you want to push because that means like at the very least you could secure lethal next turn.
I think it's a question.
Something goes
Yeah,
face.
do you want to push with the crit first or the non-crit? Because you can go crit and they decide to take and go to 5, and it's easier for them to guard the 1 damage, or they could take the 1 and force to guard the crit. Like it's a few things like
Dropping
that.
OT for that one.
This one probably can take, yeah. Even considering it. Lose a
Ooh,
Persona.
Persona Rivals.
Ouch.
Let's see if they have one in hand. Small hand, you know, it's like 4 cards now after the draw for turn. Let's see if they got something. Looks like they were holding on to a Persona right here. Gonna get to proc it and get back those orders. Of course, the very important part of cycling through this deck is being able to play those orders turn after turn, drawing lots of cards. Gonna use it. Use the Belch Brown. Got a pretty big soul right now. So you can afford to Soul Blast, bot deck the Belch Brown, and draw yourself a card. Try to find more pieces. I guess the only downside of not intercepting the Romana away is that the top 5 here can only call 1, but I mean, if you have a good board, you know, deck thin is good, but you don't want to be calling, you know, sometimes we saw Smurf actually look at top 5 and call 0 in the previous round and still win. So
Yep.
sometimes you don't need the 2 call.
Ooh. A lot of Eliviras.
Triple Romana. Yeah, triple Elvira. That's right. So draw 4.
Wowzer.
Yeah, strong. Feels like we're...
It's like Messiah, but better.
It's like we're playing a different game, bro. Drawing cards left and right. And looks like now we have our 5 attacks set up. The order has been put into play. And of course, Ophelia can get her personal restand as well. So now it's going to be a question of if Lister Lord can survive this onslaught of attacks at 4 damage. It's going to be quite a bit.
Yeah, this is... Ballista's like big turn is... You can't underestimate it, you know? It's 5 attacks, the big power. Even at 4, like, if you're forced to guard 4 of these attacks, it's a bit of a long shot. And look at all these markers. All the plus 10s.
Yeah.
20s.
Making sure everyone knows. Both you and me and the opponent. Alright. So where are things going to go here? Thinking about it. Going through the motions. And trying to see. I mean, you kind of have everything set up. There's no real power modifiers here. I guess the only thing you could consider is the Adelaide if they're holding on to it. So this is the deck thin. Yeah, so they're thinking of like just thinning out PGs from the deck. I guess as a booster, the 8k. Whoa, okay. Really just trying to call out these PGs from deck. This could be a potential Yuika behind the PG. And then...
Is it worth at that point?
You do lose out a lot of your firepower because in that case, you're swinging with a PG for like 16.
Yeah, but like, you have to also play down a Yuika, right? So
Yes. But it's been committed to, so let's see.
Oh, this is...
The hand, drew 4. And finding
playing
PG is important to survive.
Yeah.
So I think for that it is valid.
I mean, sure.
Oh.
It's actually replacing Ophelia as well.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I feel like Ophelia kind of has to stick around. She is your 5th attack this turn. I feel like Adelaide is a consideration, but you can also plop Adelaide kind of, Oh, is it? It is Adelaide, okay. So this is interesting. You're going to be able to, end of her battle, she does need to be boosted, so that's very important. She gets to Soul Blast 1 and bounce the other rear in the same column as her. So you bounce the PG behind her back to hand. And then you get to also banish the Overtrigger from your drop to call something. So he will still be able to overcall an Ophelia from hand over the Adelaide. And because the effect happens at the end of the battle.
Yeah.
We're gonna swing here and restand this PG from that. Oh no, he's going for a different angle entirely. Okay. So choosing to not go with that game plan. I feel like I would have liked that because you would have gotten the PG back. And then you would have been able to remove the OT.
Second check.
Oh, front
Persona.
Persona. It's pretty good. All right.
Still 6 cards in hand. It can
Yeah,
bounce.
I feel like they're definitely going in. They're kind of like going hard on this defensive game plan, which I think is fine. So this is 26, 34. Still pretty huge.
Yeah, I think Ken's just hoping that Lister stays 3 attack for a while, and then those PGs will help live a turn.
That confirms the 5th damage there. So what's interesting is that you bounce this PG, and then I think he wants to use the Ophelia to call to the circle in front of the Yuika here. What I was kind of going for is to go for a more aggressive play and really just kind of pull through and get that Ophelia to make 6 attacks this turn, but it's like instead they're playing a more balanced game plan and making sure they have PGs to survive this turn. And usually with like Willissa's hand size, you are able to do that.
Yeah. Here comes the attack. Look at that.
Yep. Gonna use the effect here at the end of the battle. So last one. We'll get that PG back to hand. Now, what is going to be the call? Romana would be good. Oh, rereading it. Yeah, it's technically end of the battle, so you do have to let the guarding finish. Should probably pop her up on stream here as well. Lady Adelaide. She is a cool little card that allows for some interesting combos. Oh, alright, gonna go with the full extent of the combo. Calling a Yuika. Okay. And that's gonna swing. So gonna ask for another 15k shield. And that will be the last attack of the turn.
Reading the effect again.
Again, it does say at the end of the battle this attacked while boosted. So you do have to... I feel like he would... Am I mistaken in thinking that he used it on attack?
Yeah, I think he did.
Yeah, so you have to finish that battle with the boost still applied. And then after the boost has been applied, you then bounce the booster back at the end of that battle. So it's technically still a repairable game state. Nothing has been shuffled or drawn or anything like that. So hypothetically, you can just call back the PG and okay. Maybe we just missed it and it did actually happen at the end of the battle, but we shall see.
Yep. And now Lister Lord's turn. 5 damage. Ken's hand is not that huge though. I feel like if Lister wanted to make the big turn here, he's got a lot of the setup ready. He's got the Persona Ride. He's got the double R Prison Dragons. He just needs to get rid of it from the board right now. Looks like just checking everything is correct.
let's see. Blister Lord is going to be an important turn for you because you have to essentially be able to run through these 2 PGs in the hand. And if you only have 3 attacks, not looking too likely. So we're going to need some extra gas in this turn. Otherwise, Willister's going to do the same thing next turn. Get that confirmed. 4 to 5 swings to face.
These are, to get more attacks, you need that Dragon Tree marker. And, there's only certain cards that can make them, so that's the difficulty right now.
Yeah, and the list here doesn't really run that many. I mean, you have basically just the 2 Bistarvas, and it's the only one. So you gotta see it.
So I know a lot of people were running the Grade 2 Dragon Tree Rich as well, just for more targets, and you can search it. Well, you can check the top 5 and grab it via the mask. So there's still some multifaceted plays you can do with that, but you don't.
Technically, Bist can also be found as well because it's the Dragon Tree Wretch.
Yeah,
so
but
it does have Dragon Tree name.
Yeah, but if you run the Grade 2 as well, you just have more targets.
Yeah, more targets.
2s and 1s.
Yeah, that is true. Okay,
it's like a hard turn.
Emotions. Yeah, it is tough.
So Shadow Cloak coming down again.
Okay, looks like we're going to be doing a little Alchemagic. So first, use the effect here to get that PG called out. Shadow Cloak will get to bounce that PG back to hand. I like how both players are just thinning and also just toughening up their defenses here as much as possible.
And the double dragons are out. So, but there's 2 PGs in Ken's hand for this exact reason, right?
Yeah. So this way, you expect the pressure from the Vanguard. If they hit a crit, that's GG. So you got to guard that. And then the other columns, of course, everything is what. Is it only 23 this turn? Did it Persona, right?
Persona, right? Yeah, I remember.
Oh, it did? Okay.
Should be like 33.
I missed that, so should be 33 and then 35s on the other sides. This is probably going to be PGs for days.
It's the biggest problem without the keels severing is, it just so easily mapped these attacks.
Yeah.
And I mean,
right.
You can't stop them. I think that was a 7.
Okay, front is pretty big actually.
Actually,
if the PG is the only other defense in his hand, then might not have enough raw shield power to guard. It's 45. Never mind.
Whoa.
That is, isn't that too much? So we got 33, 48.
And then PG.
Well, technically it's a bit more, but I guess it's fine. Over guards, but also has Persona in hand. We know from the drive check last turn. This is the Persona. That's why he ditched the order as well, so he can now ditch anything. Get it back.
Yeah, there's 2 CB
available.
available.
Valsh Brown as well.
Oh, wow.
Incredible. So,
get a free
got the
draw.
2 CB, got the Persona, got the Valsh Brown, got all the draw power. It's going to be looking pretty good here for Ken to try and win this round on this turn with Blister Lord still at 5. Even though the PG was bounced, this is 5 attacks you're taking, and the numbers are not something to scoff at.
Yeah, it can make the numbers bigger as well. The Welsh Brown, right?
Yep.
Cycler.
But then you don't have enough CB for 5 attacks.
Oh, true, yeah. But you need there's no Ophelia right now, right?
No, there's no Ophelia right now, and we know that I think 2 of them are out. I think the one that got retired stuck around for 2 turns.
Okay, there it is. Draw 2 now, only.
Yep. Fishing. So choosing to draw before the call as well.
Yeah, well, board is pretty full, right? So the call is a bit wasted in a way.
I mean, you're basically just looking for an Ophelia and to also replace one of those Yuikas, I think. Alright, what is his top 5? Oh, that one's a bit Tough to see.
It's shiny.
Yeah.
Playing over. There's the Ophelia.
Yep. So that Yuika's gonna just stay chilling, I guess. Okay. What is the last attacker gonna be? What is in that hand, Ken? Is it Kenough? 6 cards in deck.
Dang, going so quick through the deck as well, you know.
Yeah, I mean, these are 2 decks that can play the long game as well, and if it comes down to deck out, Lister Lord might just take it. So
that's a
for Ken, this is the do or die turn, I would say. Okay, Roman as well. This is gonna be big numbers, huge attacks.
I mean, it doesn't get
Optimal
better than this
scenario.
though, because his opponent's at 5, right? You have some really good cards, some big powers. It's time to go.
Yeah.
This is your best chance.
I feel like this should be it. So let's see it. Big swings coming in here. Check in the triggers, making sure to know what these remaining cards are as well. You can definitely check it at this stage too.
And we're gonna start the swing. There we go. We have
Alright.
one.
Incoming,
30K.
huge attack, unboosted. Trying to swang. Do we see a front here to guard with? Or is this going to be the one where they bank on defensive heal?
They're asking powers.
Yep.
Like, how big's your Ophelia right now? 23.
Even those numbers.
And then later on, how big is it? It's 46. I think Lister has to take at least one. It might be the best out.
Oh, and gonna take it to the heel.
Wow.
Hold on with 5. Okay, that happened so quickly. We didn't even get to amp it up. All right, defensive heal comes through. That might be enough
Just
to survive.
enough, yeah.
So now I think Ken has to boost this Ophelia, otherwise it's just too low. Yeah,
There it
so
is.
it's gonna be 36. Still only asking for 15k shield now. It makes a huge difference. So the deck thinning paid off, Lister Lord. Looking good.
Gotta play to your outs. If your out is a 6
Yep.
damage heal, you gotta do it. Otherwise, no point dropping your hand and then getting that 6 damage heal and then still can't guard, right?
Yep.
But
Man,
it's
you
still
need
looking pretty.
another 6 damage heal. Is it really that rough? I guess. Uh-oh. We know there's a PG in hand, but that's probably being safe for the Vanguard, because that's going to be swinging in for
Yeah, the Vanguard is
51.
massive. Okay, guards properly this one.
51k coming in. Gonna use the order effect. CB1. Soul Blast, the Great Realista. Stand the Romana. And gonna PG the Vanguard swing. Here we see the Twin Drive crit coming out. That's pretty huge. So what this is, numbers wise, you got a 23, 38. You could theoretically make that 48. And then the other one is already 43. So 48 is awkward to guard. It kind of is going to require 3 cards. 43 is kind of similar as well. Ooh, and the Elvira. And then we're going to use the Ophelia here as well. CB1, return 1 back to deck. Prevent yourself from decking out a little bit too. At this point, you don't need Elviras anymore. So just put them back. No more drawing.
Exactly.
Alright, the cut has been done. The stand has been activated. And we're going to swing in with the crit column here, I believe. So this is going to be coming in with, what is it? 30, 40, 53? Huge numbers.
Massive numbers, yeah.
So even with a front, this is a 3-card card, so... Oh, drops the OT for it.
Okay.
And then the 38. Oh, barely has enough with the defensive power of the 6 damage heal. The 6 damage heal was actually enough. Oh, he put his the cards he defended with on top of his deck by accident. Alright. Don't want to be drawing your cards you guarded with. Personalize into Zorga one more time.
Can play over the RPDs, call them out.
Yep. That
Ken
is your
slept
play right
4,
here.
yeah. But Ken's hand is not big, right? Is it?
It's not incredible, no. This is tough. Lister Lord also got to take his time. What do you think about it? It's like the first wall to get over was surviving this turn. The second wall to get over is to win this turn. Very few cards in hand. Do we have an order even? That's like what I'm more worried about. No Alchemagic and
oh, true.
The power lines get pretty slow. So I'm a little bit worried about that. Forget about reviving RPDs and stuff. This is a question of do we have an order? Okay, it looks like we... Okay, he's just going through the different ones that are in there, I think, as potential... Maybe just counting them as well, but... I'm just going through it, filtering through.
Yeah.
Triggers and orders being sorted here.
Wow.
If you're wondering what Lister Lord is separating here.
It's pretty funny, like, watching players, trying to figure out the little bit of maths, the last bit of maths. Maximize the
small optimizations, but
yeah.
At the same time, there's no card draw in the current board state, but maybe there's something in that hand that can potentially help to dig and find some pieces, but Lister Lord thinking about it, really going through the motions. Very few cards in hands. I feel like the choices are very limited too. Asking about what is in where, are there Persona rides left? Do I have to worry about how many attacks I have to worry about? Swing face, Ophelia is active. Do you want to just go for the deck out game plan? Swing Vanguard to Ophelia, pass.
I mean, that can work.
Oh, that might be the case.
Wow.
Asking where is it going? How much are the other attacks? Are they hitting anything? Deck out game plan could work, but the hand is pretty limited. And thing is, Ken will still have a turn. So here you can actually swing this into Vanguard, and like they still fear the risk of getting crit and losing. So you can freeze them at 4. They don't have CB, so then Willis is only doing 3 attacks. Granted, they're probably still relatively high. Although it depends on if there's orders, right? If there's no personas, then orders are also becoming a question mark. So it's definitely a little bit complicated.
Yeah, working out the guarding here. It's literally, a lot of it's just been all of the skin of the teeth, right?
Yep. Yep, Olivia, I think you can drop here too. This would make it with an intercept. OT to pass. Right now it is still at 2.
There it is.
Yep, that's gonna be the Romana to, I believe it's not even 2. I think it is actually just a PG essentially. Shadow Cloak followed by a crit. Again, this is only making a 20k, so pretty easily guardable for Ken. Oh, still swinging in. I think that's only a 5k, isn't it? Or oh no, I'm assuming he might have passed the power there, potentially. The thing is, the Shadow Cloak doesn't gain any power because you have to Alchemagic for it to get the 5k as well.
Yeah, and then use the skill, as far as I know, to get the plus 5k. God, I think it's a successful God. And now back to Willistar. It's the Willistar top deck turn, right? Is it Willistar top deck turn?
He's thinking about the order now because you can technically Soul Blast the order, but again, it's like 4 cards in deck or something.
Yeah. Oh, that's such a weird position.
It is. Just check the deck. Just check the deck. If you Soul Blast, call 0 and you have Ophelia in hand, you can still theoretically use it. You can hypothetically even call 1 card and then still have enough to twin drive. As long as you put something behind Vanguard, you can also make it so you can still draw for a turn next turn if you guard everything successfully, but that's a big question mark. So gonna call. Yep, Ophelia's there. But no CB, but the Ophelia will gain power. It's like, okay, stack away 3 cards. Choose your order. All right.
Okay.
So Yuika gets the power too. Very important. All right. Last 2 cards or 3 cards in hand. We'll determine everything. This is very neck and neck. I think they're getting pretty close to time as well. I wouldn't be surprised if this is the last round or the last game of the round too.
Yeah, it's one of the longer games that we've been having, right? Like,
Yeah, by far. But it's fun to watch. Valsh Brown comes through. Yuika gets the power.
Chappelle?
Yuika power is very important in these scenarios. So this is going to be 3-card deck, 28k Willista. Does Lister Lord have enough to guard? Being at 5 damage for quite a while now and managing to survive a lot of these turns. But this is the last one. For Ken, is it Kenough? And for Lister Lord, can he stand against this onslaught and be the one that gets to be victorious at the end of this game?
well, this has already got a 6 damage heal already. Maybe he has to bank on another one.
Perhaps. These are big numbers too, right? 23k Valsh, and then 28, 36, 41 on the Ophelia. It's nothing to scoff at.
Whoa!
Ooh, okay. This is a
lot of cards.
This is one to pass, and the
Whoa,
front
front.
is gonna be checked to see it through and deal the 1 last damage. No heals, and Ken will prove to all that he is Kenough to take it all with Willista. And well, that was a beautiful round. That was a beautiful round. Very well played. Really came down to the wire.
Yeah. It was like literal cards. Like, every single card is required. If you can't kind of misplay it, right?
5k shield to 5k shield. Every single attack power mattered. That was really, really well played. And honestly, very fun to watch as well. So congrats to Ken for taking it and still surviving, leaving themselves in the running for the next round.
That's true.
But now let's go for a quick break. I think everyone needs a little refresher. Get yourself a water, get yourself a snack, as we're going to be jumping into our final round of Swiss here, round number 8, right after this short break.
オリジナル楽曲がたくさん遊べる。さらにライブ背景を MV にして遊べる楽曲も。そしてリズムゲームの体感もパワーアップ。有名カバー楽曲も続々登場。知ってる楽曲でたくさん遊べるよ。最大5人での協力ライブが可能。みんなで協力してライブを成功させよう。バンドライフを楽しむアドベンチャーパート。ラウンジでは次々に交わされるメンバーたちの会話が見られるよ。日常やさまざまな会話を楽しもう。私たちと一緒にキラキラドキドキする毎日を過ごそう。バンドリガールズバンドパーティー大好評配信中。始めよう私たちのバンドライフ。
took the world by storm greets a second dawn. As a trading card game. Arise, warriors. Be anointed in light and soar towards a horizon more brilliant than you've ever seen before. Shadowverse Evolve. Build a deck to conquer a new age. Choose from 6 classes. Swordcraft, Runecraft, Dragoncraft, Forestcraft, Havencraft. And the Shadowverse Evolve Original, Abysscraft. Further bolster your forces with cards from the versatile neutral class, and grow your power beyond reckoning. Storm the battlefield with powerful followers, or control the tides with masterful spells. The future glows at your fingertips. It is time for the newest chapter of our long, ever-shifting story. Shadowverse Evolve.
Cardfight Vanguard! Your deck will become so much stronger! Festival Booster 2023! Dressed up Lyrical Monasterio members! Bushiroad!
Everyone, welcome back to the last round of Swiss today. Round 8.
Yep.
Been a long day, yeah? But
Final round.
there is still a very important game left for a bunch of our players, because this is the win and in. Right? If they
That's
win,
right.
they're in. If they not win, they're not in. Just
That's
just
right.
how it is, right? We got
You
the
win, you're in.
standings. You want to see the standings, DF?
Let's see them standings, baby. Let's get
right.
it.
This is stand up Vanguard. Standings up Vanguard as well.
Of Vanguard.
That's right. Here it is. Saram,
Oh.
all the way down in 20th rank, followed by Alex, Ken, Joker, Echo, Frederic Renders, Jai, Plex, Effortless, and Demios. These have to win. These guys have to win in order to even
For
stay
chance.
in the game. Right? Even stay in the
Yep.
game. The X2 slot, right? And then we can swap it over to the people who are in the win-ins. Kind of. Well, we've got Jason, Ewan, and 94 Smurf to kind of round out the 5-2s. But Chris, what are the other plays?
X1s. Look at those X1s. So we got June, Mike, Ashura, Drakon, BZE, Gen X, and White are all X1s with only one undefeated player remaining, which is Paris. So it's actually a pretty clean top 8. Just all X1s and one
Yeah.
XO. But we're going to give some hope for the X2s. If we would have cut at this round, it would have been no hope for the X2s. But this is, Bureau is kind. Bureau is here to give you the shot. Even if your next 2, if your resistance is strong enough, you have a chance. But we have our last round ready here. It's going to be table 6. It's going to be an interesting matchup. Let's take a look at these deck lists to see what we're going to be watching here between these 2 players. First things first, we have Effortless putting in that effort with this Hex Orb list. So this is going to be a pretty standard Hex Orb, I want to say. It is running the old Hex Orb in the red line, not going fully ham on the Aquamarine, running 2 of the grade 1 Maple as well. And some painkillers. I guess we don't see the painkillers very often, so there are some departures from normalcy here, I suppose.
Yeah, the painkiller is not standard, I'd have to say. So
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting to see it being run. But what is the Hex Orb gonna be playing against, do you think?
Let's take a look at it.
It is Geneva. Got
Ooh.
Plex here. Playing just the deck that has actually been losing on stream the whole day, right?
True. It's
Mm.
come this far. It's come this
Yes.
far, but it's just been definitely getting the stream debuff. So if
That's
you're a
right.
Gandiva player, if you're Tile right now, you're like, oh no, I'm another Gandiva on stream. This means bad things. But this one's actually pretty interesting. Is running 4 copies of the Meteor Flare. So MFD here, pretty well represented. And our first non-buff Saga ride line on stream, actually, which is
Yeah,
also
maybe-
pretty exciting.
Maybe that's the difference. You know, maybe that's the big
Perhaps.
difference that will change it. Third time's the charm, right? So
Surely.
I don't know. Exorb looking pretty good. Gandiva looking pretty good too. Whoever goes first is actually gonna have a big advantage. You know, Hexorb going first is like the quickest games
Yeah.
imaginable, right? So
That's right.
I guess we'll see. We'll see. So game is ready. Let's jump in. Time to see
Game time.
Whose dreams are still alive and whose dreams are destroyed.
Yep. Will it be Effortless, the Hexorb warrior from the Philippines, or will it be Tile, the Gandiva of the States?
Oh, Hexorb going first.
This could be big. Oh, ditches the Spiral Cutie, gets the extra draw here. Always love to see that. These cycle cards, of course, putting in big work.
Draws are very good for Hexorb. Their advantage is like okay, it's not spectacular. So this just gives you enough juice to push it to the turn 5 where you want to do the kill turn. And actually just passing. Ooh, very interesting. That doesn't want to give the extra draw for the ride up. Normally if Talik swings there, right? Even without a boost, Effortless will just take it because you see me want to draw a card, but just passing it doesn't want to give the draw at all. Pretty nice. Pretty nice.
Yep. Gonna get that free ride up himself, so not really missing out on any advantage. And so gonna just swing. No big push. Don't think there's any Brachio in this list anyway because of the Meteor Flare, so no big waste to push anyway. And we've seen Aquamarine go to damage, so it is one of the 4 Persona rights getting eliminated there.
All right, now a top 3 check for Effortless coming up. This top 3 check can really determine the game because you see something good there, you stack it on, and boom, the game totally swings into your favor.
Explosion.
Yeah.
All right.
It's
Gonna just leave all 3 on top there. Okay. Looks like
You can't
we've
actually.
made the commitment.
You can't actually.
Yeah, you can reorganize them, or you can reorganize them, but they have to all stay on
at
top.
the top. Yeah.
But the order didn't change. That's what's interesting.
Went to the bottom. Or maybe the third card has something really nice, or maybe not. Gonna put it at the top. Soul Charge. Okay.
Ooh,
okay.
the maple. Okay.
And now we're in blank territory, so it just comes down to the flips.
So
Are the
thin down
triggers
3
glad?
cards.
Yeah.
Are the triggers glad? Or is there something to be
sad?
sad?
So here, would you guard? I think I no guard.
Okay, heal. Power. Down to 0. Oh, crit!
Oh.
Punch. That's pretty big. The big conversion here. Double Reguent as well to the damage. Pretty huge. And these are 2 30k swings. Just coming in here. Thanks to Exorb's lovely buff.
This damage check is not glad. You know, PG.
It is not glad.
The Rugans that will help you get to 5 bind. It's going to 4?
Oh, Stirgana! Hold up. Effortless. But just like sneeze and 4 damage appears.
Making this look effortless at this
Yeah, good lord.
The Gandiva debuff is real here at the moment.
Yeah.
Oh, the best harvest, but it's gonna be a bit of a.
It's gonna be like a
weird harvest.
Like a +1. Yeah. It's a bit. I would call it the best harvest. I think it's an all right.
It's
harvest.
an all right harvest. Yeah, above average harvest, I'd say. You know,
Decent harvest.
decent harvest.
Oh, we hit a grade 2. Okay, we get to retire
Okay.
one.
So
that
like
does
me,
get the
alright.
The 2 draws.
like you play best harvest and you hit like nothing.
You get
Like,
the worst
how does-
harvest.
yeah, the worst harvest.
It happens, bro. We've all been there.
I mean,
Okay.
as long as you play the best harvest first, right? It's the most important harvest.
Yeah, as long as you harvest. No harvest.
No
is
har-
the worst harvest. Oh, I've never
Actually,
lived
it's
this down.
not. If you have the worst harvest, you hit 0, but that means you played a best
You
harvest.
minus
right?
1,
You
yeah.
actually negged.
Wow. Kind of crazy. All right, well, we get to go through the motions here. We get 2 binds and technically 2 draws, one from the harvest, one from the Gandiva. So
we can.
Meteor Flare gonna get the retire, so that does actually get the draw and the bind.
Yep. Good. Another bind.
Yeah, this is the 3. Oh, I like the little sideways man.
Yep. And that's
We
can
need
do
2
more though.
Stirgana.
There
Okay,
it
we can go to
is.
5. That's what we wanted to see.
Okay.
All right, the
Tank
motions.
has a bit of catching up to do though. 0 damage versus 4.
Yeah, that's true. We're gonna need some big momentum swings in here. Delay.
You know what?
For all the Gandivas.
Yeah, the over trigger can swing it back. Crit. Yeah.
Whoa.
Ooh,
Oh, right. Alpha car is
already?
active. Alpha car is active.
Wow.
I mean, that's one way to try and make the momentum shift.
Feels a bit early, but you guess you gotta push the damage, right? So
Yeah.
gonna take this one. Ooh.
Oh, defensive.
Oh no. Going for the Sturgeon.
Oh, I guess you're going for the play of like you can find a Sturgeon off the Alpha car to like get another bind out, draw more cards. I like that.
They run 4 Sturgeons for a reason. Another one's ours. It takes this one.
Yep.
It still stays
And
at
then this probably
23.
should be like a 15k, 2 to pass. Alpha car gonna get processed first. Gets bound. Top 5. Do we see it? Oh, another Alpha car. That's
all
I
right.
guess Hexorb's not the type to swing at rears. Especially not when you're at 4 damage.
Yeah,
You're
you're
looking at the
going
face.
face. You're going
Yep.
face. Face is the place.
Absolutely. But I mean, your expectation of Hexorb to do really well is coming true. We finally see Hexorb on stream.
Yeah, I mean, Hexorb just does its thing, and you either go with the flow or you
It's swallowed by the waves.
Yeah, you just get swallowed by the waves. Die with the tides. Yeah.
Yeah.
First check. That's a.
Oh, meteor flare.
Ooh,
Alright,
ugh.
Persona right.
Ugh, that's a.
And just pass back. The Alpha card doesn't even hit.
That's a
That's
very
unfortunate.
not great drive check. Your Ephelis is just looking at
Oh.
that, going, "It's time, baby. Let's get the Persona
Aquamarine is
ride
here.
going. My hand is ready. My hand is massive. Your hand, not so much. And can you guard 5 attacks with triggers? The answer
Yep.
is possibly no.
Soul charge. Right there. Oh, here comes the
Wow.
Octaray.
Another check. Gonna confirm those triggers. Just puts the back on top.
Y'all sit down. Check this out.
If you're Tile, I'm going like.
Oh god, there's a maple in there too.
Mm,
There's a maple in there too. There's something to be worried about. This maple can re-stand as well.
Tile is looking at that hand and going, "What do I
Apologies.
do? What do I do
Not
here?"
withstand.
Because
Theoretically, if you check 3 triggers, you can stand everything.
Yes.
We'll see if he goes for that kind of greed. Oh, he smells it. He knows. He knows.
He doesn't even need to restand the back because the triggers are going to be powering like insane
Yeah.
power. Like it's incredible.
Gonna be ridiculous. Tile,
Okay.
you gotta hang on to dear life.
But that
gonna be
loses to like
close.
double crit, right? It's
Yep.
gonna be like a no guard.
Surely not.
Gonna double check the trigger lineup of his opponent.
Yep. Let me see the deck list real quick, bro.
Yeah, we need a
What you got cooking over
PG here is good. But then you probably want a PG elsewhere as well. You need like 2 PGs here. But Tile
Yeah.
like lost one already, so.
Oh, actually, he only runs 7 crit. 7 crit, 4 front, 1 blue OT. So technically
That's
8
not
crit.
bad. The front's like
Here
a
we
triple
go.
dip.
Whoa, double front. Double front, bros.
Uh-oh.
Stand the
Uh-oh.
octave. Here comes the second. It's a heal. It doesn't proc, but it's fine, bros. You get to stand the quadracast and the
Yeah.
PG to boot to block the Gandivas. And you still got the huge swings. Double front plus another trigger that got doubled.
Yep.
This is what Persona Ride. It's 20, 40, 50, I think this is.
Yeah, I think this
Two
is
swings.
yeah. Was it 40? I think it's 40 because it got the front, right? And it gets
Yeah.
5k. And so that's like 3-card guard, and the other side is like 60.
No, but the front got doubled, right? So it's 20. The front gets doubled 40, plus the heel is... Oh, but I guess, where did he put the heel on?
No, he puts it on the side, but
Hmm.
you don't double the front, right? You
Yeah,
just
yeah,
plus
yeah.
10k. So it's
Yeah,
20
yeah.
to the front row. And then
So
the...
it's a front that's doubled.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying. So the Octarray is like 15, then 25 Persona, and then plus 20,
Yeah.
45, right?
Right.
Yeah. Maths.
Maths. Slow maths.
Yeah, but the other side's 60. So if you want to take something, you're taking the 60. But even guarding the 45 is like a 3-card.
Ooh, goes to 5.
It looks like no PG.
See.
OT.
Oh, drops the
Oh,
OT.
that's- Like the thing is, he nearly beats over the OT as well. That goes like 63, right?
Yep. Kind of insane.
Yeah. Big
kind
numbers.
of insane. Push to 5. Effortless is still a 2.
Oh
That's
no,
the crazy part.
the harvests have stopped as well. This is a bigger
Oh,
field, but
dear.
lesser harvest. And we hit a
Yep.
3-1 zeros. So he just retires
Okay.
a 1.
Oh, kills the Maple who can come back. The intercept is still alive and well.
And I mean, you definitely want to get rid of them though. But you don't get to draw now, which is so unfortunate, right?
Yep.
Unlucky. And the hand is like not great as well to... It's so awkward, because like you want Sturgeners, right? And other cards, but then they end up in your hand and they kind of aren't defensive shield. They get stuck there a bit. How much bind? Is he at 10?
Yeah, it's... I think we're getting to 10 here.
Moves this. Ooh, moves Sturgeon. Is it double alpha card then? If we're doing that play? Or it's
Yeah,
like a
maybe.
media flare. Media flare? Because it hits bigger. Yeah. But this is using so much CB as well.
Yep. Yeah, this build definitely uses a lot more CB, and we're going to need the Baus in here for the counter charge. It's good. I mean, it gets you more cards bound as well, so this way you're hitting better numbers. So we get the first swing here. The Persona Ride is also active. It's like the biggest gap between an attacking unit and a boosting unit I've ever seen.
Yeah. I think
It's like the very
the media
top of
flare...
the mat and the very bottom of the mat. Oh,
think the
it's
media
another
fl-
defensive effortless. Oh my
Wow.
god. Sorry,
I think the
keep
media flare has
interrupting.
to
Just wanted say
retire the same card in the same column, right?
we can take a look.
Yeah. Unless they're like unless their lines are mixed up.
Oh, it might be. Yeah, right. Because of like mirrored.
Yeah,
style?
I guess, yeah.
So that's something that's unique to BRO, I suppose. That's something that's unique to BRO.
And
Yeah, so
I don't see an out here unless Effortless has like 1 PG.
Well, but he finds Sturgeon off the alpha card. That's pretty good considering you have the Sturgeon in the back now that you can get rid of. So
Yeah,
that's
but it's
honestly pretty good.
okay, and then use it to. It's getting
Yeah,
power,
yeah.
but like the power is largely irrelevant in my opinion at the moment.
Yeah, there are RPGs in hand. We know one was drive checked, so this
Yeah.
Vanguard swing is fine. This thing is what, 12 cards in bind now, so 24, 34 power boost.
Just PG this one. The out is like OT, and then Effortless doesn't have another PG. And then just like OT restand, get another crit. Soz.
Sauce, bro.
Sauce, bro.
That's
that is
what Kai tells
actually
you when he OTs you.
Yeah, that is actually the out that
Yeah.
has to go for, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, you deck thin accordingly. Just have to go for it. No, but he already guarded with his OT
no, he
last
guarded
turn.
with the
There
OT.
is
Yeah,
no OT.
okay.
Yeah.
So there is no out.
So 33, 43, 58, I think this is. So the power gain is 34, I want to say. So 47. So this is...
Okay, the out is double crit and put it all in one. So here's the first one. Put on the media flare. I
Yep.
think that's the bigger one.
Yeah.
Oh, but no, he didn't use the null here. So
True. We still know that's there.
Effortless has him covered. You know.
Pretty sure.
Take this
take
one.
this one.
PG the media flare, and then it's Hexa Orb in time. Ooh,
It's time to
actually,
orb.
It's time to
Ooh,
orb.
that's
But
a
he might be.
Persona Ride that fell off.
Yeah, the one thing is, does he have a Persona Ride follow up? If he doesn't, the Orban might stop.
Could we really be stopping our orbing time, dude? There's two. I think two personas went to damage, right?
Yeah,
It's technically
that,
four in total.
That's the scary thing. So does Effortless as the last one, and does the internet stop? That's the other.
Yeah.
No
Like
Persona Ride, no internet.
Like I always hear from other tournament organizers that have to, always worry about the Filipino ISPs. It's like they gotta play their runs fast, before the
That's
ISP
right.
cuts the internet out. Okay, we're back.
So I guess the
Don't know
judges,
if a. Yep, might get a
judges
warning
just have to
somewhere here.
confirm something. Yeah. But I feel like if Effortless can get past this point, it's kind of actually no. So he just played the Octaray down, right? So that means no Persona Ride, right?
I assume so, unless he Persona
Ooh.
while the lag happened.
Yeah.
Guess they're processing. We'll find out soon enough.
It's well, I mean, Aquamarine's not like high, like how do you say it? It's not working without the Persona. It's just very not good. Not as good.
Yeah, and you do have ways to, okay, this is actually not bad. You have quite a few ways to peek at top now with this board. So
yeah,
the replenishment angel there as well is gonna help a little bit. Eats into your CB, but you have plenty of it.
Yeah, and it's gonna boost.
Ooh, double replenishment. So this will help. Because it helps to just like rearrange top, so you can theoretically boost with both, and yeah, just going all out here. You boost with both CB, peak top, and you get to first peak top with a grade 2. It's gonna soul charge it, and then CB1 here, and you're just going all in to find triggers here. You just need to make 5 attacks.
Leaves
them on top. I like it. So now
Tile doesn't like it though. That's sure.
Octaray can swing and boost it here too, and keep that for later, so that you can then use that CB at the end to maybe like stack a heal before you pass turn or something.
I don't know. I don't think Octaray can. You need a Persona Ride to get the extra 5k.
Oh, I meant Oh, word.
Yeah, so that needs to swing, but then you'll stand them.
Yeah.
But now I think like Effortless might lose to a 6 damage heal.
Yes, that is potentially possible.
But if the top 2 are like crits, right? You put if Tile guards the Vanguard, you put 2 crits on the side,
And that is gonna happen. 6 damage heal. Kai calls it. Kai, if you're a Gandiva player, you have to thank Kai. He's the one keeping you alive here. Gonna just swing rear, take away some intercept.
That's fine. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
This kind of stays in line with the potential play of check the top 2 at the end, try to find heals.
But he's what can happen, right? Tile still might not have enough cards in hand.
Yeah.
To guard you, because it is a double trigger coming up.
Yeah, you can't guard this safely either. Like, this is just 19 right now, but, you know.
Yeah.
You drop a 5, it's not enough. Gonna drop, I think he wants to make it no pass.
It has to be no
But this is 43, so this is actually no pass.
OT to pass, right? OT hasn't been revealed on Effortless side, right?
And there it is! The blue OT.
I mean... This is
break through all limits, get the extra crit, and push in victory for Exorb. Gandiva will continue to not win a single game on stream. The best deck in format. Damn, if I was Effortless and I saw, like, OT on top, I think... So he knew the top 2 cards, so he knew the OT and the card he would draw into. He didn't know this heal.
Yep.
That's crazy.
So the draw must have been a trigger as well. So...
Or it could have been anything, right? Because you just see OT on top. You
Sure,
on top.
yeah, sure. But there we
And
go.
with that, Effortless is going to take it over Tile. A very strong showing of Hexorb. And keeping up the streak for some reason in AO of Gandiva not winning a single match on stream.
I have to say, that was an IQ 7,000 prediction. Okay, that was a pretty 6 damage heal into OT. Wow, that's
actually crazy.
Hexorb taking it home. I have to say, it's good to see it. Good to see it doing well. Gandiva, I'm sure we're gonna see some Gandiva tomorrow, and maybe the fortunes for Gandiva changes.
We're gonna probably see some Gandiva still today in the EU and NA streams too. I would not be surprised if we see them actually winning some games too.
Yeah, but like if you think about the AO region, you know, upside down. So if you go to EU and NA, right, the Gandivas might just be winning everything. So it's, if you want to see Gandivas win, go check out those regions. But if they don't win there, then big sad, right? Big sad to all the Gandiva players abroad.
Yep, absolutely. So, I think this was a beautiful showing, a great round to end on. But we're not done just yet, because we actually have a bracket, of course, at the end when we know the top 8 standings to show you who is actually making it to day 2. So we're going to go for a short break as we prepare and find out who the final 8 players will be. So don't go anywhere, as we'll be finding out our final players. And then after that, we'll send you over to the EU side. So hope you enjoyed so far, and we'll see you very soon after this break.
Tea and some drinks for us. Yeah. So before we begin the interview, what would you like? Coffee or tea or water for you?
Tea.
Tea?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, all right, Serene. So you are the marketer for Vanguard. So maybe you could market to us, just a bit of the kind of work that you do on a day-to-day routine.
Okay, I do. As a marketer, I mainly do the marketing materials. Then, so there's like you manage the stuff that goes on to social media, and then you do newsletters, and then you also liaise with other departments like the design team, the video team, to make sure that you get accompanying materials to put together. I mean, they go together to present to fans.
Okay.
Content. Yeah.
So you actually do have to communicate with a lot of different departments for your job as marketing.
Definitely.
Okay.
Because I mean, as marketing is not. I mean, not everything comes out of the marketer alone. So like say for example, I mean the banners, definitely you need the design team, and then if there are video showcases, then there's a specialized team for that. So I mean, I think that's also one of the good parts of being a marketer, because I mean you get to work with many people while wearing many hats. At the end, you get something nice to present to the fans and viewers. I think that's a nice end products that you can get out of marketing.
And then as the marketing in charge for Vanguard, which is one of our best selling titles, do you ever feel like the pressure to perform, as compared to, let's say you were to handle something else? Would you feel like, oh, I need to step up my game all the time because you're feeling all this pressure?
I would say half on this. It is natural to feel pressured to deliver more results as compared to other products. But at the same time, from a marketing standpoint, you have a lot of data to work with. So it's good that I'm thankful that I have more data and insights to look at and to see, okay, so from there, how can I improve, or what kind of new things I can present to everyone.
Okay, now I understand as marketing, you deal with quite a bit of sensitive information, especially information probably from Japan. But is there anything that you can share with us that how were you able to use the data that you mentioned in order to do something like a marketing campaign?
Actually, for data, it can come in a variety. So say for example, you can use like sales statistics to look at how did each past product perform, and then for other initiatives, you can look at what kind of campaigns have been done before, how did they perform. They are not materials that spoon feed you answers, but it is something good for you to infer from and work something from there.
Okay, so I guess as marketing, you actually have to work a lot on data as well.
Okay, at least for this industry, it is not entirely e-commerce based. So I would say the reliance on data is still there, just that I personally, in my opinion, it is not as much as, So like say for example, if you're an e-commerce based company, most likely even your sales, everything, it's all online, and those data you have to rely on more as compared to non-e-commerce platforms. Your data is separated and you need to piece them together and figure out something.
Actually, you raise a very good point, because our industry, they don't deal directly with digital goods or even ordering online on a website. Because if we do that, you can easily track all the data, and then we find out how we can improve our services to our players and customers directly from the data that we can gather. I guess there is a challenge in our industry, like how to get the data from physical goods.
Yeah, it can be said that way.
I understand you held a previous job prior to joining Bushiroad as a marketing position as well. Are there any main differences between that and this one?
My previous company mainly dealt with e-commerce, and unlike in Bushiroad, which is more of a brick and mortar business model. So I mean, as a marketer, definitely it is something that I will adapt to and work out and see what kind of marketing strategies that I can execute to make sure that it is suitable and appropriate.
So what made you think of joining the marketing industry? Because you held your previous job as marketing, now you're marketing as well. And I guess you believe you are on the right track, or at least the right career path. So what made you decide to join the marketing industry?
I would say marketing has been something that interests me for a long time already. And I can safely say that the marketing industry is one of the industries that can handle my wild imagination.
By wild imagination, you mean like you come up with a lot of creative ways to do like different marketing campaigns, hold different, promotions or something like this. Could you define like what a few instances where your imaginations actually help you with your career?
In this sense, I would say it is easier when ideas come to you pretty easily. Of course, not all are usable. I mean, they can be just really random ideas, but who knows, I mean, one day they can be useful. And I mean, of course, I try not to limit myself to certain methods of delivery and the kind of content that I can present. But of course, I mean there are many factors into play here. So I mean, I can can be creative for all I want, but I still have to conform to the rules and standards set by the company as well.
Oh, definitely. So I suppose how one would imagine it is that that the company guideline kind of like draws the boundaries, and then as long as you're within that boundaries, you're free to run wild, in that boundary.
Yeah, it can be said that way.
And I do agree that I think the marketing industry is a bit less strict and rigid regarding how far you can take your certain projects to.
Like, it doesn't restrict too much on how you can do a certain thing. Yeah. So I think that is one aspect that I like about the marketing industry.
And then why Bushiroad? Like, what made you think of joining like Bushiroad as a marketing?
I would say Bushiroad, to me, is it plays a big part in my life, even before joining the company. Because I've been playing Bushiroad's games way before, just many years before joining the company. So, of course, when I got to know about this opportunity, I was like, ooh, why not?
What were the Bushiroad games that you played before you joined?
Love Life, School Idol Festival, and Bang Dream. So that mobile games.
So those are the two main Bushiroad games that you play before you actually decide to join Bushiroad.
Yeah, at some point I played the Symphogear game as well, but that's only in Japanese. Yeah. Then I realized I have too many games to handle, and I decided to filter a bit. At some point, I would say I'm quite crazy about it.
Okay.
I can safely say that Bushiroad can be my national anthem. Because when you start the game and Bushiroad, and so it's something that you hear every day, multiple times a day.
Wow, that's impressive.
Vanguard is it's something that I have seen people play, but I have not tried it myself. But ever since I have started on this role, I developed more interest into the card game, and I actually called up a few friends to pick up the game.
Oh, so you actually had friends who were playing Vanguard?
Yeah, I do.
Wow.
They don't only play Vanguard, they play Weiss as well.
Weiss.
But of course, that's a lot to digest in a day of crash course. So slowly got to sync to the new play style, and yeah, I'm doing my best.
Do you learn Japanese because of work, or do you learn out of a hobby thing?
I started learning Japanese roughly 7 to 8 years ago, purely because of interest. Just that I think right now I can count myself lucky that I'm working in a Japanese company, because I get lots of practice at work.
Okay, so actually you started learning a new ability, a new language out of purely interest, and now you're able to actually implement that, or in fact you managed to find a job precisely because you learned that.
I would say it's a bonus. It's a bonus skill to have, because not only just work when we are communicating with any Japanese, it just makes things easier.
I guess it's kind of cool to actually be able to use something that you actually like and love, and kind of make money out of it. I suppose that's a good feeling.
Yeah. Can we say that way?
Yeah, you never know, because I don't think you actually thought of, I'm going to find a job 5-10 years later that deals with Japanese. You just learn it because you really liked the culture and the language. You learn it, and then 7-8 years later, you actually found it to be very, very useful. Yeah.
Yep.
So that's cool. That's cool. Yeah. I suppose that would give people out there who might be thinking of learning a language some kind of motivation. Yeah. So, what kind of advice would you actually give to someone who might be thinking of joining the marketing industry?
I would say my advice not only applies to the marketing industry, because when it comes down to the field or the industry that you want to work in, the most important thing that you should have is interest and passion. Otherwise, it's not going to work as well as when you have it. Of course, don't forget to have fun while you're at it.
I guess you can do anything you might not have interest in, but why force yourself? So if you do something that you're interested in, it makes life more fun. Okay, Serene, thank you so much for joining me
Thank
today.
you.
Thank you so much. All right.
That's not actually funny, by the way. It's gonna be sent to the group.
Who is this guy and why are we interviewing an intern? We don't have time for this. Let's get it over and done with, alright?
Oh, are we ready to go? Okay. Hey guys, and welcome to a very special episode of Coffee with Bushiroad. My name is Matt. I'm the TCG marketing manager for Bushiroad International. You may already know me as a Bushi Matt or the intern that posts a couple of memes on the Cardfight Vanguard Twitter account. So anyway,
Am I going to get fired?
this is going to be a bit of a special episode of Coffee with Bushiroad. Instead of having a host with me today, as you can see, I asked you guys to send me questions that I should be answering on camera, which is, I think, a mistake, but you know, we're going to roll with it. First question is, how did you come to be known as the Bushiroad's intern? It all started with a post that I put on the Vanguard Twitter that was like, I think it was the 4 cards that defined you, something like that. And I basically put in the effort to like reply everybody. I think people didn't expect the level of replies that they were getting, like the kind of jokes, or I guess maybe, or like the kind of like responses that they were getting were kind of unexpected from like the Vanguard Twitter account. And it kind of blew up from there. And now I got approval to have like my own account, and that has like 1,700 followers now. So thank you guys for that. And yeah, that's how I became. That's my origin story. Why did I start working in Bushiroad? Honestly, it was because I love card games. And you know, people tell you, oh, don't stop playing games because it's not gonna get you anywhere. Well, guess what? Guess what, mom? Alright, so what is your favorite deck in Vanguard and Weiss Schwarz? Vanguard, probably like my Revenger deck. That's like one of the decks I really played with a lot back then, and I still have the deck. I really, really love it. So yeah, probably the Revenger deck. For Weiss Schwarz, let's see, maybe Goblin Slayer.
I have a question. What do you do to become so tall? But it's not because I'm jealous. I'm just asking for a friend.
Genes, I guess.
Like, do you like have special supplements? Like, do you drink a lot of milk when you were a kid?
It's part of the. Oh, do I have to answer this? Okay. Well, I not really. No, I guess I just lucky. I didn't have to do anything special. But anyway, yeah. So I was saying, Goblin Slayer for Weiss Schwarz. Yeah, again because I played the deck a lot and I really enjoy the mechanics of the deck.
Do you like play basketball a lot?
No. That's kind of, yeah, I got the catch a lot, but yeah, I don't really.
So like skipping ropes then?
I did skip a little bit when I was younger, but I was already pretty tall for my age when I was doing that. Is this really part of the? I don't see this in the list though. Do I have this?
Yeah, it's part of the version.
Oh, it is. Oh, okay, sure. What is the best part about working in Bushiroad? Wow, best part. I mean, there are a couple of things that really are pretty amazing. Like getting to travel and meeting everybody. I think that's one of the biggest joys that I have. Being able to see people enjoy the game like around the world. It's quite amazing. Another thing is, of course, I think you guys already know because I've been doing this a lot. We get to get like a couple of cards sometimes, you know, because we get like samples and stuff like that. And then we have something that's called a complete set, which is basically a single copy of every card that we release in a booster pack. And then we get some of these things, and then we get to build decks to play in the office, which is quite a lot of fun, to be honest. We did like a couple of remote fights and stuff like that, events where we get to play the players online. That was really fun. We do gunslingers. We used to do gunslingers also at events where we would play with players on the spot. That was really, really fun. So like, yeah, so we do get to build all these decks, and we do get to try out all these things. It's quite a lot of fun. Yeah. Alright, so and what's the worst part about working in Bushiroad? Can I say that on camera? I don't think I can say that on camera. Okay, but actually, I can think of something that is that's okay for me to say. Basically, I don't get to play in any tournaments anymore. That's actually kind of sad because as I kept playing games, I realized that I had this like small competitive spirit fire that reignites every time I watch everybody play at events or like online events. You know, this online events, I'm there the whole time as well, making sure the stream's okay. I'm the one that's replying on the stream. I'm the one that's checking the stream, helping out at the back end also with the event itself. And every time I watch people play, I'm just sad that I can't participate in any more Bushiroad tournaments. But I'm here on the other side, so they're still kind of okay. But at the same time, you know, I wish I could play competitively also. Because it seems like a lot of fun, right? Like you guys have like teams nowadays, and then you know everybody's like it's really like a festival atmosphere at the event. So I really miss that. Will there ever be a cameo of you in the Vanguard anime, sort of like how Daigo used to appear every now and then? If so, what deck would you be using in the show, and who would you want to fight against? I don't think there's ever going to be a cameo of me. I'm not on the level of Daigo. Right? Daigo's like a superstar. I'm not on that level. But you know, it is cool to see people like Daigo appear, people like Tanahashi, Hiroshi appear as well. Those are really, really cool.
Hey, I heard you met your girlfriend here in Bushiroad, who's now your wife. Do you care to share more about that?
No. Will there ever be virtual tournaments like Bro in addition to in-person events? I'm not sure when this video is going to be posted, but I'm pretty sure Bro is already being announced. So, of course. I mean, online tournaments, digital tournaments, remote tournaments are very, very, very important, I think, now that we are in this day and age. And I think COVID just accelerated the idea that there are a lot of people that have no access to major tournaments. And I think online tournaments give those players an avenue to be competitive, like I said, or even just to play casually with your friends, right? Like you can join a tournament and still be casual in that sense. And I think it brings a different experience and a different kind of enjoyment, and bringing that to more people, I don't think is ever going to be a bad thing. So if we can keep doing it, I think it's a good thing. I would love to keep doing online tournament. I think it's very fun. I mean, of course, we do have to stay online for quite a long time, and unless you guys, you guys may not know, but like I'm there for most of the only one that I'm not there for is usually the US times, because if I stay up for the US times, that would mean I have like 2 days no sleep. I would love to be there though, but you know, that's just how it is, right? But yeah, I do think we should be continuing online tournaments, at least for a good while. I do think it's very important. Yeah. So are there any future plans for working with community-run tournament organizations? So our stance on this has usually been for any organization to pair with a store. The reason being, our main business model is of course selling at brick and mortar retail stores. We want to support our brick and mortar stores as much as possible. So as far as possible, we would like, you know, anybody who wants to run like their own tournaments, community tournaments, even if you are like a constant TO, to try and approach stores and get support from the store. So basically, you approach the store approaches us, and then we can provide the support from there. So I think, of course, this is still something that we've been doing because, of course, we want to support the stores, right? Like I said, but at the same time, we do understand that there's a lot of people who may want to get this support and they don't have a store nearby, so we have to explore these kind of scenarios. I guess it could be more on a case-by-case thing, but as far as possible, we want to work with TOs through stores. Yeah. Which deck would I be using in the show, and who I want to play against? I would take Ren's Revenger deck, and I want to play against Ren. Okay, because I really love the Revenger deck and I really like Ren, so I want to play against Ren. I want to use his deck to beat him. Alright, I'm gonna lose probably because you know Ren has this insane plot armor throughout the series, up till probably like the last couple of fights where he would lose like an important fight. But like, you know, I really like Ren, so that's probably
like. Do you have any tips? Like, do you bring her to like a dinner for a first date, or like do you go to like amusement park? Like what do you say to her?
Sorry, director, can we get this guy off the group, please? Like, it's not really because
wait, but it's
I
not
don't know what
description.
Besides games from Bushiroad, what other games do you enjoy at the moment? Oh, okay. I actually do play a lot of games. I'm quite an avid gamer. I'm playing right now. I'm playing TCG. I'm playing PCG also. You know, I'm playing did I miss anything? I think that's pretty much it for now. Yeah, there's quite a lot of things, to be honest. Right, so best and worst thing that happened to you in Bushiroad. Best and worst thing that happened to me in Bushiroad. Best is probably this, right? Like getting to become kind of like a meme in the community. I know it's very strange to for that to be like a goal or like a best memory, but honestly, it gives me joy to be able to interact in this manner with everybody, and I think some people are able to derive joy from that as well. And to me, that's quite magical, quite special. And I do believe in making sure that the community is engaged and happy. It definitely helps with for the company as well. I think worst thing that happened to me in Bushiroad, I don't think there's a bad thing that happened to me in Bushiroad. Worst thing that happened to me in the company, I honestly can't say that I can remember any. Maybe I don't get to keep the cards that we play with. I don't know. I guess. How often do you how often do you skirt the line of saying too much when interacting with the community? All the time. Okay, but most of the time when I'm posting emojis, guys, it doesn't mean anything. Alright, when I post emojis, it doesn't mean anything. Or does it? You'll never know. But I always try to tease people. I guess maybe it's not a good habit, but yeah, it's just I'm a fan also, right? So like I said, I joined the company because I played the games. So I love like getting this first information as a player. So I understand this information, getting it as an employee, and then getting it as a player. There's like separate excitement. So sometimes when like new card effects get shown, or like in fact before it gets shown officially, when we get it internally for like development, sometimes like I get the stuff from the development team just to look through in my spare time or during lunch or something like that. It's the same excitement, and I want to share everything with everybody, but I can't, unfortunately. So all I can do is occasionally drop some small teasers. That's about it. Yeah, I love like trying to give a teaser, but I don't think I can give away too much. Yeah, it's not worth my job. I want to make you guys happy, but it's not worth my job. Hamburgers with or without pickles. What are you? Why are you eating the hamburger without pickles? You have to eat it with the pickles. It's part of the experience. It's the whole package. You know what I mean? Like you eat it without the pickles, are you really eating a burger? I don't think so. Personally, I don't think so. Okay, but it depends on what burger it is, right? Like, yeah. So yeah, I'm for pickles. I'm team pickles for sure. I didn't used to like them though, but that's because I didn't know what I didn't know. My parents took the pickles out of my burgers all the time. And then one day I was just like, I'm a big boy now, right? 12 years old, I can handle the pickle, alright? So I ate it and I loved it. I realized, but adults are not always right, okay? Yeah.
What about pineapples on pizza?
Why is this guy still back? Why is he still here? Can we?
Because I have burning questions as well.
Pineapples on pizza?
Yeah. Is that a yes or a no for you?
No. When will you get promoted from being an intern, or are you the eternal intern? Well, I'm not the intern anymore, but I mean, it might have been a revelation for some of you. I don't know, but I guess in a way, I'm always the intern, right? Like for you guys, I'm always going to be that guy, So I don't think so. I may get my promotions internally, but I think in everybody's heart, I'll still always be Matt the intern. So for promotions, do you have to beat your boss in a card fight, or is it just a fist fight like every other workplace? It's a combination of both. Every time we take damage, we actually take damage, if you know what I mean. Yeah, but it's fine because not a lot of people can beat me in the office anyway, so good luck. Whew, okay, that's the end of all the questions. We made it, yay! Alright, just want to say thanks to everybody who sent us questions. I know we couldn't cover everything, and I'm really sorry about that, but we do have limitations on what I can say, what I can't say, and how long this video can be before you guys click away. So yeah, we probably couldn't answer all your questions. But anyway, yeah, thank you guys for watching. I really hope you guys enjoyed the video, and yeah, I'll see you guys sometime soon in an event or in a tournament or something. Yeah.
Wait, we're farming coffee with Bushiroad, right? Wait, how he doesn't have? Did you not get him the coffee? Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Someone get him a coffee, please.
Here we go. Cool. At the end, it's interesting timing, but okay, sure, cool. Yeah, coffee with Bushiroad.
Yep, we have a coffee.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Are we good? Are we good? Can I go? Okay, yeah. Thanks.
Can I have the coffee back? It's...
Wow.
Yeah, I paid... Yeah, it's mine.
Wow.
Hey Terrence.
Hey Julius.
Okay, first of all, thanks for joining me here with Coffee and Bushiroad series.
No problem.
You are the first of all our interviewees. Well, and there's a reason for that. Then that's because I think a lot of people have seen you in a lot of videos as well, especially for Buddy Fight channel, which you frequently appear.
Good Gandiva summer to everyone, and welcome. We are here to tell you who made it and who didn't at the end of our 8 rounds of Swiss as we get ready for top 8 tomorrow. And so, first things first, let's take a look at the entire scoreboard and see who has been fighting through, who got close, and who made it in our big tournament today, the BRO Standard AO region, as we also get warmed up and ready to send it off to EU as well. But as you can see here, 20th 11th, we have the 5-3s that barely didn't make it, Tile, Echo, Demios, and Jason Nguyen. And then the 6-2s that sadly wasn't enough, Saram, Dam Kwang Kwe, Joker, Ken, Frederick Renders, and Mike, all with the 6-2 record that unfortunately didn't get to 8th or higher. But there are some 6-2s that did get into top 8. So, Kai, let's take a look at who we have in here.
Look at that. So the peoples who's missed out, unfortunately, Asura and Dracon, 9th and 10th. But then JY, 984 Smurth, Effortless, the 6-2s that managed to get in to top cuts. And then June, Paris, BZE, Genix, and Wait Ogandiva going 7-1. No undefeateds this time, but that is the top 8 for today.
That's right. So for those of you curious about the decks represented in top 8 for tomorrow, we can actually pull up the bracket here. We're going to be seeing 1 Chronojet, 2 Zorgas, 1 Lorna Roll, 2 Gandivas, 1 Hexorb, and 1 Willista. So Mar, give us the rundown of these matchups we're going to be seeing.
All right. So, one of the spicier matchups we're going to be looking is of White, Ogandiva, and JY. Yeah, I mean, White has been on fire the whole day. They've been, I don't want to use the word strolling through, but they've been breezing through with Chronojet the whole day. And you have JY, you have June and Paris. Now some exciting stuff right there. You also have Janix and 984 Smurf on the next bracket. And finally, from the stream in itself, Effortless and BZE. Now, all of these individuals are strong competitors. You could say that they're even veterans in the game itself. But there can only be one. There can only be one to bring all 4 Chronojet home. There can only be one to bring 2 of it home, 1 of it home. And of course, the last one to be getting a pat on the back from us 3 here in the casting table.
That is right. So that is going to be your bracket for tomorrow. So make sure you tune in. Going to be the same time as the start time today. So we're excited to show you the top 8, top 4, as well as finals to see who will be the ones walking away home, or staying home rather, with prizes here at BRO. And of course, who is going to be having to bow out in top 8 as well. So you made top 8, but the adrenaline doesn't stop there. It's gonna keep on going. But I think today we've had a lot of really good games, a lot of really fun rounds, and the 8 rounds of Swiss have shown us a lot of different decks, a lot of different cool moments. So I hope that a lot of you got something out of it. You know, whether it's cool Bruce deck lists or some other, very dramatic moments as well. But let's go around, I guess, and say our final thoughts. Okay, how do you feel at the end of the cast?
It's been great. Standard's been fun. Saw some crazy games. Made some crazy predictions. And I'm sure there's going to be more action tomorrow in Top Cut. But, when we talk about BRO, the fun never ends, right? It's a 24-hour adventure. What do you think, Ma?
Well, I want to say fun in the sun, yeah, but we're not exactly in the sun, are we? Let's
have a bit of sun over here.
We're sort of over here as well. Let's use that metaphorically. All the best to all of the competitors, and all of you better bring your A++ game tomorrow. Yeah, fight for the top. All right, back to you, right. DF.
Yeah, so I think we've had a really nice day 1 here for BRO, but this is only day 1, part 1 of 3. As you can now go on and watch the EU stream that we'll be rating over, and you can go check out. And then after that, you'll have NA as well. So it's a full day of lovely BRO action. Then you can come back to us after NA, or maybe during NA. Who knows how things go, depending on the player count. And come watch the top 8. You don't want to miss it. It's a pretty good diversity. Once again, I'll just repeat the decks represented. We have 2 Zorgas, 2 Gandivas, 1 Jet, 1 Lorna Roll, 1 Hexorb, and 1 Willista. So come and tune in and see everything unfold. But otherwise, I think that is going to be it for us for this day 1 broadcast. Go enjoy the lovely folks over at the EU side, and we will see you all tomorrow for day 2 of this lovely top 8 for Bushiroad Rumble Online 2023 standard format. Peace!